Hello, 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 hello. అవుట్కోడ్ ఇందులో వచ్చేస్తుంది వస్తుంది సార్ స్పీకర్స్ హలో చెక్ హలో హలో
We request all of you to please be seated to continue further. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all had a good networking time and filled your bellies with a little bit of snacks. So, moving on, let's take a moment to sink in the magnificent history of Osmania University, which was founded in 1917 in Hyderabad, India. It is renowned for academic excellence and historical significance. Offering diverse undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs, it emphasizes research and innovation, boasting notable alumni across politics, literature, science, and business. Its vibrant campus nurtures holistic student development and cultural engagement. We express our sincere gratitude for your collaboration with us for the second chapter of TALTalks. Thank you so much, Osmania University. Moving on, we have our next speaker, Chaitanya Kottapalli, founder of UniKi. AV, please.
Welcome to the stage, UniKi Empowering Deaf Voices. In a world where inclusion reigns supreme, Ki stands tall as a catalyst for change. Founded by Neetha Gopalakrishnan, Chaitanya Kothapalli, and Rahul Jain, UniKi's mission is clear: to empower the deaf community and amplify their voices. Through innovative programs like the Sign Medium Initiative, UniKi has impacted over 10,000 deaf adolescents, providing them with the language and confidence to express themselves fully. Today, we welcome UniKi to the stage as they illuminate their inspiring journey and showcase the transformative impact of their initiatives. Join us in celebrating UniKi's visionary work and welcoming them as they lead the charge in driving meaningful change and fostering inclusion for all.
Let's welcome Mr. Chaitanya Kottapalli onto the stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please.
Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So, I'll take a minute to tell you my love story, right? I was 28, 29 years old, had worked in the US for about 4-5 years then, had decent money, was much better and much more good looking than now, right? In fact, people said I looked like Ajay Jadeja at that time. If you, no, today I look like Rajmouli, right? And I liked a girl in our office, right? So we quoted for a while, and then I said, "Look, I want to marry you." We didn't have any other challenges. Both well educated, fairly making some money. As luck would have it, she's from the same community that I am from, so there was no reason why somebody should say no to our marriage. She said, "Fine, come talk to my father." Right? And I was a super confident guy. I knew exactly. I'd watched enough movies of how to go and ask the father for his daughter. I had the list of questions. I had my answers ready. Decent job, just US returns. So there was nothing to say no for, right? It was a Sunday evening, and I went to their house. Age-old man, about around his 60s. But I knew what to tell him. And that's when I realized I don't know how to tell him what I came to tell him. Because that was the first person that I met who was deaf. He can't hear, he can't speak. Here I am preparing for almost 2 days, 3 days on what to talk to him. And then I'm like, okay, how do I tell him this now? That was the first deaf person I met in my life. Fortunately, he knew why a 30-year-old guy would come at 6 o'clock in the evening along with his daughter, right? So we got married, And as I started interacting with him and my mother-in-law, who was also deaf, right? I realized here's a world, or here is a community that I have never seen in my life. And we just don't tend to recognize or acknowledge that they exist. Now, any other disability, whether it is somebody who cannot see, somebody who cannot walk, or any other cerebral palsy, autism, the minute you see a person, his wiring is different. In some cases, you can experience the disability. All you have to do is close your eyes and you can experience what a blind person goes through all through the day. But unfortunately, ears are tuned such a way that if you're a hearing person, you cannot experience deafness. The closest you can get is when you get on an aircraft or get down an aircraft and you have that tinge in your ear for 5 minutes. Now imagine that a person having all through their life, 24/7. Very irritating, right? So I started interacting with the community, and that's when I realized, there's something that needs to be done. Things that you and I take for granted that we have access to, a deaf person does not have access to. You book an Ola, the guy lands up, he calls. For a deaf guy, that doesn't make sense, right? You want to buy something on a credit card, the bank calls back to check if the transaction is valid. Press 1 to approve the transaction. For the deaf guy, it can't work, right? Simple things. There's a deaf person inside a house alone. There's a person knocking on the door. They won't know. They are in a hotel room. They want to order food. They can't. So everything that you and I take for granted, a deaf person has to struggle to do that, right? There are 3 myths that every time I make a presentation or I interact with the hearing community, they say, but they can read, no? Right? Can you read this? That's a picture of a French cuisine called caviar, right? And what is written down there is French. You can guess from some words like lux, gastronomy, cuisine, that it means something about that French cuisine called caviar being a delicacy to eat, right? But the actual translation of it is caviar is bad for health. Don't eat it. Like how you, in this slide, were able to join a few words and figure out that it is something about caviar, about being a delicacy. The actual reality is different. Similarly, for a deaf person, English or any other spoken language is not a natural language. They can guess some words, right? But for them, sign language is the natural language, which comes naturally to them, right? So they can lip read, correct? Any guesses how difficult lip reading is? Did you guess what I could say? It's just guesswork, right? So lip reading doesn't work. Now closed captions. There is this new fancy thing saying to make things accessible for a deaf guy, you just have to put closed captions or subtitles and everything is hunky-dory. Look at this closed caption. Machine gun fire like laughter. What does it even mean? So it doesn't work, right? Closed captions are not the best way. But when you meet a deaf person, how do you call them? How do you address them? There are so many words: speech and hearing impaired, deaf, hard of hearing, differently abled, God's given gift, specially abled, so many other words. But what is the right way to address a deaf person? Any guesses? Just plain deaf. Or better still, right? Let's say I want to explain him. Would you just stand up? I want to explain him. should I call him 5 feet 4 inch guy with a beard and a hair which goes from right to left, wearing a white shirt? No, I have a name for him, right? His name is Karan. So the best way to address a deaf person is by his name, not because he's deaf. Put the person in front and not the disability in front. Make sense? So we started this organization about 4 years ago. It's called UniKi. While it is spelled Yunikee, we pronounce it UniKi, right? UniKi in some form in Telugu means existence. I exist, right? There are 60 million deaf people in the country and 700 million deaf people across the world. And nobody tends to acknowledge their existence. So when we started this organization, we wanted to make sure that the rest of the hearing world acknowledges that there is this community that we have to look at, which is why UniKi. Again, deafness is not a 0 and 1. It's a spectrum, like autism, right? You can be mildly deaf, moderately deaf, severe deaf, and profound deaf, depending on a lot of factors. Why does deafness happen? For any reason. My father-in-law became deaf because when he was pulled out while being born, the doctor, instead of holding the forceps here, held it around the ear. Thus, my mother-in-law had jaundice at the age of 3. She went deaf. Right? A friend of mine who is deaf, all he was doing was playing outside his house. He was hearing. He was about 5-6 years old. He was hearing. A lorry tire burst. He went deaf. Now here's the scary part. All of us can go deaf with age. A mild infection, anything, right, could make us go deaf. Unfortunately, 98% of deaf children drop out of schools in their 10th class. Because after 10th, there are no schools which teach them subjects in sign language. Right? Today you have Hindi medium, Telugu medium, Malayalam medium, Kannada, English, so many other mediums through which you learn science, maths, and other subjects. But there are no schools or colleges which teach them in a language that they can understand. 98% of them drop out. What does that do? They get low paid jobs, like people who can box in warehouses like Flipkart. I'm sure you've seen deaf guys in cafe coffee days being janitors. And that's how they continue their life all through their lives. But their aspirations are just like you and mine. Just because they don't speak the same language you and I do doesn't mean they are cognitively disabled. You would feel the same tomorrow if all of us are shipped to Shanghai. We won't know a word of Mandarin, correct? But does that make us stupid? Does that make us dumb? No. This went off. And it brings a downward spiral of effects. Because I don't have a good job, I won't get married. Because I'm not married, I'll have social loneliness. Because I have social loneliness, it'll impact my health. Then I go through depression. Then I go through relationships. It's just going down one after the other, right? And that's what most of the deaf guys feel all through their lives. But at the root cause of it, there are just 3 reasons why we can't integrate, or we seem to find a challenge integrating a deaf person into our mainstream communities. 1, identifying deafness at the right time, right? When a child is born, we check if he has all the 5 toes correctly, if he's able to see clearly. But most doctors don't check if he's able to hear. Second, is there is no community awareness, because we hardly see a deaf person, right? And even if we see a deaf person, we tend to avoid conversations with him. We don't know how to communicate with him. Now, 25, 30 years ago, all of us had the same problem, right? Today, our people are moving from north to south, west to east a lot more. But I bet 25, 30 years ago, people from Tamil Nadu hardly knew any Hindi. Or people from North India hardly knew that, in fact, there were 4 states down there, is what they wouldn't know, right? But today, we all know more than one language, and therefore we are able to communicate. But the minute you meet a person who you're not able to talk to, you tend to distance yourself. So what we do at UniKi is work on this in a 6-pronged approach. One is first identify the deaf child at the right time. 2, create community awareness programs for the parents, teachers, Anganwadi members, doctors, and a whole lot of people who interact with a deaf person to be able to understand what deafness is and why language acquisition is absolutely important for the child. 3, we create accessible educational content, which means the same subjects, algebra, trigonometry, whether we use it in our lives or not, is still taught in sign language. 4, we provide parental support for the parents of deaf children, because 99% of deaf children are born to hearing parents, right? And 5, we create skilling programs for the deaf guys to be able to have a livelihood of their choice, not what we force fit them into, right? What we have seen in the last few years is, okay, you're deaf, I'll teach you tailoring, or I'll teach you welding, or I'll teach you cutting, right? And therefore this is a job for you, or I'll teach you how to box. The guy wants to be a web developer, the guy wants to be a cinematographer, the guy wants to be an engineer. Why should we be the ones to box a certain person's aspiration just because of language as a barrier? So as unique challenges, I said, right? In-flight safety instructions. Your cabin crew members are so hell-bent that we all learn the safety instructions properly. But for a deaf guy, none of that is accessible. Hotel rooms, like I said, credit cards, food ordering apps, they're not eligible for health insurance. Did we know that? Yeah. If you're deaf, you're not eligible for health insurance. Here I am, every March, the same insurance company calls me over and over again trying to sell more to me, whereas 60 million of them is a market space that these guys are sitting on, and they don't want to sell to them. Participation in elections, right? The hot topic right now. Everybody is promising guarantees left, right, and center. A deaf guy doesn't have an idea of who's guaranteeing what. Imagine if somebody made that same content in sign language, the votes would all go there, right? So essentially, over the last 3 to 4 years, we've been able to impact about 15,000 deaf young adults to be able to build a skill, have a livelihood, and improve their mental health, right? To me, 15,000 seems large in 4 years, right? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Let me do the other side of math. I said 60 million, right? Now do that as a fraction of percentage, 15,000 over 60 million. The road is way too long to go. And like you and I, today, these are all deaf guys, by the way, right? We have programmers, we have entrepreneurs, we have lawyers, engineers, models, teachers, YouTubers, just like you and me. And you can't tell the difference if somebody is deaf or not. In fact, that second girl on the top right, that's Nupur. She runs a bakery in Bombay. She runs a furnishing store, and she's a YouTuber. She's acted in a Netflix series, so on and so forth. Just because she's deaf, her aspirations haven't stopped. What can we do, right? As a hearing community, what is it that you and I can do to be a part of this social change? First, learn sign language. That's the basic, right? If I don't know the language you are speaking, then you can't express anything. Madam, you were talking about girl children getting married and uh, all that, right? I have n number of deaf children who have the same problem, but they don't know who to talk to, right? Physical health. 11-year-old or a 12-year-old girl attains puberty. She doesn't know what is happening to her body. She can't ask her parents because she can't express. There's nobody else to ask. She doesn't know how to handle it. It's a pity. And there are no avenues to help her explain how to take care of herself. Right? Okay. So I'll just close with one simple sign, right? Who wants to try signing a simple sentence? Yeah. Your word is how are you? How do you sign that? Yeah, please. See, okay, you try and then I'll explain. Okay, that's one way of doing it. You, how, right? Okay. How are you? This is how are you, right? I'm fine. Very simple. Sign language is very native and intuitive to all of us. You're hungry. How do you say you're hungry? Right? You want water. How do you say you want water? So we don't have to do anything specific to learn sign language. You just stop talking. Your body will kick in the language automatically. And here's my favorite, right? And for this, you don't even have to sign. I'll make a gesture to him and let's see who can guess. Let's go. And for what is it for? Suttavrik. Correct. Yeah, that's it from me. Thanks for your time and thanks for TALTalks to give it an opportunity.
Every life is definitely significant.
Yeah, she has a question.
Actually, when it comes to any kind of a question that we take, say, for example, I can't see properly, I don't mind wearing a glass. Rather, I would wear a more whistle or whatever fashionable glasses I would wear. But when it comes to hearing problem, right, it becomes a kind of, comes on my ego and to wear that hearing aids. Because my dad had got some infection and he lost 40% hearing. Who would wear meaning? Can I wear? Because what do they tell about it? So this social stigma has to be reversed.
While it is true, it is very, today glasses are not inconvenient for you. But a hearing aid is constantly, there is a nag and it picks up all minute sounds. So it's they get into this migraine almost very frequently. So they prefer to keep it. The second level is cochlear implants. Like you have that thing stuck on your head all through. You can't take a shower, you can't cut your hair. There are so many other problems. So I think for whoever it works, they do use it, but only when it is convenient. In fact, about 100 years ago, you and I would be called disabled because we wear glasses, correct? Today it is not, right? All of us are disabled in some format or the other. You can't cook, you can't dance, you can't see well, you can't drive, you can't. There are so many things that almost any one of us cannot do. In any which way, we are all disabled. Yeah. Oh yeah. We run a YouTube channel called Sign Channel, which is essentially an entertainment channel for the deaf community in sign language, right? So you'll hear news, yoga, technology, banking terms, finance, wellness. Pick a topic and you will find content, women's health, everything, right? In sign language for the community. Thank you.
So every life is significant, and we call a doctor a god when they save even one life. So you have transformed 15,000 people, and never ever think you have done anything less. There is a long way, but you have done absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. And now I invite Veena Garu and Premalata Garu, the proud mother of our co-founder Sai Gundavalli Garu, onto the stage.
A big round of applause, please.
First of all, Chaitanya garu, amazing work, and it's a fantastic year. And I was actually curious how you got a yes from your father-in-law. That's a different story. I was waiting for that part, but I see that you're a happily married man now, so we'll save that story. But amazing work, and I particularly like that you have started this YouTube channel for entertainment. I think that's a much needed. Much needed one, and I appreciate that. uh, Also, when you were talking, I realized that our own team, our Touch a Life team, our Solix Imasha, I think we will be more inclusive. So if you have youth who want to be in, any of these, again, we are a tech company and we are a social, entrepreneurship company. So anything related, we want to start, being more and more inclusive. So looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, and I would now like to.
For all the, I'll just close this one second. For all the young guys out there, sign language is a cool language to learn. Why? Because you can communicate with your girlfriends without the rest of them knowing. So pick up that language, and you don't have to worry about. Yeah, the girls can also learn, right? So I'll close this with one actual incident that happened to me about 15 years ago, right? There were no Google Maps, there was no WhatsApp at that time, and my deaf friend and I were driving very late in the night somewhere in Secunderabad, one of these colonies, right? We didn't know the exact flat number of the other guy who was also deaf, and it was already late, around 2:30. So how do we find out which apartment is his? No phones. Remember, it was that Nokia brick wala phone, and for a deaf guy, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, what we did, and we really did this, right? We honked our car really loud for 15 minutes or for 10 minutes. Every house light went up except this guy's. See, there's fun in being deaf as well. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. I would also want all of you to give a big round of applause for Srimati Premalata Garu as well. And she's the mother of our co-founder for Touch a Life Foundation. And I would want her, she's basically the backbone for Sai becoming such a kind person, and we would want to thank her for the values that she has inculcated in Sai Gundavelli, and he's really taking her values to the whole world and trying to show that anybody who is stronger in this world is none other than mother, and nobody can take her place.
Moving on, we now have Mr. Shaila Tipparaju, founder of Usmania Foundation, as our next speaker. AV, please.
It is with great honor and excitement that we welcome a true luminary in the world of entrepreneurship education to the TALTalks stage. Shailendra Tipparaju, entrepreneur, investor, speaker, author, educator. He is not just an entrepreneur, he's a visionary who has dedicated his life to empowering aspiring entrepreneurs worldwide. As the founder of Magna Entrepreneurship School, Shailendra has revolutionized the way we approach entrepreneurship education. His commitment to excellence and innovation has made Magna a beacon of inspiration for countless individuals seeking to make their mark in the world of business. With a wealth of experience as an investor, speaker, author, and educator, Shailendra brings a unique perspective to the table. But perhaps what truly sets Shailendra apart is his unwavering dedication to fostering positive change through entrepreneurship. He believes in the power of innovation to address societal challenges and create a better world for future generations. Through his leadership and transformative initiatives, Shailendra has inspired countless individuals to pursue their dreams and make a difference in their communities. Let us join together in welcoming Shailendra Tipparaju to the TALTalks stage.
that's actually my heartbeat. 30 years ago, I entered Osmania University as in the chemical engineering department. And for the guys in the early stages of your education in the university, walking into campus, this is how the heart starts beating fast, because there's a lot of excitement, anticipation, and a thrill of the journey in how your education looks like. You fast forward. Can we go full screen on that? It's running. So I didn't do any slides. Last night, Ramagaru said, you got to have slides when you present. I said, I don't need one and I'm okay. And they said, no, it's not for you. It's for us to know when you'll stop talking, because we have to have a planning. Because, for educators, when I'm asked most often, what do you do for a living? I tell them I'm in the venture capital world. And they are impressed. When I tell them I'm an educator, writer, author, they're not that impressed. So as storytellers, we try to make it a little more interesting. So the simplest way to understand Shailu from Usmania University, chemical engineering in 93, all the way to Shailu today, the storytelling has evolved a little bit, not as amazing as this gentleman who looks like Rajamouli and can actually craft a story better than that. And I say that in the morning we write checks, in the night time we write books. One of them seem to be working okay, so the profession is running fine. And it's wonderful to be in a stage like this. It's like life goes full circle, right? So you have to choose one image that represents how does your heart look like, how does it feel like, how does it beat like, when you have to say nothing else and connect all of us into one feel. That image I think will resonate with, we are kind of a 5,000-year-old enterprise and a 75-plus-year-old startup, trying to find our own identity. So today's talk, what I said is, let's begin with the foundations, right? That might help us get into this world of, how many in this room want to be entrepreneurs? So we want to get into some mindset of what are some recipes to get there, and what are some pathways that educators like us who are in the industry of entrepreneurship help you get there. Because these myths are, it's natural, it's inborn, you got to have a talent that's already there, you can wing it. So let's kind of demystify some of that, but let me begin with the first thing outside my intro. Vande Mataram, everyone. I think we begin with the foundations. And these are the 4 things. For all the Atidis here, very, very warm welcome, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to share the stage and share our ideas. For the Acharyas who taught us to be in this campus, to learn some foundations, I spent about 30 years in Chicago and 20 in Hyderabad. Actually, it's Mehboob Nagar, but Hyderabad seems more fancy. So, the Acharyas, thank you for teaching us. And each one of you actually is an Acharya. It's not only the people who are teaching you on a stage in a spotlight. If you look to the left, if you look to the right, you will find amazing teachers. If only you listen in whatever language, sometimes without a word, you will keep learning. And most importantly, the 2 founders of You the Product, Matru Deva Bhava, Pitru Deva Bhava, Atidhi Deva Bhava, and Acharya Deva Bhava. Without saying that no journey is worth beginning, no journey is worth taking, and no journey is worth completing. So with that, I want you to indulge me for a few minutes, maybe 10 seconds, not a few minutes. Close your eyes and imagine a sunset on Earth, just for 10 seconds. Imagine a sunset on Earth. And time. I want somebody to just explain to me, or actually, when they say when you come to Usmania, they show you your place. So I know where to stand. Ramagaru, sunset Japan Mir. How does a sunset visualization look like? Image of మీకు sunset అనగానే. Bright. Sunsetting in an ocean. Master of words and expressions. Vijaypal. Sunsetting behind hills. Any students in the back? You have to really speak up in this country to be heard, especially in this season. There's a lot of noise out there. Any last guesses on a sunset? Any visualizations? An orange color. Now, A gratitude, okay, fine, oh, beautiful. That's an emotion for a sunset. You are the creative ones. One indulgence and we'll be done. Now take only 3 seconds. It's not a test. And imagine a sunset in Jupiter. Imagine a sunset in Jupiter and take only 3 seconds. Now we'll let some brave volunteer tell me what does that image look like. Anyone? Very good. It's very hard for us to find common reference points when the whole framework changes. You don't know how to find a common reference point. Beach, gratitude, calmness, sunset on earth is very, very relatable to most people. We're all living in our own Jupiters right now in terms of our aspirations. So the people on earth are unable to understand what are we aspiring to, because some people visualize 2 suns in the Jupiter. Some people visualize cold, dark, cloudy. Most of it is dark. The unknown is always uncomfortable for us. So we gravitate towards people we can always relate to. But the evolution of us happens in the unknown. So we need to have conversations with each other as we learn and teach the next generations, which we work very actively on as a legacy to say, what is your Jupiter? Can the world relate to it? And can you come back to the earth please once before you take us to your Jupiter? This is the question that every kid gets asked at every age. And when we grow up and look tired, seasoned, old, whatever you call it, we are said, what do you do? At childhood, we are asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? When you grow up, finally they say, what do you do now? Is it impressive enough? How about we unravel this question a little bit? Most of these questions in children are always told, even young graduates, it is a profession. It is not a personality. It is not a career. It is not a social aspiration, the kind of wonderful work that TAL is doing here. It's always a profession. And especially if you're in the South, there's 2 tribes, the engineer tribes, the doctor tribes, and the loser tribes. Because you couldn't make it to MPC or BPC. What a tragedy, right? I mean, so many opportunities. If I told you today that Shailu is a painter and I'm doing my art exhibition, you'd be impressed because he has done some other professions to earn his time to paint. So we need to demystify some of that education we're giving at the foundational level to let young graduates, young children to aspire beyond a degree and a profession. So we went to the neuroscience research. I do research in one place called the Harvard Business School. We call it HBS, is actually for humility before significance. We do the humility before that. And you know how you know somebody is from Harvard? They'll definitely tell you, because it's very, very hard to get there. And it's even harder to teach there. So when we do neuroscience research, we did thousands of research work across multiple universities to know this magic between what is current research on happiness reveal. How many of you want to be prosperous, rich? Wow, not a lot of people. That's surprising. How many of you want to be happy? How many want to compromise and be happily rich? We all aspire for both, right? How can we have one or the other? Why is it that we have to be this or the other? So I will give you 3 affordable, learnable, and universal superpowers. And this is not something I made up last night because Ramagaru made me do the slides. This actually is in my scribbled handwriting from the neuroscience research that I furiously put into a slide so that I don't forget these 3 magic spells. Turns out there is no magic spells. These are the 3 things. And in fact, this whole organization is based on kindness. Sai and Vinaya talks about this all the time. It's so obvious. Kindness, optimism, and gratitude seems to be the universal superpowers where everybody in the world can be controlled. If you have these, then you don't need to control them. Some of us have traveled from international flights. Some of us have been locally across many things. And this has a magnetic force, how we got drawn into this from the mission and vision they have. They were full of gratitude for what they have done to say, let's actually be part of the social progress and contribute back. They're full of optimism that if you raise a hand and say, welcome, people will show up. People will pay attention. People will be engaged. people will show kindness. And for that beginning, I applaud you, because this is not an easy mission to begin with, to take these foundational things. I get into a call with Sai and he will talk about kindness for a long time. It's become kind of his mission for life. This is also, by the way, for the young grads and the aspiring professionals, also the secret to venture capital. When you're dealing with venture capital firm, no matter what the logos say, we are all human beings. You're not dealing with aliens. We also look for good conversations that have optimism, some sense of gratitude, some values, some behaviors. We're looking for foundational things. We're looking for the merit in the idea and the market for the idea. But most importantly, we're looking for these foundational maturity in people. Because if you don't have those, it's really hard for us to engage and invest in you to build companies of scale, companies of purpose like Chaitanya has done, which is outstanding. I mean, you look at the impact he's making. The unrecognized people without sound, is bringing a voice to their hearts. These are the companies we like to engage at scale. We'll call it the philosophy time machine, because when I asked Veena, what should I talk about? Because we could talk until the sun sets, really. We have this stage fear. How many of you have experienced stage fear in your life? Anytime? That comes in 3 flavors, not chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Stage fear 1 is, you don't want to get on stage because you'll be embarrassed as to what will you say. Will it be impressive? Will they laugh at your jokes, or do they land flat? What if you forget what you want to say? What if the slides don't work? What if this freezes here? So that's stage fear 1.0, that's you. Stage fear 2.0 is then you understand how the stage works and you don't want to get off the stage. And the stage is afraid of you. That's stage 2.0. You really spend 20 years like me writing, reading, and speaking about things. The stage fear now translates into hundreds. It's a scaled stage where you're like, please, when does the slide stop? Because there's no slide version to it. So to make it easy, I have learnt life, and every night I post one sentence of what life, world has taught me that evening. And this is for my mother in the morning, so she can wake up like everybody who wakes up like this now and stares at a screen. Instead of seeing all the activities happening in the world, I wanted her to read one positive thing so I can increase her longevity as a selfish thing for me, because after I lost my dad early, she's playing mom and dad. So the easiest trick I found out is observe life, add my name, make it philosophy, and write a love letter to my mother every night on what life taught me. And she reads in the morning. Let me take you through the time machine. How many in the 20s here? 20s, age 20s, which means mathematically under 29 is called 20s. We have to, in Usmania, never make assumptions. You have to clarify everything. You're like an energetic horse that is seeking only survival. You really don't have much of a weight of responsibility. You're early, you're energetic, that's your 20s. I will give you the life fast forward for the next 60 years, and then we'll come back in the time machine so we can save yourself 60 years of experimentation. You're an energetic seeking survival. At 30s, you're a racehorse looking for identity in the society. All you need is identity. Identify me. I've done something. I've done something special. This is what you will be doing 10 years from now. I guarantee you if you're 20s. And for the 30s in the room, any 30s? Either we have 20s. Okay, we have a few 30s. You're looking for identity. Where do I belong in the society right now before I can contribute to it? At 40s is fun. You're a show horse. You buy things with money you don't have to show people you don't like, and you hang around places you don't want to be, to post it on social media for people to like you who you don't even know. And that's a show horse. You're seeking significance. Survival ho gaya, identity, now you want significance. Look at me. I want the VIP seat. I don't want anything less. I want to be known and identified. Now 50s. We are war horses. We have seen it all. We have done it all. We are like seeking the balance between what is expectations, what is reality. How much can I do? Can you leave me alone? We are these war horses. How many 50s here? Relatable, right? Thank you. At least I have 2. 60s, we're like farm horses. Chilled out. We have harmony. We value relationships. We are offloading relationships. We have added all those things. By the way, people in your Facebook are not friends. That's a misnomer. They're not friends. They are a lot of connections. Don't confuse them with relations. 5,000 is a limit, by the way. I have at least 800,000, I thought, friends. Now I behave like a farm horse. I know that they're not friends. They're friendly with me because they need something with me. And I know the difference between my value of relationships, my relationship with the society, and what I need to do to earn that affection, one person at a time, including this very room. 17, if you know what a barn is, you need to be in a village like me to grow up in Nizamabad, Nagar. I'll do 3 minutes, trust me. I'll get there. My slides, I know. I've done this for a while. Somebody should the timer like the Oscar, so you have 5 minutes. So the barn horse is trying to redefine its own space because it has lost itself and saying, what can I leave as my legacy and become the bridge for the previous generations so they can earn their place in the society and find themselves. The barn horses are something we avoid because we feel, give me 10 minutes, I need to go become a identity guy, significance guy, a race horse. And then we come to them, they're trying to say, spend time with me, beta. It's a good thing. One lesson I might give you can save you 20, 30 years of journey. How many of you have barn horses? I wouldn't say horses, but elderly people you really love and admire at your homes, including mine. Today, if nothing else, go back and tell them that you actually care for them. When they give tea, tell them the tea is good. Lie. It's okay. If they forgot to put sugar in the tea, tell the tea is amazing. Say that you actually really appreciate some little things. It will mean a world to them. You might actually have gifted them a few more years of their life in emotion. Would you do that for me? Which brings to the 80s. We have some Nainamas and Ammamas and Tatas in the families which are destiny horses. They are desperate to have a date with death. They have lost a lot of their other horses. They talk about those horses and they want to join them in that race upstairs, not downstairs. They're done with the race. They are the ones who are looking for dignity. Please give them the dignity. When TAL organizations say that do things with kindness for others, it's not always at scale for millions of people. There are amazing people who are doing it. But if you give dignity to the people in your own family, at home, one person, two at a time, you already have earned your place in the society. And for the people who are not in that room, who can't be here, a round of applause for the people looking for dignity. So don't get so busy living. That's your back now. I took you through this whole race, right? We lived 80 years already and we came back, or 60. So I think just being for the people around you in the moment is good enough. Pay some attention. The best conversation you have is the one you're having right now. You may not be even speaking, but sometimes you don't have to say anything, as we eloquently learn to have a good conversation. So be in the now. Chill down. Great success will come your way if you have good intent, if you have good content, if you interact at peace. Money will find you, knowledge will find you, action will find you. Because you are able to absorb all of these three. What we call the Saraswati will come first, then Durga will come next, then Lakshmi will come. Do not try to change the nature of how the nature itself works. So I'm a writer. I told you I write to my mom every evening. This message that Chaitanya did really touched to my heart is she had a recent surgery and the hearing has become harder. So this morning over tea, I'm telling what this event is about, what conversation this is about. It got very hard and I don't want to yell at her. So I might reach out to you and find out the secret to, everybody has a secret skeleton key that unlocks. That's my mom and she's hurting. She can't hear properly. Not completely unheard, but can be. She doesn't want anyone to yell at her, but she doesn't want to use the machines. So I look forward to bringing back that kindness to my universe, which is my mom. And three things I'll take you back with. The things we talked about right now, and I got maybe a minute, is be self-aware. Then go connect with people. Without being self-aware, if you connect with people, you will be turned off as non-authentic. Trying to work hard too fast, too furious. And what is self-awareness is simple. Look at your own behaviors, look at the values you care for, look at your choices, your actions, your decisions, just ink them. You don't need to be a book publisher. It's very easy every night to sit at the end of the day and say, how did I behave today with people? How did I make them feel? Only two questions. How did I behave today with people? How did I make them feel? Not what I said, what I signed. How did I make them feel will make you aware of who you are. And that is how you converse with the world. We actually have a neuroscience of conversations, and I'd love to have a continued conversations with your sciences. We are either hearing someone, hugging someone, or helping someone. There's only 3 types of conversations. If you're having this 4th conversation, you are planet Jupiter. You're not on Earth. Please listen to these folks who are putting on the stage, because we live in a world where evolution is very, very, very hard. There's political changes, economical changes, social changes, technological changes, environmental changes, and legislative changes, and they're all boundaries trying to put you in the gravity, saying we run you, don't outrun us, and you're evolving to the next step. So the question comes back to, what do you want to be when you grow up? This is, I think, the only thing I want you to remember for today. A good human being. Teach everyone to be a good human being, and every day hear someone, hug someone, and help someone. Jain, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shailati Paraja, for your valuable words. You have literally shown us the way to live in reality, counting down from 20s to 80s. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And
let me now invite Veena, as well as let me also invite Gitanjali, Ms. Gitanjali over here. She is the sister, and she carries the same kind values that her brother has, Sai, who is the founder of this organization.
Thank you so much, my friend Shaila, who came all the way from Chicago, and he's doing some wonderful work, and I think some very deep, insightful messages. I know we are all in this busy life, busy world, and we are running after something. We are running after doing a lot of things, but I think that core messages of I think do something good, and to the people that are closest to you. A lot of times it's families, it's parents, it's children, it's near family members. A lot of them we take for granted, and I think beautiful message to stay grounded and make sure that we are all living a life that is first of all meaningful to the people that are closest to us, and be kind to the people that are closest to us, and then from there we can carry it to the world. So very beautiful message. Thank you.
next up, we have our next speaker, Aina Bahuguna, Program Manager of Hazir Dala. AV, please.
In the heart of Bengaluru, amidst the chaos of city life, a quiet revolution unfolds. Meet Hazira Dalla, the unsung heroes of waste management, transforming trash into treasure, and lives along the way. What began as a modest endeavor has blossomed into a national movement, empowering waste pickers and championing sustainability. Their impact transcends numbers. It's in the smiles of children attending school, in the dignity restored to the marginalized, and in vibrant, sustainable livelihoods. Now entrusted with managing Bengaluru's dry waste, their vision for a greener, harmonious future shines bright. Let's welcome Hazira Dalla to the stage, celebrating not just their achievements, but the hope they inspire. In a world often clouded by despair, they remind us that change is possible. They are the architects of a brighter tomorrow.
Let's welcome Ms. Aina Bahuguna onto our stage with a very warm round of applause.
Correct? He said okay. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Ina and I work for Hasiru Dala. And before I talk about Hasiru Dala and our story, I'm not a very good speaker, so I'm carrying my paper. And I would like to address this that people are coming back from US and working, and same happened with our founder Nalini Shekhar. I think founder of UNICO and UniKi, and our founder was Swadesh together, and they came back and started working here in India. That's what I wanted to say. So I wanted to explain waste pickers in like 4 lines. So me and my colleague Roy sat together and write these lines. So I'm holding those lines. And this is only way I can explain what is the meaning of a waste picker. Waste picker means every piece of waste collected bears the imprint of informal waste picker, unrecognized labor, and their resilience in the face of societal discrimination. Despite enduring unappreciation, waste pickers play a vital role in sustainability by repurposing discarded material into livelihood opportunities for themselves and their communities. So, wait, I'll come back to my circle. So, basically, imagine anything you have ever eaten or a box of your Amazon or any brand you have thrown on street. That box is picked by a waste picker to make their livelihood. That is a waste picker. They carry a bag on their shoulder. They are invisible in the society. When the government system fails, when they go on strike, it is the informal sector of waste picker which picks your waste and cleans the street. They wake up at the 3 a.m. in the morning to come before the government cleaners and clean the streets and pick the recyclable material. They later come at the night after 10. That's why. So we are talking about the from invisibility to the self-representation. That's how Hasiru Dala started 10 years back. So we have multiple sustainable goals and all our verticals. So we are more like an organization which started working with step 1, and then we realized, oh no, we need this also. Oh no, there is a health problem also in the community. Okay, the children are not going to the school. So this slowly, all SDG goals keep coming in and we keep growing. So this is Hasiru Dala's story. And Hasiru Dala means, Hasiru means green, Dala means force. It's Kannada word. And this word was given by the waste pickers. It was chosen by them. So there was a group of people who are the founding members who started this organization. And that's how this organization grew in Karnataka. We are in 18 cities, 64 villages, and 1 city in Andhra also, Rajmandri. And that's how we are working. So we are a non-profit social impact organization talking about social justice, where the people from the informal sector who picks waste need to have their space within the society where they can sort and make their livelihood. They should not go to the landfill and pick. When you cannot segregate your waste, and when you know that there is an income related to it. Cardboard has an income. We all used to save newspapers and sell it to the scrap dealer. So there are people who make income out of that scrap, right? So what are all our initiatives? Like I said, we keep growing and we keep adding on to initiatives. So what is our approach? What we do? We are not a building. We are more like a bridge. We are a bridge between the waste pickers to the people, to other stakeholders, to the government, to the BBMP, which is a municipality. We talk to them, tell them that these are the waste pickers, give them the identity card, give them the space, give them the insurance of the space which you have given. So we reach out to other ministries or departments to give the children of waste pickers scholarships. So we are more like a bridge. We are the facilitators to the waste pickers. Whatever their needs are, we are there to become that bridge, and so that they can easily cross and don't get lost in that bureaucracy. So these are our verticals. All the colors are related to the SDG goals we work on. SDG goals given by UN, and our verticals also go by the same colors. Bugri. Bugri means spinning top toy. That in Hindi it is called lattu. So that toy is called Bugri in Kannada. So we run small children's library in 12. I'm saying it's small, but it is not small. There is like 12 libraries, and the children come there at the evening. There are some tuitions, there are activities, and that's how we built a young kids as a community and the learning resource. So the next is Hasiru Manne. Hasiru means green, Manne means housing, house. So if you think about climate change, if you ever think about what's happening, I am from Himalayan state, but I work in Bangalore. In 2017, there was a massive flood in Bangalore. It was more like the wettest time, and the slums got flooded. Waste pickers were affected. The community which saves the environment is the first people to get affected by the climate change. This year, or 2023, is the driest for Bangalore. It has not rained in 1.5 years. So, and now they're suffering from, like, we don't have fans, we don't have, and it's so hot to work with a waste in that heat. Imagine the amount of waste and the heat and how they are going to manage it. So the marginalized communities who are saving the environment, also the first community who will suffer the consequences of climate change. That's how the housing team came in. Our housing vertical helps into access of better housing. Talk to the slum board to make the housing like with the solar panels. So that's how we grew in terms of the housing team. Next is, and it started with when 2017 Bangalore got flooded. In 2018, we had to come with a housing team. So we work with communities so closely, and so it happens like they come to us, and you cannot say no. You cannot say no, you're flooded, it's okay, just go and we'll help you in earning money to make income. No, we are, because this, when I said this word was given by the waste pickers, I'm also saying we should not exist in 10 years the way we exist today. And we don't exist like 10 years back. If I start, there was no space for them to run a center of a dry waste collection where they would go to the landfill or roads. Now they have their own space inside the ward where they become an operator. When I'm talking here, they're packing their bags and they will be attending first electoral congress of waste pickers in Argentina. So 3 waste pickers from Bangalore will go there and they will cast their first vote to make their own union, and they will be doing that. So we are not same what we were 10 years back, and I'm glad. But yeah, so community health, another challenge which the community face. Community works with the waste. We don't, okay, so your waste, if you, so I was talking to this waste picker. She's a sorter there, and she said, your clothes don't tell anything about you. How you talk doesn't tell anything about you. Your waist tells everything about you. What kind of a person you are, right? And I agree. I totally agree. So if you have left your food in the box you have received and you have sent it to the waste, then you have done a big mistake and she's going to be unhappy. Let me just tell you this. So the community working with waste, so it is like more like a Pandora box. They open the waste bags, and it could be anything. It could be mercury. It could be hazardous waste. People don't know how to segregate. So the health, we do a lot of health camps. We do during COVID, we had to push it, and we have grown so big. Now we are starting our mental health vertical inside the health, and then we are starting with substance abuse, because the marginalized community do suffer from substance abuse, and there is so much of oppression that ultimately they had to go towards that kind of a substance abuse. So now we are starting and growing in that sense. Next is this, I already told you, livelihood. Livelihood is one of the major part we started with 10 years back, where we asked the municipal corporation, BBMP, to give a space to the waste picker inside the ward, where they can sort the dry waste inside the ward, and they can make their income. They don't have to go to the landfill, right? So this what happened with the livelihood, and their livelihood got secured in that way. Then we expanded in 89 wards of Bangalore, which is like almost more than 1/3 of Bangalore, right? And the moment the waste pickers started earning that money, they started giving jobs. So there is a case study about Indumati. She has 88 employees. She was an ex-waste picker. She is now the operator of that facility. And there are 88 employees, and many of them have started their own centers also. So the community is coming together, because that opportunity where the big contractors don't act, the small waste picker who was not recognized for their work has gone up and done this work. So livelihood vertical was the start. Ocean and waterways, we do work in Mangalore. We are working with the government in saving that plastic waste should not go to the ocean. It is more like how Hasirudala has expanded into different verticals because it was the need. Like I said, like when we went to Mangalore, it was about the ocean. How the solid waste is going to the ocean. Next is textile waste. Okay, so this is where I hold my expertise. So I'll take 2 minutes extra maybe. So if you know what you're wearing, you're very smart. Like, you should know what you're wearing. Is it a cotton? Is it a polyester? Or is it a mix? If you're wearing a sari like me, you don't know, because you don't have a tag in a sari. Let's start there. If you don't know what you're wearing, you don't know what is the impact when it goes to the landfill. So whenever I do this, people say, oh no, Indians are very good. They make it a pocha and they make a wipe out of it. No. Only your father's t-shirt become a pocha. Have you ever seen your mother's sari become a pocha? Just tell me. Yeah? No. Correct. No. Right? So there is a stock of clothes in your cupboard, and so your best shirt is also not becoming a pocha. Your pant also is not becoming a pocha. It would be a very bad pocha also if you make a pant a pocha. So we worked in like 8 months, and there was 130 metric ton, 138,000 textile waste we collected from 8 wards, only 8 wards of Bangalore, right? And we had to, and we are like, now what we have to do? So South India is suffering. Let me just tell you, with textile waste, there is no facility which can recycle it. It is in Panipat. Across the world is suffering, because across the world material is coming to Panipat to get recycled. If you have time today, just type Panipat recycling, and then you will understand how much textile waste is coming to Panipat. And South India don't have anything. So we had to add extra money and send it to Panipat and get it recycled. 138 metric ton. Next is our MRF, which is material recovery facility, where you collect the material. It has to come to this, it cannot be mixed. It has to be either PET bottles or we have multiple material recovery facility. One is in Andhra. If anyone wants to visit there, you can. You are welcome to Bangalore also to visit our material recovery facility and see how we work, how the work has organically grown in a way that we are able to trace the material. If you had a Bisleri bottle, you had drink this and you have sent it to the correct waste system, it will get recycled. Don't think that plastic won't get recycled. Plastic has a price. I am not saying, but I'm just saying you need to understand you cannot mix with wet waste. You cannot mix it with you cannot, like your PET bottle, you cannot stuff it with your lace packet because that is a multi-layer plastic and that is a PET plastic. So you need to understand. I know it is difficult, but it has to be a behavioral change. And you cannot come tomorrow and say, oh, India is dirty. Yeah, it is dirty because... Okay, so this is more like a data collection team who does all the data collection. We have massive data of 25,000 waste pickers and their families for across verticals. And we work with DWCC and we work with BBMP and other government partners. These are on our website, the publications. You can go and read them and resources are available online. So you can definitely go and read these resources. Our policy and advocacy. When I talked about plastic, so when EPR, Extended Producer's Responsibility, does anyone know what is EPR? No. So when somebody made a water bottle, then they have a responsibility to get it recycled. Okay, so that is called Extended Producer's Responsibility. But how it has to be done, so there is these points and then they have to tell how much was recycled and all this. So there is a whole informal waste picker system, right? Who does collect these, like the waste pickers we work with, they collect all the plastics and send it to the recycler. But when the government introduced EPR, they kept waste pickers outside this whole system. Whatever is collected in informal sector by waste picker is not calculated. We don't know about it. So we are pushing for an EPR to include waste pickers. So these links are also available on our website. Social security, we have kept it the last, but it is not the least. It is the foundation of Hasiru Dala, where they came together. It is one of the biggest team also. And the people are from across age group. And when I first entered Hasiru Dala, and I was like, oh, there are so many women. Because these women go to the community, they get the bank paper done, PAN done, Aadhaar done. The first thing was the IDs, where we came, like, pushed government to give waste pickers the ID of a waste picker. That was the first ID. We are talking about the people who don't have any documents, right? And then that first ID came then, and it's endless. Now there are waste pickers, 88 waste pickers have paid income tax, right? And there are waste pickers who got themselves registered as an entity, and they are registered as GST entity. So it is not same what we were 10 years back. It is very different, and I'm glad it is different. I hope in future 10 years when we are talking about us, it is much more better. So zero waste is more like a pilot or a model where we talk about how your own ward. So we have a pilot in a police colony in Kormangala in Bangalore, where all the waste which happens inside that police colony is segregated, sorted, everything is done there. Now they have, just yesterday they were sending, oh, we have got so much of compost, and now they started selling it. So this is the ideal vision for us. The inside one ward, whatever waste is generated, it is treated there. And if you see, the landfill we are talking about should be scientifically managed. It should not, if it is creating a gas, that gas can always be used by the machinery you need. You cannot pile up in the end of outside the cities and pollute the villages who are living there and pollute their water. And then you end up saying that this is like the water is getting polluted. So it's important we hold that responsibility and see where our waste goes. If you don't know today where your waste goes, it's a problem. You should know where this waste ends, right? Even if you're doing a mixed waste, you will generate that kind of awareness. For that behavioral change, the amount of GHG we are producing, so we have a responsibility for next generation to give away what we got. We cannot ruin it. If it was a lot of plastic, let's just say we brought this is the plan, this is how we are going to behave. So I would suggest you all to start segregation, think about it. And if you think, oh, jo collect karne aate hain wo mila dete hain, nahi, they pick valuables. What are you saying? Everyone knows that they have to pick the plastic bottles, they have to pick the cardboards. They know exactly, they do it. They take the vehicle to the centers and they pick it out because you have mixed it. That does not make sense. Okay, thank you so much. So we have many verticals. If you all want to do the internships in different verticals, we have a research vertical also. So please let us know. You can mail us, you can contact us online, and our comms team is good enough to respond to all the mails. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ina, for your very insightful words. I believe it's extremely important for all of us to know where the waste that we are throwing is going, as per what she has mentioned. And I love the word you said, Ina, that what kind of a person you are is definitely understood by the waste that you throw. I believe that's a message we are going to take with us from you today. Thank you so much. Now we invite Mrs. Geetanjali Garu onto the stage to confer the memento. Coming up next, we have our next speaker, Rekha Srinivasan, CEO of United Way of Hyderabad. AV, please.
United Way of Hyderabad envisions a world where every individual and family achieves their fullest potential through education, income stability, and healthy lives. Guided by this powerful vision, United Way of Hyderabad has left an indelible mark on the communities it serves in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Through its relentless commitment to creating long-term social change, United Way of Hyderabad has made a profound impact on education, health, financial stability, and environmental sustainability. With programs meticulously tailored to address the specific needs of marginalized communities, United Way of Hyderabad has become a beacon of hope, empowering individuals and families to break the cycle of poverty and unlock new opportunities for growth and prosperity. As we celebrate the remarkable journey of United Way of Hyderabad, it is with great pleasure that we welcome Rekha Srinivasan, the CEO, to the stage. Her leadership and dedication have been instrumental in driving United Way of Hyderabad's mission forward, inspiring countless individuals to join the cause and make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Welcome, Rekha Srinivasan.
This is fine? Okay. No problem. Good afternoon, all. I don't want to be between the lunch and my session. I'll keep it very brief because I think there is only one purpose towards which we are all working. I'll just share what that purpose is and then we can move. So, a little bit of food for thought before we actually go to take a lunch break. I think I was very glad that, and I'm very glad that this is happening in a university. What I am today, a lot of it is because of the university where I studied. I think campuses were, places where a lot of ideas actually grew, and our teachers played very vital role in shaping what we are today and kind of people whom we have become. So, very glad that Osmania University has grabbed this opportunity and decided to host this event so that a lot more students can actually, get inspired, then decide. They are at a cusp of deciding what kind of future they want to have, what kind of life they would like to have, and no better opportunity than listening to various things that can be done and where they can actually put their energies into. I think I listened to a lot of such seminars, participated in conferences like this, and it helped me decide the career that I have chosen to be. So I'm glad over at the end of this day, after listening to so many people, there will be students who will make different kind of choices in their life. Just to begin with, did I switch it off? Okay. A little bit about United Way. United Way was formed 140 years ago by a group of volunteers. They felt that individually, each one was involved in different kind of, activity, volunteering activity, and they felt they were all corporate leaders, and they felt individually they were not able to get the kind of momentum that the community requires. So therefore, they all decided to form an organization, and that's how United Way was formed 140 years ago. So these were, this happened in United States, and a group of individuals decided that they will take, whenever they grow the business and take the businesses to other part of the world, one of the important things that they will do is also to take United Way's vision and mission with them wherever they went. So that's how we are today present in 41 countries across the globe, and we are present in 1,800 cities across the globe, and even in places like Middle East, China, and a large part of Africa, and now in India as well. But a lot of it is in United States because that's where the idea came in, but it is slowly spreading across the globe the way the businesses are spreading. I think even before we go there, I think all individuals, everybody occupies two kinds of positions. One is there is an opportunity for all of us to give, and we also have an opportunity to receive. So this is a very relative position. So there is no permanent thing like somebody who has received some kind of a support today is not in a position to give, or a person who has given today will not be in a position to receive support. So it's a very relative, and it is a cyclic kind of a process, and that is something I think none of people, we shouldn't forget as human beings. And because we are changing this position of giving and receiving, there is a lot more responsibility, I think, on each one of us in expanding whatever we are doing. And
We could be corporate leaders, we could be teaching, we could be entrepreneurs, or decide to work in a social sector space. I think whatever career opportunity we choose, this role of giving and receiving is not going to change. I think I just taking from previous speakers, like being a better human being or caring for humanity. Yes, it is not external to us. We want to do this because we want to be happy. We want to be happy, therefore we want to create a world which is better where we are living. I think this is what actually keeps us grounded and humble. And also the fact that today we are givers, tomorrow we could be receivers. So this is the vision with which actually United Way was started. One of the main purpose of this organization, or what we continue to do, is we put it in a sentence called as increasing the caring power in the community. So our entire focus is to engage people in different kind of initiatives through which there is an opportunity for people to care for others. So many times people have an intention to care, they want to do something, but they really don't know what to do and how to do. And each of us, there will be different circumstances. Today I might be able to give more time, tomorrow I might not have, because probably I'm busy engaged in generating an income for my country. So based on whatever is the scope and limitations that I have, I think it's a human nature to always keep looking for an opportunity to care for somebody. That caring starts with family, first with to ourselves. If we don't care for ourselves and really want to be happy, we'll never be able to spread happiness and that caring ability outside. So the first thing is to care for ourselves and love ourselves. And then immediately, then your circle expands. It is when we are young and small, probably it is immediately our friends and our family. But as we take on responsibility of being in different leadership roles or working for somebody, our sphere of influence actually keeps changing. So our ability to care according to the sphere of influence that we also have keeps changing. So that's why United Way feels that we wanted to harness this innate potential that is there in all human beings to care for others. And our mission and our vision is to increasing the caring power in the community. And how do we go about doing it? There are different ways in which we can do. For any person and for United Way, I think central to our work is the people and the communities in which people live. And we live in complex world, and there are multiple factors that can actually make or break us. So, but if we can actually broadly divide it, there are 4 factors that influence people's life. One is education, then access to work, employability, and an opportunity to upskill and actually have a better life. Then other one is good health. And the 4th one is what Hasirudala was talking about, is the environment. The 4th factor is a recent entry into the major breaker or maker of how somebody can lead a life. So these are the 4 areas in which actually United Way works. And we feel it's important to work on all 4 of them, because not working on any one of them, or if there is a lacuna of non-engagement or a disturbance in one area, can actually derail the other 3 things that can happen. We have seen what COVID did. We have seen after COVID, we have suddenly seen an increase in the enrollment of children in the government schools. Massive enrollment in government schools. So there is nothing to be really happy about this increase in children's education enrollment in government schools. It's only because parents can't afford paying for their children in private schools, therefore they have come here. Not because there is we have reached saturation where everybody is taking education. Similar thing has happened to healthcare as well. Healthcare has become so expensive. Even basic knowledge and even guidance about knowing whether I should consult a doctor for my current situation or not has also become very inaccessible. because everything is translated into terms of money and also availability of people. So this kind of a situation in which we are in can again derail us, and it will deny access to education. One bad health incident in a family, I think there are several studies which have shown there are two important things which actually push a family into poverty again. One is expenses related to education. Second thing is expenses related to healthcare. It can make a middle class family into a poor family. It can make poor family which is trying to get out of the vicious cycle of poverty back into the poverty. So that's the kind of an impact actually expenses related to education and health can have. So I think we as a society have moved away from being a socialist kind of a society where there were indicators. Like I remember my grandmother and others saying that the moment you start spending more money on your education and health, which means your society is going in the wrong direction. These are basic necessities for anybody to have a better life, and it should never become expensive. These should be services, or these could be whether it is private or free services, it has to be accessible to everyone. Only then we can dream of a equitable society. So today we seem to be going in the ulta direction, where we have made education very expensive, healthcare access to be very expensive, and therefore need for more and more people who can actually get into increasing their sense of caring for others. All of us who are studying to become teachers, studying to become doctors, studying to become scientists, we shouldn't lose this sense of our commitment to caring for others in whatever profession we are going to be. So that's what United Way is trying to be. That's the same message to all the students who are there. For others who are in the room, they are part of the scholarship programs that United Way runs. And only thing that we ask these students is to give it forward. Whatever the support that they are receiving today from organizations like ours, create an opportunity and find an opportunity to give it forward to others. That's the only way we are able to increasing the caring power in the community. So we do it slightly differently. What we do is we extensively work with corporate donors because it was formed by corporate leaders. United Way was formed by corporate leaders. And so our major focus is in building this caring power among corporate leaders, because one is if they can manage business, if they have access to the best of the technology, best of education, best of the resources, we have to push them to think about solving social problems. So therefore, by creating a lot of opportunities to be on boards of United Way and engaging them in different activities, we are figuring out how we can engage corporate leaders to give back to the society and create an opportunity for them. Second thing that we do is we engage corporate employees as well in giving back to the society, in solving the problems that are there. It could be they can come together and start a startup which can give a solution to the problems that we have, or become a band of volunteers who actually go and serve outside. So these are various things that we do. So globally, because I think we are slightly older, when the companies got formed, there was already an allegiance. So out of 500 Fortune 500 companies, 280 of them partner with United Way globally, and their leaders and their employees are engaged in various kind of activities that United Way does. In India, we are 40 years old. It was first started in Baroda, and now we are present in other cities as well, and Hyderabad being one of them. We operate pan-India, and we take up several kind of initiatives. We are predominantly known for fundraising, but that is not the only thing that United Way does. Because it's something popular, I think people associate United Way with a fundraising organization. So this is about Hyderabad. We are just 12 years old, and we want to be that platform which allows three major stakeholders for a society to run. That is, one is non-profits, civil society organizations. I don't mean registered non-profits alone. It could be SHG groups, or it could be farmers producer companies, any kind of a collective that is being formed. So we want to get them and corporate leaders, because that is one source through which we are trying to accelerate this entire power into, and the government. Government is the biggest NGO, whether we like it or not. Nobody provides service like how the government does. The scale at which government operates, all NGOs put together, I think we contribute to some 2 or 3% of what they do, both in terms of resources and efforts, and the kind of manpower and the network that they have. So it is not wise, I feel, to work away from the government. It's very important that we engage with the system and figure out actually how we work together and create synergy between the government, the people who can donate, and also the community, which has its intelligence and an agency to decide the kind of future that they would like to have. These are various services that we do for our donors, because we are mostly fundraising, resource mobilizing. These are various things that we do. And these are the different verticals under which we give grants and also mobilize volunteers to support. So education, healthcare, diversity, equity, inclusion is very critical to our work. So whenever, whatever initiatives we take under any of these verticals, we ensure that the first priority, or there is a very conscious effort made to be more inclusive in our work. So my call for action is, there are 3 ways in which you can actually show your caring power. One is volunteer. Please find time to volunteer in your neighborhood or with organizations, or figure out how you would like to. I can see Robin Hood Army here, and with the full-time job, I know what kind of volunteering Kiran is doing. And so if there is a will, there is always a way out, and I'm sure he will elaborately talk about it. So please do volunteer. That is in one way you can show that you care for people. The other thing is advocate for change. If there is a cause that you very strongly feel needs to change in the society, if it could be a behavioral change like what Hasirudala is talking about, I'm going to segregate waste and I'm not going to send it out. Please advocate for this among your neighbors, among your family members first, and to a larger extent if you are able to collectivize. So advocacy is one another way in which you can show that you care. And there is the easiest way of doing that is giving donations. So you can give grants as well. There are many, many non-profits which are doing wonderful work. Find an opportunity through which you can actually donate and part with the resources that you have. So that is the easiest. The last 2 are slightly difficult to do, but I really appeal and urge you people to focus on the second 2, because the first one is easier. And I think the people who are sitting in this room are already converted. There is a passion to do something. So I think we should focus more on volunteering and advocating for change. So thank you so much. So my last word is increasing the caring power in the community in which you are living. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Rekha Srinivasan, for your wonderful words. It was really wonderful to hear you speak about things like this. And now we invite upon stage Mr. Vijay Garu to confer her with the memento. Yes.
No, no, thank you. No, no, please. Why don't you just go ahead and ask?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of College of Engineering and Usmania Foundation, first and foremost thing, I think we should thank Veena Garu and Sai Garu to have the TALTalks over here in OU campus, and has provided an opportunity for our children on campus to reach out to so many social causes. And to give feedback, we have two not-for-profit organizations in this university. I think UA is one of them, which is, they're going to present today. I think they're the last speakers. Completely end-to-end run by our own children from campus. Then there's another group that is called Sahayam, wherein I think they deal with the pressures of the students in terms of their, education pressure or whatever it is. Okay, it is more on the psychological and behavioral side. So I think it's fantastic to have you guys here. And I'm sure when you leave from here today, you would have created an impact on many of our children, because we mentor kids over here and an interaction with most of them. The areas that you have been working on, some of you guys, our children are already volunteering or have been there. So I think my sincere request is, we do TED Talk and all that. Okay, the students over here, every year we have Usmania TED Talk. My appeal to Veena and Sai Gundawali is, if we can make TALTalks a ritual on OU campus, and it will be hosted at Engineering College, I think that will be a great opportunity for our children to catch up with. Because I think what has happened is, when we were studying or when we were young, our generations, we had access to all aspects of, building our social skills. Okay. But in this century, what we observe is the children are very single focused, especially till about 12th grade. So when they come into undergraduation, into the university, they don't have opportunities to actually, blossom. I think as the previous generation, we should create those. And I would request TAL, and Transformers to make it a ritual, and our children will run the show. Okay, thank you. Now, I think, Rekha Srinivasanji is here. And United Way has already is funding about close to 40 children, complete end-to-end education at OU College of Engineering. We thanks a lot, ma'am. Not only scholarships, but they also have funded us with, machines, computers, the latest kind of a thing. This being a state university, we're actually squeezed for funds. I shouldn't be saying this in this podium, but that's a fact. So I think there's a lot of contribution that actually comes from the alums, okay, and the NGOs that are around. We go and talk to them, including corporates. We raise a lot of CSR fund. Okay. Now we have those children who have benefited through United Way, and they would like to come here, and they said, we want to have a photograph with, madam. That's okay. Yeah, all children, United Way scholarship children, please come. No, they're there. Please. Please, all of you, quickly. I think it's already lunchtime and we need to go. Complete stand. One row can stand in the front. Can all of us will come? Pillal running. You have not made that.
My team
Hey, okay, ముందు నీళ్ళు on చేయండి రా. ముందు అందరు అబ్బాయిలు నీళ్ళు on చేయండి. Yeah, come, one of us. Come. And this is the last part. We've already done close to 2 uploads. You don't do anything. No, that's okay. Thank you, children. Just remember the, promise or whatever Rekha Garu has suggested. You need to give it forward when you're growing up in life. Okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Amazing.
Thank you so much, Rekha ji. This is amazing to see the impact, and you're already touching so many people's life. Thank you for the work.
Before we move on for our lunch break, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Usmania Foundation for collaborating with us for the second edition of TALTalks. The Osmania Foundation, established in 2022, connects alumni and current students, fostering pride, knowledge sharing, and mentorship. It promotes charitable initiatives, scholarships, and technological advancements to enhance academic and infrastructural development at Osmania University. Thank you so much, Osmania Foundation, for collaborating with TALTalks for this particular edition. Thank you so much. Let us take a brief intermission for lunch before we proceed for the next segment. We encourage attendees to engage with one another during this interval, and let's please make sure to be back in 30 minutes so that we can continue further. We've got a very huge, I wouldn't say huge, that gets scary. It's a very wonderful lineup for you all. So we have Robin Hood Army coming up, and then we have EFIL. We have Dr. Sampath and Dr. Kalpana Sampath Garu here with us, and we have the Youth for Jobs, TAL blood donations, and Beggars Corporation, Chandra Mishra Garu from Beggars Corporation as well, and we have Yuva. So please don't delay. Let's be back after 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
social issues and profits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals. This platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by Life Foundation is founded on the principle that helping others is good for society, and Tall Radio is formed to strengthen such a noble vision. In a short span of 2 years, Tall Radio was able to bring numerous nonprofits and changemakers on its platform. More than 2,000 interviews, documentaries, blogs, and posts were made to popularize their work, recognize their dedication, and turn them as an inspiration for the rest. Tall Radio has reached more than 300 nonprofits to share their work and vision with the world. It was a heart-winning effort where nonprofits are empowered with recognition and audiences are educated with social issues. Tall Radio has been a partner in kindness for all the nonprofits to popularize their cause and support their events. More than 7 million reach of Tall Radio authenticates the recognition of nonprofits and changemakers by the society. We know that this is just a beginning and wish to turn every listener into a changemaker. Hospitals is a first-of-its-kind online platform that connects patients in need of pro bono healthcare with trusted doctors and top-notch hospitals to get critical services in a timely manner. Tall Hospitals is empowering doctors to make a meaningful difference to underserved communities and help reduce healthcare disparities by offering pro bono healthcare services. Tall Hospitals is also enabling hospitals to strengthen community relations and enhance their goodwill and reputation by providing free and low-cost healthcare services to those in need. It's absolutely 100% free. Let us build a healthier world. Join this healthcare revolution today. Giving is a unique online crowdfunding and crowdsourcing platform that connects willing and kind donors with those in need of help. Tall Giving is an absolutely free to use, super simple, user-friendly, and an impactful platform. With Tall Giving, individuals and organizations can give and receive timely help and support in multiple ways, including fundraising, blood donation, plasma donation, scholarships, internships, volunteering, mentoring, career help, board member, event speaker, podcasts,
COVID help. Tall Giving has a thriving community of 13.5K individuals, 200 plus nonprofits and counting who have raised more than $290,000 over 300 plus campaigns. Become a kindness ninja and drive lasting social change. Join Tall Giving now. Hospitals is a first of its kind online platform that connects patients in need of pro bono healthcare with trusted doctors and top-notch hospitals to get critical services in a timely manner. Tall Hospitals is empowering doctors to make a meaningful difference to underserved communities and help reduce healthcare disparities by offering pro bono healthcare services. Tall Hospitals is also enabling hospitals to strengthen community relations and enhance their goodwill and reputation by providing free and low-cost healthcare services to those in need. It's absolutely 100% free. Let us build a healthier world. Join this healthcare revolution today. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time.
Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Life Foundation is founded on the principle that helping others is good for society, and Tall Radio is formed to strengthen such a noble vision. In a short span of 2 years, Tall Radio was able to bring numerous nonprofits and changemakers on its platform. More than 2,000 interviews, documentaries, blogs, and posts were made to popularize their work, recognize their dedication, and turn them as an inspiration for the rest. Tall Radio has reached more than 300 nonprofits to share their work and vision with the world. It was a heart-winning effort where nonprofits are empowered with recognition and audiences are educated with social issues. Tall Radio has been a partner in kindness for all the nonprofits to popularize their cause and support their events. More than 7 million reach of Tall Radio authenticates the recognition of nonprofits and changemakers by the society. We know that this is just a beginning and wish to turn every listener into a changemaker. In a world grappling with profound challenges like poverty, hunger, gender inequality, climate crisis, and the urgent need for clean water and sustainable energy, the potential of 1.7 billion young minds around the globe remains our brightest beacon of hope. The United Nations has set forth 17 ambitious sustainable development goals to be achieved by 2030, a clarion call for collective action from individuals, businesses, and communities worldwide. At the heart of this transformative journey are our youth, poised to become architects of a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world. Introducing Tall Transformers, a pioneering global incubator initiative by Touch a Life Foundation dedicated to igniting the spirit of social innovation in young minds. Our mission is bold and clear: to empower at least 1 million young visionaries with the tools of entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and advocacy, molding them into champions of social change. Our program is a tapestry of opportunities, a trailblazing virtual global incubator for high school and college students. Partnerships with over 200 schools across the US, UK, and India. Comprehensive training programs that have already enlightened over 8,000 students. A flourishing incubator with over 600 innovative ideas in health tech, climate tech, and AI for social good, all blossoming on our dynamic online platform. Our Tall Transformers after-school clubs and high schools are not just extracurricular spaces, but powerhouses of philanthropic action, making several tangible impacts in local homeless and underserved communities with substantial donations and essential supplies such as books, backpacks, hygiene kits, food supplies, and others. And 2023 marked a significant milestone with our partnership at the India Startup Fest, leading one of India's largest youth startup pitch fests. Further expanding our horizon, we've established an on-ground incubator at Osmania University in Hyderabad, set to inspire over 200,000 students in India. Our alliance with schools, nonprofits, and corporations is steadily cultivating a global force of youth transformers. We are not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we are actively crafting it. Join us at Tall Transformers and be a part of this extraordinary journey to shape a future that is as bright and promising as the potential of our youth. Giving is a unique online crowdfunding and crowdsourcing platform that connects willing and kind donors with those in need of help. Tall Giving is an absolutely free to use, super simple, user-friendly, and an impactful platform. With Tall Giving, individuals and organizations can give and receive timely help and support in multiple ways, including
fundraising, blood donation, plasma donation, scholarships, internships, volunteering, mentoring, career help, board member, event speaker, podcasts, COVID help. Tall Giving has a thriving community of 13.5K individuals, 200 plus nonprofits and counting who have raised more than $290,000 over 300 plus campaigns. Become a kindness ninja and drive lasting social change. Join Tall Giving now. All Hospitals is a first of its kind online platform that connects patients in need of pro bono healthcare with trusted doctors and top-notch hospitals to get critical services in a timely manner. Tall Hospitals is empowering doctors to make a meaningful difference to underserved communities and help reduce healthcare disparities by offering pro bono healthcare services. Tall Hospitals is also enabling hospitals to strengthen community relations and enhance their goodwill and reputation by providing free and low-cost healthcare services to those in need. It's absolutely 100% free. Let us build a healthier world. Join this healthcare revolution today. Top Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time.
Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future.
Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience, reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Touch a Life is committed to providing tools to individuals, nonprofit organizations, and corporations to catalyze positive change and transformation. In a world marked by diverse challenges such as poverty and other pressing issues, Touch a Life firmly believes that every entity possesses the potential to be a change maker and transformer. At the core of Touch a Life's mission is the aspiration to amplify social impact. To achieve this, the organization offers a suite of digital platforms, each tailored to different aspects of social betterment. Tall Giving, this platform simplifies philanthropy, making it more accessible and impactful for individuals and organizations, donors, and donees without any charges. Tall Radio, focusing on amplifying social advocacy, Tall Radio provides a platform for voices to be heard on critical social issues and a free marketing platform for nonprofits to promote their work and causes. Tall Transformers, dedicated to amplifying social entrepreneurship, Tall Transformers supports innovative solutions to address societal challenges and trains young minds in social entrepreneurship and philanthropy and social advocacy through its programs. Tall Leader, for those interested in providing social mentorship to nurture future leaders and change agents. Tall Hospitals, this platform emphasizes social wellness and promotes healthcare initiatives that enhance the well-being of communities through its world-first ever pro bono services. Every year, we spotlight the unsung heroes of our community with the Tall Hero Awards. These are given to standout individuals, dedicated nonprofits, and companies that go the extra mile in their social responsibilities. The results of our continuous efforts are clear. Tall Transformers has positively influenced over 25,000 students, and Tall Radio has sent messages of hope and change to a global audience,
reaching 12 million listeners with its 3 channels and social handles, podcast and YouTube. We're not just a platform, we're a movement. Every photo and video we share tells a story of change, impact, and the power of collective action. At the heart of Touch a Life is a mission to weave a network of positive change, one action at a time. Touch a Life aims to establish a global network of changemakers and transformers through these digital platforms, united in their mission to address the world's most pressing problems and contribute to a more equitable and sustainable future. Tall Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Tall Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, changemakers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of changemakers. Tall Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering,
corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Tall Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Top Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much more. Tall Transformers engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with a global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social
Only
service,
problem stretch
and
చేస్తే మళ్ళీ
developing
connectivity
social
cables
innovations
అంతవరకు
to drive societal progress. Tall Transformers
అయితే ఇప్పుడు వెంటనే
multidimensional
చేయించేది చెప్పండి ఎవరు
programs
చేయాలి?
that include learning, volunteering, corporate
ఇక్కడ
social
పెట్టచ్చా?
connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions,
అది better
leadership
actually.
అవును యాక్చువల్ అదే కరెక్ట్ కూడా.
Tall Transformers
అది
engages, encourages, and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers, and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with the global tribe of change makers. Transformers is empowering young
అక్కడికి వెళ్తే
leaders to
మళ్ళీ
make a
స్పీకర్స్ కి
social
అంత
impact.
స్పేస్ ఉండదు.
Tall Transformers
కాదు, నా మూల
nurtures young
పెట్టుకోలే, ఆ
minds
మూల
to solve
పెట్టుకోలేము ఇంట్లో
real-world challenges by taking positive social action,
జరుగుతున్నావు
engaging in
వాళ్ళు కనపడట్లేదు అసలు అంటుంటే
developing social innovations
ఎట్లా
to
సెట్
drive
చేయాలి?
societal
అవును
progress.
అర్థమైంది అర్థమైంది.
Tall Transformers offers multidimensional programs that
ఇది ఇంకా
include
వెనకాల
learning, volunteering, corporate social connects, mentoring, innovation projects, ideathons, competitions, leadership conferences, and much
ఇది
more.
కూడా better.
కదా
Tall
అదే
Transformers
ఒకసారి కళ్యాణ్
అది better.
encourages and empowers students to become social entrepreneurs, change makers,
just-
and leaders. Join Tall Transformers now to connect with the global tribe of change makers. Tall Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact. Tall Transformers nurtures young minds to solve real-world challenges by taking positive social action, engaging in volunteering and social service, and developing social innovations to drive societal
సరిపోద్దాం ఇక్కడ కానీ ఇది అయిపోయింది
Transformers offers multidimensional programs that include
వీడియోస్ కి మనకి అది క్లియర్ గా రావాలి.
వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిందనుకోండి కొంచెం హైట్ బెంచ్ వస్తే మీరు ఎట్లా వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు ఉన్నారు కదా కిందికి వెళ్ళిపోతారు కదా.
అవును.
దట్స్ ఫైన్ కదా.
Tall Transformers engages,
వెనకాల
encourages,
నీరేనా
and empowers
లేదు,
students
కాదు.
to become social entrepreneurs,
కెమెరా
and leaders. Join
కళ్యాణ్
Tall
కొద్దిగా పట్టు.
Transformers now
కేబుల్
to
తీసేయాలి
connect with the global tribe of
కేబుల్
change
తీసేసి
makers. Transformers is empowering young leaders to make a social impact.
That's okay. No problem. ఉంది. ఇది బెస్ట్ ఇది. అది కాకూడదు. ఓకే కదా?
Welcome back, everyone. We trust you have utilized this break to introduce yourselves and foster collaborations. While your stomachs may be satisfied, our roster isn't complete just yet. So let's keep waiting for more speakers here. Moving on, let's introduce our next speaker, Kiran Kumar K, City Representative, Robin Hood Army. AV, please.
Today, we have the honor of showcasing the remarkable work of the Robin Hood Army, a volunteer-based organization committed to fighting hunger and spreading compassion worldwide. Founded on the streets of Delhi in 2014, the Robin Hood Army has grown exponentially, serving 140 million individuals in 406 cities across 13 countries. This initiative is led by dedicated volunteers known as Robins. The organization collects surplus food from restaurants and communities to distribute to needy people. From homeless families to orphanages, hospital patients, and elderly care homes, the Robin Hood Army aims to make a meaningful impact on the lives of the less fortunate. Central to their efforts is the Robin Hood Academy, which provides primary education to over 7,328 street children. Through weekend classes and outings, the Academy instills a love for learning and serves as a bridge between the streets and formal education. We warmly welcome Karen, the city representative of the Robin Hood Army, to share their inspiring journey and vision for a world where every child has access to education and enough food. Please join us in celebrating their commitment to serving humanity and bringing hope to those in need.
Let's please welcome Mr. Kiran Kumar onto the stage with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. It's a post-lunch session. I know some people might be sleepy, but we're all connected here for a good cause. Hope this session goes well for next 15 minutes. First of all, good afternoon again to all. Robin Hood Army, maybe you can raise your hand. How many of you know Robin Hood Army? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 10 to 20%, 30%. Thank you. Yeah, I just elaborate more like what is Robin Hood Army? I think hope all of you heard of Robin Hood. There is a Bollywood character, it's a very famous character where this character steals the money from rich people and give it to the poor people. So it's a similar naming convention that we have done is Robin Hood Army is also similar to that. But this Robin Hood is kind of zero funded organizations. We don't collect money, but what we do, we steal our free time. And this free time we just try to spend to collect surplus food from different restaurants and etc. and give it to the less fortunate people. So that's the difference between the Robin Hood character and Robin Hood Army, whatever we do. Why the name Army came into picture? So as you know, Indian Army actually, it's all, there is no religion. So all the religions people can opt for army, etc. So similar to that, Robin Hood Army also a non-religious organization. So we work towards, there's no religion specific. So we collect food either from Hindus, Muslims, it doesn't matter for us. And also we're kind of an apolitical. So when you wear this green shirt, obviously if you see this green shirt, so we don't think of, we just mingle with the people. So we collected the food from surplus food from restaurants and we go to a slum or orphanage or old age home, we mingle with them, we understand their concerns and we work very closely with them to understand their concerns and fulfill their needs. That's why this is called Robin Hood Army. The title says serving the hungry citizen. So hopefully I'm going move. Okay. A quick question. Have you wondered what is the cause of most deaths in the world? The AV covers most of this stuff. It's not the cancer or any other disease. What is that? Anybody? Any guesses? Hunger. Thank you, ma'am. See, hunger is the answer. Thank you. The next question, did you ever think what happens to the surplus food that is left over in marriages and other occasions? So we have seen so many marriages, vacations. What happens? We just throw it in the garbage. Thank you. It ends up in landfills, it goes waste. We just, ma'am, talked about waste segregation and waste pickers, etc. So it is ending up with landfills. So this Robin Hood Army is just a gap. Okay, it fulfills the gap. What it does is like, it distributes the surplus food, okay, collects it from the marriage function halls and etc. We as volunteers, we go and pick it up with our own containers. We pick up the food and give it to the less fortunate people. In one way, we are saving the hunger. We are serving the hungry people. At the same time, we are safe. We are keeping the environment safe. So this I collected from this website. If you go to the robinhoodarmy.com website, you can see this information. So just to see the statistics, we have served so far 141 million meals. So we call it as a smiles. Okay, when you serve a particular person with stomach full of food, that we call it as a smile. So far it's established in 2014. In last 10 years, I would say we are completing in August 10 years. So we have served so far, I think last Friday, this 141 million meals we have served. Thank you. And we spread across 406 cities, across 13 countries, and overall registered volunteers are 2,51,000 across India. So we are almost, turned off 2,50,000 volunteers. Who are all we? Okay, maybe from morning you've heard of multiple speakers saying about, okay, there's the CEO of the organization or the founder and etc. etc. But this Robin Hood Army, all the volunteers, they're all just volunteers. Okay, their primary earning is completely different. There could be students, college students, and IT employees, business people, and so on. And even senior citizens we have, and we have kids studying 7th class, 8th class, also serving along with us with their parents, etc. So we're all just volunteers. Okay, and we do all these activities in our free time. So for example, I'm working for an IT company as a director, And in my free time, I do all of these activities. So that's how we work. So the volunteers in this organization works with heart, I would say, very, very close to. Imagine like there is call, we get it from 1,000 people leftover food in from one of the function hall, very big function hall you think of. So we mobilize the people very quickly. In Hyderabad, you think of like we have 16 clusters. In each and every cluster, we have approximately 15 to 100 robins and volunteers we call it as. So let us consider that in the Gachibowli, there is an area of 1,000 people food left over. Example, think of a 5,000 people food they prepared and 1,000 people left over. In the nearest clusters, people, all the robins mobilize. They go there with their own containers. We have our own containers. If you see our cars, we have the Robin Hood Army logo and we carry the containers all the time. We never know when they get the ad hoc call, a food call. So we just go, pick it up the food, and we know where to distribute. Just group of robins collect together, and this 1,000 people food we can distribute within 2 hours of time. That's the capability this Robin Hood Army has. So as I mentioned, we are spread across 13 countries, Pakistan, Zambia, you can think of even, Bangladesh, including India. We are spread across 13 countries and 430 cities. So what's our vision? It's a global hunger problem. We are resolving it, okay, with the best of humanity. We talked about from morning, humanity is something that we have to bring it out. So what we do is like we keep this food as a medium to bring this humanity. As I mentioned, like whenever we get a call for the food, so we go and collect the food, and when we work with this particular slums or orphanages or old age homes, we work with them very closely, try to understand their problems and try to resolve. So as I mentioned, we are zero funded organization. Who are all the donors for us? So if you consider, one of our best donors are communities. So you talk about Aparna community in Hyderabad or My Home Jewels, any community you talk about, we are tied up with. So they are the real donors for us. The first activity we do, as somebody was mentioning in the morning, the majority of the students studying in the government schools are the real needy people. So we work with all the government schools in Hyderabad. We are proud to say that if you talk about any government primary school, UPS or high school, we would have visited and understand their concerns and would have resolved it with our donors as part of the community. So that's the velocity that we work with overall. So what we do, like with the donor support, we distribute breakfast. Nowadays, like the Telangana government has given the initial some schools, every mandal one school they got this breakfast, etc. But you think of that there are so many schools not even getting the breakfast. So we serve the breakfast as well as the milk in the government schools. So the donors are again community. From the community, they give the milk. So what we usually do, like we go and pick up the milk or breakfast from their location, from their community, and go to the school and distribute, and then come back and return the containers, whatever it is. That's the basic work that we do in our free time again. So we have seen this increase of 15%. So when we speak with these principals and etc., they were saying, yeah, by looking at these milk programs and the breakfast programs, we would have observed that 15% of the increase, and school assisted attendance is increased by 75%. That's a great achievement from the Robin Hood Army. And the students from the private schools have also started joining. You know, like private schools are too expensive post pandemic situation. There are so many people, students especially, joining in the government schools. And also, especially, we have observed that the 10th class students during this examination time, so they had to spend late evenings and etc. So Robin Hood Army helping them in terms of giving the snacks in the evening so that they won't go back to home hungry. So these are all the milk and breakfast programs that we do from the community initiatives perspective. So during the pandemic, as I mentioned already, food distribution initiatives, we collect the food, excess food and surplus food, and then we distribute it. And we distribute groceries. So as Robin Hood Army is very familiar and we have very good connect with the donors and the needy people, so we get calls from the specific location saying like, okay, a particular family is struggling and they were not able to manage their regular activities, or they are not able to earn anything. So in those cases, what we usually do, we go and distribute the groceries. So what we usually do is like we post this particular request in our donors group, in the community groups. And if anyone is really wanted to contribute for that, again, anything we collect is kind. Okay. So what usually these donors will do is like they procure groceries for 1 month, and our volunteers, wherever they are located, they go to that particular donor's house, pick up these particular groceries and give it to the needy, and ensure that this particular transaction overall, whatever we do, is posted to the donor. That's the basic activities as part of the grocery distribution RHA does. Sanitary kits distributions, grocery distributions we have done, even we help TV artists during the pandemic. COVID assistance. So we have our volunteers part of sanitization. So we have, especially you see that during the COVID time, we went to the slums and we did the sanitization. So you can see the pictures there. The sanitization we have done almost all, slums in Hyderabad. The next initiative is the rural initiatives. So as we understand that we have almost completed 10 years by this August, and in cities especially 35% of the population resides, and remaining 65% of the population is in rurals. So we understood the concerns from the rurals, so we just trying to work towards the rural development. So we're just trying to identify the needy people from the rurals and trying to help them in next 10 years. That's our goal for next 10 years. So rural upliftment, especially we work with tribals. I think most of, one of the NGO I heard that they're working with the tribals people. So we also work with tribals. We give solar lights to these people, especially in the dark they stay within the forest, and also fogger machines. And during the pandemic, we have given the good quality seeds also through the donor support, where they can able to plant it, and then they're able to get this. And during the floods, the houses were drowned into the water, etc. During that time, we try to give from the corporate tie-ups, tarpaulin sheets, blankets, and etc. In tribals especially, we work with very interior tribals, okay, where they do not have even a particular road to go inside. Okay, our vehicles cannot go, four-wheelers cannot go, especially when the bicycles and two-wheelers can go inside. So we reach to the unreached places of those, and then we help them in terms of, even with last year, we constructed a particular bridge school in one of the tribals where the kids, especially below 8 years, 9 years, they come together and they have the midday meal. So we arrange it through the donors help groceries to them so that they can cook and give the food to this particular students there in the bridge school. So groceries distribution, I think you see here, we covered almost all the tribal hamlets in the east and west Godavari, and even Nagar Karnool towards Srisailam and even Badadri districts. So we helped even physically challenged people. And rural upliftment activities I already spoke about. We built the bridge school, and you can see the pictures there. One of the family in the particular tribal hamlet cooked the food for the particular kids, and then they serve it there itself. These are the bridge schools that we have developed in Palvancham, Rachanagudam, Sakivagu, Mulakalapalli hamlets that we are currently working with. So through the donors and community donor support, we send the groceries to these particular people. In one of the family, they cook and serve to this particular midday meals to these people. Seed kits I talked about. Health checkups. So during the pandemic, with the doctor's help, we were able to do the health checkups in the rural areas and tribal hamlets. So this is the picture we have taken when we worked with Cyberabad Police Commissionerate. During the pandemic, all of you know that there is a plasma requirement is heavily needed. During that time, we worked with Cyberabad Police Commissionerate SCSC group, and these are all my army. If you see there, so the people spend almost morning to evening, okay, in the office calling the donors for the plasma requirements and etc. So this is the COVID force. I would proudly say during the pandemic, 65 of our volunteers dedicatedly 24/7 worked in these particular aids: medical, blood donation, plasma donation, oxygen support, hospital admissions. So I was leading this. Actually, I have seen morning 2 o'clock, I woke up and they see there is a group actively going on site trying to find out an admission in the hospital in the night, morning 2 o'clock. And the ambulance will go on, and then these people try to find out nearest hospital where this oxygen support is required. And they 24/7 they worked actually to ensure that the proper help is given to the citizens. Senior patrol, as you know, like during the pandemic, especially the parents, grandparents stay in Hyderabad, and kids, sons and daughters staying in US and etc. So we identified there is a requirement for these people, either from the vaccination point of view or the food or something. So that's why we started an initiative called Senior Patrol. So what we have done is, like, for example, if any elder people wanted to go for the vaccination, so we helped them in terms of booking the cab and ensuring that they reach to the hospital and get the vaccinated and they go back home safely. So these are the activities you can see. And some of the requests we got it for food. So due to different reasons, they were not able to cook food at home. They're not actually the needy people. As mentioned, like the elder people are not, they have the family. It doesn't mean that they don't have the family and they are rich as well. But still there is no support from the family. So we can see the pictures there that we order food, the donors will order the food and we pick it the food and then given to this particular senior people. This is the picture we have taken where one of the elderly people wanted to go for vaccination and we booked the cab and ensured that they complete their vaccination in there. So this is the food wing we have. The second wing we have is the academy. So what we usually do is, like, these volunteers, people can actually opt for either food distribution or from the academy. So our volunteers, what they do is, like, they identify the slum where the students goes to the government schools, and we run the tuitions. Every Saturday weekend, as you know, the IT employees especially free on Saturdays and Sundays. So every Saturday, Sunday, we run the tuitions in the slums areas. You can see here, these are the online classes we have conducted during the COVID. Okay, 10th class and intermediate students, virtually we helped them in studies. And you can see here all the blue sheets. These are all on the road. Okay, if you find it blue houses or slums kind of thing, on the road we just keep this blue sheet and then we teach them tuitions. This happens on almost every weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So totally we are running in Hyderabad 10 academies, especially 500 students we teach in our free time. And curriculum is designed. So as you know that government schools, the standard is little bit low. So our curriculum is in such a way that they learn the basic English, Telugu kind of, and then the next level system. Depending on the student's capacity, we divide these particular categories like whatever the government schools do, and we teach them in during our free time. 50%. So our other motive of academy is the admissions. As you know, there are so many kids not going to the school. So through the food medium, what we usually do is whenever we go to a particular slum, we ask them whether they are going to school or not. If they are not going to school, we identify why they are not going to school, is the required documentation required or not. Because we closely associate with almost all the government schools, we try to work with the HMs and then enroll them. This is one of the objective we have it as part of the academy. You can see almost 50 plus children placed in private and government schools that we have as part of the admissions. And we support them through the academic drives, giving the tuitions, especially during our free time. So there is a initiative that we have taken recently is called Project Swadesh. In last August 2023, I think I have in the next slide. Yes. Mission Swadesh. So August 15, last 2023, August 15, we have taken initiative to help the rural. So we have touched upon almost 1,424 villages and served almost 9.17 million meals in August 2023, last month itself. 1 month we were able to serve 9.17 million meals. So you are wondering how we have done this 9.17 millions. So this is something what we have done. We touched upon all over India, the nearest rural villages we have identified. And in each and every village, 5 to 10, 20 families we have identified and we provided the groceries to them. So what we usually calculate the miles or million meals that we are calculating is if you serve 1 kg of rice to them, we calculate as 8 meals. As you know, like when you cook food, 1 kg food, 8 people can eat. That's how we calculate. In that way, we have served almost 9.17 million meals in last year, August 2000. Every August, we take usually one initiative. As part of the Mission Swadesh, we were able to achieve this. This is a summary of 10 years of RHA. So we started with 8 cities. Now we are with 400 plus cities almost in 10 years. And our goal of next 10 years is to expand this pan-India level, almost in each and every rural or non-rural, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 city. Any city or any village you talk about, our establishment is there of our army. So that's how we are expanding in such a way that we help each and every needy people across world. That's the overall objective of 10 years of RHA. This is a very basic culture. So we always feel, so let's consider like I went ahead and then distributed food for 1,000 people. Then I always feel that I am 1% done. There are 99% remaining. That's the tagline we have it, 1% done. We always feel that we encourage ourselves to ensure that remaining 99% we have to work towards. That's the kind of motivation that we keep doing it for 1% done. Zero funds, anything we accept is in kind. Okay, if anyone wants to help us, it should be in kind. Either you give the groceries or you give any fresh food or surplus food, everything is in kind, we accept. Think less and do more. We never think of, for example, you think of in Rajasthan, there is a railway accident happened. There are around 40 robins nearest to the place just jumped. And then along with the CRF team, they worked and they mobilized these particular people to the hospitals, nearest hospital. That's the velocity we have it. So anything any problem that you see, either the floods, especially in the recent past, we had this Assam floods. During that time, our volunteers went ahead and then distributed the food in the flooded areas. We always think less and do more. Decentralize. So as I mentioned, there is no office at all for the Robin Hood Army. You're all volunteers. We're all employees. In our free time, we do these activities. Every city is decentralized in such a way that we work internally with the WhatsApp groups and manage all the food activities. We take end-to-end ownership. Whatever we do, it's a one-team concept we follow. Apolitical. Whatever the activities that we do, we don't think it from the political way. It's all whatever we do from the heart we do and then move on. We support all religions. Lead on the field. So whenever we enter it, we just ensure that the needy gets all the help, whatever is required. And towards this particular Robin Hood Army works towards the empathy. So this is how we can join RHE. So volunteer time, if any of you have free time, just like us, so you can join Robin Hood Army through the site robinhoodarmy.com. And technology wise, we improved. Now we are into chatbot. So you can just say hi to the WhatsApp number 8971 966 164 and you will be directed to the site and it will keep on asking some questions. Where you wanted to volunteer, or you wanted to do volunteering, or you wanted to become a donor, or you wanted to work as a volunteer in academy. Those options will come and then you can register directly. That's all I have. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Special thanks to TALTalks for giving this platform. Thank you one and all. Any questions anyone have? Yeah. Very good question, sir. Yeah. So what we usually do, we always feel that if you are able to eat that food, then only you serve. Otherwise, you don't serve it. So whenever we go for particular, we get a call saying, like, for example, they would have cooked it in the afternoon and they would have called us around 4 o'clock, afternoon 4 o'clock. So we go and then check it. The first thing the Robins do is the taste everything. You don't even think of every veg item, if I'm veg, I don't touch non-veg, but otherwise veg and non-veg, every item we taste it first and then we give it to the people. It's not only there when picking up from the donor, even while distributing also we taste it and then give it. That's how we maintain the hygiene. First, we wanted to taste it. The vessels we usually keep at home. So so actually it's like our own containers. Okay, it's not like in Robin Hood Army doesn't have any specific containers or something. We keep our own containers. We wash it every time when you come back. And then when you take it again, wash it and then take it back. That's how we maintain the hygiene. Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiran Kumar, for providing us with valuable insights on collaborative strategies to address global hunger. And we truly admire your administrative strategy, definitely. And now we invite upon stage Mr. Somayajilu Garu, Vice President Operations, Solix Technologies, to confer Mr. Kiran Kumar with the memento.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the privilege to present this memento to Robin Hood Academy. Before that, I would like to say a couple of things. In the initial part of the discussion, Sir has mentioned about how many of you know about Robin Hood. And his conclusion was something around 30%, 35%, 40%. So how we can fill that gap, reaching out to more the people. So there is a motto, and that is the biggest plan behind all these things for us, to make all these SDGs and initiatives reach out to the maximum number of the people. TAL giving provides such an opportunity, such a platform, so that they can be put onto the TAL giving, and we will try our best. This is another opportunity for you to reach out to the people. It's not that it's not aware of all the people, or may be aware or may not be aware, but TAL giving can provide a certainly a good platform for this initiative to reach out to the maximum number of the people. And we got our volunteers working with you. If you got time and any interest, maybe our team can reach out to you, so we can collaborate. And this how the purpose of this TALTalks will be achieved. So with this word, probably I would like to thank Robin Hood Academy. This is a very thought-provoking idea. I know that a bunch of other people are also working in food wastage, etc. But some of the things that you mentioned just now are really a little bit innovative. Working with their own instruments, cleaning them, making something. If you can collaborate in terms of even making some kind of food banks also down the line, that will add more value to this entire initiative. With these few things, I would like to give this memento to Robin Hood Academy from TAL Giving. Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have Dr. Kalpana Sampath and Dr. J.M. Sampath, the dynamic duo behind EFIL Educational Services Private Limited. AV, please.
In a landscape where education shapes the future, EFIL, Education for Integrating Life, emerges as a hope of transformative learning. With a focus on nurturing critical thinking and problem-solving skills, EFIL has empowered over 13,000 students across 10 cities, leading to the implementation of 5,000 SAP projects. Their vision extends beyond academic excellence, aiming to cultivate lifelong learning, social consciousness, and empathy among the next generation. Their visionary approach to education and the remarkable impact they have made are sure to inspire us all. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Sampath and Dr. Kalpana Sampath to the stage as they illuminate us with their vision, mission, and the profound impact of EFIL's work.
Let's welcome both of them onto the stage with a resounding round of applause, please.
This also is working? Yeah, it's working, but not loud enough. Yeah, no. Okay, fine. We will share. Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank TALTalk for organizing such a wonderful event and also accelerating social change makers and maybe inspiring many more to join. But deep within, I have a secret dream that in the near future, there will be a day that when TALTalk will come and say, the purpose for which we started is over, we are dissolving this. If you look at why every speaker came here, there was a challenge. Why is Vikalp Sansaki there? Because somebody is not respecting a girl child. Why Helpage is there? Because some families are not taking care of their previous generation. If everybody did what they are supposed to do, none of us need to be here. And that is the hope. Maybe in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, that is the hope with which we stand here. And we believe if you plan for a year, plant rice. If you plan for a decade, plant a tree. But if you plan for 100 years, provide lifetime education to people. It's education that is going to make a big difference. Unfortunately, this is a note I wrote many years ago for myself. It is important to know what one is capable of. And it is even more important to know what one is using one's capabilities for. I might be good in communicating. I can use this communication skill to pull down somebody, or I can use the same communication skill to develop somebody. What am I using my capabilities for? I may have a lot of wealth. What am I using that wealth for? For equity or for accumulation or to show off my wealth? So therefore, there is a need for each of us to understand what is that we are going to use our capabilities for. I make this distinction very, very clearly. There's a huge difference between qualified people and educated people. Today we have millions of qualified people, very few educated people. And that perhaps is a big cost. You read the news, somebody cutting somebody's body into 100 pieces. So, I mean, the wars that go on, what is the cost? If we were educated, would we do all this? Certainly not. And that becomes a challenge. And what is the challenge we are trying to? This is the challenge we are trying to address. And the need of the hour is life education. It is believed that 200 years ago, in our Gurukul, 99% of education was on character, 1% was on subject and skills. And today, if we go to any school, all that we are concerned is, what's the mark my child got in math, physics, chemistry? Nobody is asking, is my child a better human being? Shailendra was saying, at the end of the day, the goal is to become a good human. But who is bothered about it? Why there's a need for Robin Hood army? Because somebody is not doing something. And therefore, there is a need for a volunteer. And the movement is catching up. I only wish that we don't need to do somebody else's job and each of them do their own job. So what is the focus of life education? Context sensitive. Are we all capable of doing what is needed than what we want? Do we have the ability to discriminate in the right way, what to do, what not to do? Are we in a position to understand and apply what we learn? Particularly in the AI and generative AI, if you are going to accumulate knowledge, you will be irrelevant very soon. Please be aware of that. Our ability to understand and apply knowledge is going to be a very, very key important thing for any good education. Are we working with cause or are we working with symptoms? If we really see why there are so many social challenges, social issues, because somewhere at the root level, there are some inequalities happening. Are we training our children to inquire why, what, when, where, who, and how? And are we giving them a process of experiential learning? Do they go and do something? Are they really working? Have they sweat their hands? And do we teach them how to integrate everything that they are learning? If they are not, I truly believe that knowledge that cannot be put to use is better off in a book than in my brain. Why should I waste my brain cell to carry that information? Birth of evil, it was very interesting. Like everybody, I finished my master's, I got a job, and I was posted to this very city. I worked in a company called HAL. And I had a boss with whom I used to fight every other day. But being a reflective student and inquiring about life, when I looked around, there were people who could get along with my boss. Some of us had some trouble. And therefore I said, look, if he's a problem, everybody should have had a problem with him. The very fact that some have and some don't have means I also have a share in this problem. And what is my share? And after a lot of deep reflection, what I got to understand was my values did not match with his values. So I said, if values are at the source of human conflicts, what's the work that's being done in this space? That was the beginning of my journey. I moved from one organization to the other only to find that I jumped from frying pan to the fire. Soon I quit the corporate world and dedicated my life to understanding values. I was picked up as a Ashoka Fellow. And as a Ashoka Fellow, I started imparting values to schools, teachers, students. And that is when I was leading a workshop for School of Social Work students, Kalpana was a student. And at the end of the workshop, she came and said, look, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I said, instead of 2 hands, 4 hands. Why not? And the story thereafter is a history. Because I came from the corporate world pulled me into working with them. We have worked in over 15 countries. But it was very interesting. Every other workshop, somebody would say, I wish I got this knowledge when I was young. Every third or every fourth workshop, I used to hear from some participants saying, I wish I got this when I was young. To the extent one of the participants went and got her children, their cousins, their friends, and said, here is a group of students, do the workshop for them. And we did that and it worked very, very well. That is when we said, maybe time for us to look at how do we go and work with schools. We were very scared. Working with adults is easy, but working with the 12-year, 13-year, 14-year is not easy because they are so transparent, they will tell you on your face that you're no good. So we started with NIE, Newspaper in Education, and we used to do 40-minute classes, and we got a feeling that we will be able to do. That is when I started designing the curriculum. We had a colleague of ours by name Ramya who came from NID. She was an edutainment expert. She put all the material into how to convert education to entertainment, and the entire material was born. And that is how EFIL was born. Even the name EFIL is very interesting. When one of our facilitators went to the class and said, class, the children asked, what are you going to teach us? And he said, life. Oh, that's something that nobody talks to us about. And then we said, life turned around, EFIL, LIFE, education for integrating life. I think that is very, very critical. Now I'll invite Kalpana. In this journey, I'm more a thinker, she's more a doer. Without her, I don't think we could have done what we have done, or without me, maybe there wouldn't have been a content to move and share. So I will now invite Kalpana to share what we actually do.
Thank you, Sampath. Thank you, Veena Garu, Rama Garu, all the entire fantastic team who has supported us till here, till we came onto the stage. And it's very interesting that, I'll handle this one, no? Okay. It's very interesting that we called our program E-Cube, Enabling Evolutionary Excellence. And when we actually went into, I have been with the corporate, like what Sampath told, for almost 15, 16 years. And when we decided that we want to go to a space where it is getting formulated, rather than doing a repair job, I always felt in corporate I was doing a repair job. You know, it's not that much they can change to some extent. So when I stood one day, I honestly tell you, when I stood in those classes, and after a few months, going and meeting those students and being with them, and one day when I was talking to them, looking into their eyes, the avatar was born. I truly believe when you know this is what is the purpose of your life for which you are alive, and you know that is the space where you belong, there is an avatar that is born inside each one of us, and we need to take that plunge. Otherwise, we remain in a stereotype. We remain in the spaces that is in a comfort zone we don't go out to do. And 16 years now, no looking back. It could be the worst of the times. It could be COVID times. It could be any time. My children give me the energy to go back to them again and again. And that's also true about my team, which I will share with you very soon, because nothing can be done by just both of us. We have been in 10 states. We still continue to go further spaces, more directly 1 lakh students being touched, and they have touched so many others, 80 teacher programs. But how did we even go about doing it? A whole lot of curriculum was there with us. Like the content was there. We knew we had to divide them into concepts, into tools. For maths, for science, for geography, everything you get tools. But for life, do you get tools? When you are standing in a crisis, do you get tools? Or when you have to make a choice of your career, is there any tool you can apply to yourself? That was the question. And that's what we worked. And we realized that the tools, just like how you have ABCD first and then a sentence formation and then a paragraph and comprehension, we also needed to have a top-up model. That is the model that we arrived at. So we actually moved the other way. We first did 8th, 9th, 10th, and then we said, no, we are very late. 5, 6, 7, no, we are still late now. 3, 4, yeah, we are still late. So 1 to 10. So when you really look at it, the third grade we start with responsibility, and from understanding responsibility we go on to the emotional awareness, but we use Navarasas. Being an artist, I knew that Navarasas from the Bharata Shastra cannot compete with anything else in the world which actually talks about emotions, so that's what we used. And then we went on to look at value choices, we looked at mindfulness, how do you really learn to learn, and how are you understanding. They do a 20-year timeline path forward. It's a road map that my children put, and they put a GPS map for the next, and they also write a note to themselves, in a 60th year of my life, how I will be, where I will be, possibly. It's just a dream, it's just the path that they are writing, uncensored. That's what I tell them. Just write, let's see later whether it happens or the world is there or not. Let's look at it later, but at least you are forming your path. And 10th grade becomes the most important. Before that, we have given them, do I know who I have become? So we even give Johari window to them. You'll be surprised. That was my third year psychology class, but my students in 9th grade understand it very well. So they understand that I have to be a social being. Being a social being is what is my core. Not being in an individualistic society. And they move on to the 10th grade. 10th grade is the most important point, because in that space, all the tools, 12 tools they have got from 3rd grade onwards, it's integrated, and they do a social action project. We call it SAP, for want of a better word. And the SAP could be social action project, could be self-action project, could be school action project. They spend over 80 hours, and as of now, 750 projects a year. Total has been 5,000 plus, but they have directly touched over 1 lakh lives, and those people have touched over many, many lives. And today, very easily, it has got replaced with Seva for the CBSE schools and SUPW for the ICSE schools. But what is interesting is, on their own, when they go and say, what is the one social reason that you really want to work with, one issue, they are not looking volunteering, they are not doing charity, they are not in a whole group just going along. They are leaders, and they have to form their own group. Group could be grandparents, parents, uncle, nephew, niece, anybody, or apartment friends. They have to form their own group, and they are the leaders, and they incidentally have covered most of the SDG areas. Very surprising for us when we now divide and see what has happened. And what is even more interesting is, when we were betting on all these things, I was really wanting to know whether we are on the right path, whether it's really worthwhile. We are just moving around, going around, talking many things, running classes, that's our life. And I left that corporate space to come in to do this. We did so many World Bank projects and several other projects we did. So therefore, I wanted to know, and we took a 6-year timeline study, because both of us being doctorates, we are researchers, so it's much easier for us. So therefore, we worked on 500 students in a comparison and intervention model. And I was amazed to know that over 15.42%, there was a huge difference. It's just not that they have come into 10, so they are really good or they are really best, but they had really worked on it. But what was even more interesting for me in this whole thing is, in fact, when I said it could be a social action project or a self-action project, there was one girl who came to me for 5 years back. And she told me, ma'am, I won't be able to do SAP this year. My mother is terminally ill. So I said, yeah, I understand, but 8 years is very difficult for me. I can't go out. My dad has to be in the hospital most of the time, and I don't know what to do. I'm only child. So I said, why don't you make it into something that you can do it in a home? She said, will you accept it? I said, of course. Then the only thing I want to do is I want to keep my mom happy till the last day. I said, please go ahead, make it. And she made a bucket list. She went on with her mother, and she never used to go to earlier chemo sessions with her mother, but she decided to go now. When she went to the chemo session, she was sitting next to I told you, the roadmap. So she's sitting next to the pediatric oncology, and she promised her mother in one of the days after chemo that I will become a pediatric oncologist. She was getting 60-70% earlier in school. In 10th, she got 92%, because there was a vision, there was a goal. The mom passed away, of course. Unfortunately, by October, she passed away. December was her presentation. But she still said that, and today she is, medical student just trying to finish. But what is very interesting for me is there's just one story. If I tell you, I have like hundreds of stories. And even more interesting is the few mothers and fathers, just as we started, zero recruitment. I'm not going around searching for anybody. They walked into my office and they said, Kalpana, what is happening with you people to my children? They're asking me questions I can't answer. So I said, please come, stay with us. And they became our faculty. But what is even more interesting is 2 years back, Two of my students suddenly called me and said, "Ma'am, I want to talk to you." And when I saw who they were, they had formulated a social entrepreneur. They are both social entrepreneurs. They're having an organization called Satara Akka. And this reaches to 30,000 government schools. The seed of this was my 10th grade SAP. And they could have gone after engineering anywhere else, but they chose to be social entrepreneurs. They didn't take up any of those jobs. They wanted to do this. And therefore, I was very intrigued. I went to LinkedIn. I looked at so many of my students, which I had never done earlier. And what was very interesting for us is each one of them, along with their profession, are social workers today. Ananyan Sampath, who is a doctor, who's actually, in a Pittsburgh University right now, works on gender equity and works on several UN projects. And then we have Kirti Raghavendra right in the PS College. Final year started an organization called Coder Factory, which goes to the government schools and picks up children who are very good in coding, comes back and works on that. And we have Vaibhav Kulkarni, who could negotiate with his organization that 2 months in a year he will get off to go to Harvard under their CSR program and teach the government school children. That started in 10th grade for him. He didn't leave it. And today Namrata Hangla, please go and look at LinkedIn. She is recruiting now. Dazzling Start started in 10th grade. 12th grade, she was a TED speaker. And today, she is, continuing that as an organization. Then we have Viva Nadik. Viva Nadik is another outstanding student. She started an organization called Outlawed because she became a lawyer. 5-year law program, and she has started a new program called Nyaya Mitras in this country, where 26 lawyers, including judges, are supporting her. And this goes to legal education in the rural villages. And then we have, of course, Shriya and Advait, who have joined us as faculty, who will be, all these people came, they are all our panelists for SAP presentation. Over 48 panelists I have usually every year. Out of this, last year I had 23 my own students who are across the world, in Chicago, in everywhere today, doing their profession, but actually doing something in the social work spaces. That was what is most interesting. And of course, our awesome team, they are my Eiffel family, they are our family. And each one of them work, so much with their heart, because each one of us ask ourselves that if this is the last hour of my life and I'm going to go, what is it that I'm going to tell myself? Was this worth meaningful? Was this life meaningful? Was this life worth? Was this relationship worth? Did this relationship result in something as a legacy that it can leave behind, other than all the fights we have? And that is where we are as of today.
Any organization needs to have a path of its own. So I'm in my 60s. So we have our own eCube students who will take over from us, and EFIL will continue its journey. Well, we would like to conclude with a quote: "Education which does not mold character is absolutely worthless," told by Mahatma Gandhi. And I truly believe in that. If we are really educated, let us behave like educated people. And if we behave like educated people, you will not need any one of us to stand and share with you what we are sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think the crowning glory was 3 months back when Shriya was called by the President of India. She has been incubated by IIM for her program that she started in 10th and then it continued right now. And, she was adjudged as one of the youngest social entrepreneurs. So what we are looking at is we all talk about empathy and social consciousness in our life. And we think it is something that has to be taught, while it is something so innate and it has to come. So all we do is we kindle it, we open it for them, and right from 3rd grade, so many care assignments that they start doing, come from the kitchen of their house, from their outside garden, to the community, to everywhere, so that when they come to 10th, they are able to take over the mantle themselves and say, this is where my life really lies, and this is my vision, and this is what I want to work on. Irrespective of profession, I can still be a social being, I can still be a social worker, I can still make a difference. So that is what is EFIL all about for all of you.
Our deepest gratitude to Dr. Kalpana Sampath and Dr. James Sampath for your innovative approach to educational leadership development. I cannot stop myself from saying this. I am a proud product of NIE. I have been into the program and I cannot stop myself from saying it today after listening to you talk about it. So thank you so much for inculcating such wonderful values in all the students. Thank you. Now I invite upon stage Mr. Somyajulo Garu, Vice President Operations Solid Technologies, to confer them with the mementos. Do you want to say it, ma'am? You want to ask for
Volunteering, we are most happy. If any one of you have some time and you really want to see what you want to do in building the social entrepreneurs, we are most happy. We have several kits, several things that you can connect to us and we can, see online or where to meet. We are in Bangalore, you are in Hyderabad, doesn't matter distance. You can start something over here and we are most happy to support you.
We are family present the SAP.
See, we have two models. Can I just have some?
Yeah, ma'am.
I'll just take a second. We have two models. One model is a direct model where Kumran's institutions, all the 4,000 students, I have about 14 faculty as of now. Even during COVID times, all the students did their SAP within their house. For migrant workers, rolled chapatis. For the security outside, they made food and gave. They cleaned their entire apartment with their group of people. They looked at waste segregation at that time. Each one of them submitted more than 80 hours, 100 hours they submitted because they were at home. So these teachers and mentors are people who support those children. But the other model that I have across India is where we empower the school. We do a complete teacher training. There is an ECUBE coordinator in all these schools. There are ECUBE teachers in this school. We certify them and then they go about doing it. We monitor them from outside. So that's a model that I would really say anybody in Hyderabad wants to take it up. We are most happy to support you to do that.
Thank you so much. It is a privilege to be with Dr. Sampath and Dr. Kalpana Sampath. At this point of the time, I want to question myself. Though I am qualified, I am educated enough to present the memento to this couple or not. So the entire value chain of the system around education is revolving around only external periphery of studies. So this couple, they are doing a phenomenal and fantastic job, are going to the inner core of the value-based education system. And the last quotation shown by them, the education without values is worthless. It is truly appreciative. And a big kudos from Touch a Life Foundation for such a excellent and beautiful presentation of their work. And I wish and I hope this journey should continue. And any value add that Touch a Life can add in this particular initiative would be most welcome. Thank you so much, sir, madam, for all your time. And it's really a privilege for me, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sampath and Dr. Kalpana Garu. It's amazing the kind of work that you're doing and so many new generation lives you're impacting. And I have seen your work, on the YouTubes and as well as the several friends references that we have around. And we really wish you a lot of power to impact more. And we want to collaborate with you and want to see how we can take Touch a Life along with you to many, many places. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for coming all the way from Bangalore.
Thank you very much, Veena. Thank you so much. So let's get on to our next organization, Youth for Jobs. And we're going to just play a small AV and then we're going to invite the representatives from Youth for Jobs. AV, please.
In a world where employment opportunities often elude those with disabilities, Youth for Jobs Foundation stands as a pillar of hope and opportunity. As South Asia's largest organization dedicated to the training and employment of youth with disabilities, Youth for Jobs embodies a spirit of empowerment and inclusivity that reverberates far and wide. Led by visionary it's a more inclusive and equitable society. Their unwavering dedication to breaking down barriers and creating opportunities serves as a testament to the transformative power of empowerment through employment. TALTalks heartily welcomes Youth for Jobs onto the stage to share their story. Join us as we celebrate their achievements and learn from their invaluable insights. Together, let's champion inclusivity and create a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive.
Thank you very much. That was a small snippet on Youth for Jobs. The founder, Meera Shenoy, she's unable to make today, but we have Jyoti Bezawada representing her today, and most welcome her. Please, with a warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually very happy to receive a few applause because I know that it's the time where all of us are dozing a little bit. I'll try to keep it less, less slide work and more of talking so that we can all stay awake, including me. So, very inspiring atmosphere. I'm very happy to be here because since morning, the kind of words that I've been coming across are nothing but positive. I see kindness ambassadors, students wearing those badges, nicely showing it off. I see the words called care, giving, these kind of things very rationally being said here as if it is nothing. But believe me, the talks that I've heard today are one of the most inspiring ones, including the last one, that the lessons you learn of life come to you very late. So by the time you've realized what you actually want to do, what your passion is, what you're good at, all of these, by the time you arrive at that union, you're in your 40s. So here I am trying to demonstrate what the organization that I'm representing for does in terms of the passion and how I carry a little bit of it. So Youth for Jobs Foundation is a 10-year-old organization, well 11. We work primarily in the disability sector and we work towards skilling and livelihood of persons with disabilities across the spectrum. So that is less educated, educated, women with disabilities, ex-servicemen and seniors with disabilities who still have a passion to work. Our core value, the last one I would stress, is that we believe that if you provide a job to one member of a family in poverty, the entire family is lifted out of poverty in a sustained manner. And that is what we focus on, which is why a job is the most important thing after education, of course. So what was the problem statement that we were looking at? So before Youth for Jobs formed, we looked at the statistics, and would you believe me if I said that 1 in 7 out of the world are disabled? And we are looking at about 60 to 70 million disabled people across the world, and 80% of them are from developing countries like India. So we are talking of a very, very large population who are disabled. And if I'm talking of villages, you must have heard, all of us come from villages, and we understand that there is a certain taboo which is associated with disability, right? It could be a curse, you're not preferred, something is wrong, the mother is cursed. All of these taboos come for persons with disability. And that is the problem that we are trying to tackle. Twofold. One is that we are trying to understand what is the mindset which is required to be changed in order to make sure that this inclusivity doesn't become a word. Like, I don't want to talk of inclusivity like a CSR or a huge terminology. I want it to be a normal thing. I want it to be something that all of us are just doing, like tying a shoelace. It becomes something that back of our head. So changing mindsets is one that we're working on. And the second is, of course, providing a job, because no matter how much of a mindset change you do, if the man is poor, everything is washed away. So you still need to see what will he feed himself and the family at the end of the day. And that's why we've looked at a very innovative scale solution in order to see how we can bring about this change. Scaling, like one of my previous speakers mentioned, happens first when you take the government in your side, because like they mentioned, it's one of the largest scaled organizations. It's a huge havelock of so many things. Then we looked at markets. Market value is important to us because Remember, we are trying to provide a job, and we need an employer and an employee at the same time. So if we're working at changing mindset, giving trainings, and giving them basic skilling to understand where they can fit in a job, then we are also looking at a complete mindset change of corporates. Our organization has been one of the reasons why the policy changes came in place in order to see that the ESG mandate is fulfilled. So I'm talking of changing attitudinal barriers as well as using technology, a very, very powerful sword, to see that we can scale with speed. And that's why technology comes into place. So we created something called as Project Parivartan. It's also called as WISE, that is Work Integrated Soft Skills in English. It is one of the largest scale projects that we have. We concentrate on 10th grade, 12th grade, as well as less educated. So even people who are less than 10th educated, we give them life skills. We give them skills in order for them to find a job in whatever they're good at. So one of the stories that comes to my mind here is, there was so in the villages of Karnataka, when we were traveling, there was a candidate who came up to us and he said, I didn't study anything. Ma'am, I didn't even finish my 10th grade, but I want to do a job. Will you train me? We trained him in something as simple as woodwork. And today he runs an organization where he's coaching 10 other people with him. It's a small organization, but he's a livelihood provider. These people came to be called as Divyang Mitra. So Divyang Jan, as you know, is the word for disability in India. So Divyang Mitra are people who are disabled themselves, but they work for disability. So it becomes a cause where we're saying it's of the disabled and by the disabled. That is our grassroots academy. I'll come to it in the next slide. Across our projects, we follow three main policies. One is advocacy. We believe that we have to advocate the mind of both the employer as well as the person with disability. There are communities which also need some kind of hand-holding there. For example, if a locomotor disabled were to attend this conference, how many of you can tell me at least 3 barriers which would prevent him from entering this hall? Steps. There is a small railing of iron even between the steps, right? So inclusivity comes as a big word. Unfortunately, we still have a long way to go. And then I'm talking of a university. One of the premier institutes in the country is Osmania University. So we are a long way to go. There is still some time, but we are the path is set for it. Then there are company services. Companies come with a good mindset. Now at least we see a lot of conversion. A lot of companies are already converted. They say, yes, we want to hire a person with disability, and not just the locomotor disabled and speech and hearing impaired who form one of the largest labor market disabilities. I am talking of companies who are hiring hemophilia patients. They are hiring dyslexic patients. They are hiring people with Down syndromes. They are also providing entrepreneurship. You will find in the airports of Mumbai that students who've been trained by us and who are Down syndromes are running cafes. Mitti Cafe is one of the examples. They are an alumni of us who've set up an entrepreneurship of their own. Finally, we are dealing with placement. Placement just doesn't come with placing them in a job. There was a student of ours, Malleshwari. She joined an organization. She was a very qualified person. She did her post-graduation. After that, she proudly joined an organization. Within 10 days, she left it. So we asked her what went wrong, because we had given the skilling. We had also given the kind of interview skills that she needs in order to join the job. But there is a lot of taboo, right? So she was asked questions like, would you like me to take you to the lift? Such a sweet, simple, kind question, right? What is wrong in that? But it is taboo. They believe in their ability and they want us to look at their ability, not their disability. So a lot of stigma runs around disability, which we also break even after placement. So we provide them those kind of services and support which is required post-placement up to 12 months. That's also a teamwork. We are a team of about 270 people across India. We are a pan-India organization. We are there in all the 29 states. and we've touched about 12.1 million households so far just through our sensitization. This is a product that I work for. I come also from an IT background, traveled the world, and found my calling in social sector and IT. So Swarajability, it's a portal which was developed for persons with disabilities. So it's like a Naukri, except that I pay special focus to see how each person with disability, no matter what he brings with him, is able to access the platform and access all of the company services and companies which exist in India. So far, we have about 1200 companies who have joined this portal. They regularly take some kind of insights from us on how the hiring can happen, what kind of job roles can be created, what kind of jobs can be carved for persons with disabilities, and including accessibility services which they will need for their organizations. Most of them need a ramp, or some of them need a higher desk for a locomotor disabled. For example, if I were to sit here and give a presentation, most of you would try to peer, right? So that's the simple kind of thing. If I'm putting a locomotor disabled person along with the other desks, I'll have to make sure that he's able to get out quickly in terms of a fire. Coming to that, in one of the French companies, Neomotion, a very, very large company, for accessibility devices, they had asked us if we can do a workshop. The first thing we noticed was they hired a very large number of speech and hearing impaired, approximately 40 of them in one go. But when there was a fire alarm, what would the speech and hearing impaired person do? So we said, please install some red lights which blink, which indicate an emergency, right? So simple accessibility services, and all of those, you can access it even through the portal. So if you are an organization, actually any organization here, and if you think that you may be able to use persons with disability, not because you are sympathetic towards them, but because it makes business sense for your organization, let me tell you, there is a 15% increase in the work productivity even if you hire persons with disability, because that is the kind of dedication that they come with. Then we moved towards We Do, which is entrepreneurship for women with disabilities. So all of us women here, and actually I'm very proud that the whole organizing team has such a lot of women here. So as women, we come with a certain, advantage. That is, if somebody were to tell me, hey, can you quickly organize this hall? Then I would have taken care of the water, the food. I'm sure that all of us are well fed here today. Samosas, tea, all of this, right? I would also make sure that if there are kids, then they are, kept at the right place. So if I'm so involved and if I'm so engaged with how I run my household, I will put the same investment in running an organization as well. That is what the women come with. But women with disabilities have a certain bit of disadvantage. First, their own family thinks that they are not in a position to leave their homes because they may be taken advantage of. And we know that this is not something that is unknown to all of us. So they asked us, ma'am, ye skills to aap bahut acha de rahe hain, but I can't leave my home. My mom won't allow me. My father won't allow me. In some cases in Rajasthan, the father would drop the child at the skilling center and bring them back. I'm also talking of carrying them because they are completely, with amputated feet. So we decided that we should provide some kind of skilling so that they can do entrepreneurship at home. Now in Karimnagar, we have about 450 families where women are entrepreneurs. They are doing things like tailoring, catering, even running internet shops or mobile shops where people are coming and learning and taking things from them. They earn about 9,000 to 10,000 a month. Happy families, happy women. This is a grassroots academy work that I was doing of, ma'am, that is from Rajasthan. And the person on the floor there is a floor walker called Prahlad. He was a person who did his masters. After masters, there were about 2 or 3 times that he did some suicide attempts because he could not make use of any of his skills. There was an entire family that he was supporting through his own tuitions, but that's about it. He had no other job satisfaction. We are looking at providing job satisfaction for persons with disabilities. So we told him, If you think you are mobile, feel free to go around. Today, Prahlad walks around the districts of Rajasthan, converts people, finds their mindsets, offers them services like registration into the government UDID processes, etc., disability processes, and ensures that they end up having assistive devices such as this rickshaw. So those kind of things are also taken care of. This is our impact. I don't want to brag too much. Really, all of us have access to the internet and we can discuss, but I just want to tell you 40% of our own workforce in the organization is women. 70% of our organization's entrepreneurship is by women. And we focus to see that although the numbers go high, the impact that we make is with our heart. And that is something that I'm very proud of presenting here. A few of our awards here. Our founder Meera Shana is very well known. She's quite receptive of most of the awards in this country, and I'm almost done. These are some of the awards that we are proud of. The National Award. She's also been mentioned in Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat. Then for Swarajability itself, our jobs platform, we've received the Singapore Award for Women in IT. I just want to play this, if possible, please. This is to end the presentation. Could you play that? No, there's an in video inside the presentation. Just want to end with that. The last slide. Yeah. No, not that. Yeah, this.
Thank you, Ms. Jyoti.
Just one more. These are our alumni placed in different organizations. We tie up with a lot of retail giants. All of them have helped convert our vision into theirs. And somehow I feel that when you lose the word called I in you, and when all of us together here represent one cause, whatever the cause is that we help others, then it makes more meaningful to stand here or there or just present a word and talk about your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jyoti. It's been a very inspiring day until now. Every organization that is coming on board has been talking about the impact that they have made in the society, and not just talk about it, but also bring examples of it. This is very, very inspiring. So now, just a moment back, we had a great couple presenting and talking about what they were doing. I would also want to bring out the fact that there is another great couple over here who is working in the background and making a big change in the society with their kids. We've seen Mom of Sai this morning. Now we have parents of Veena Gundavelli, who is the founder. Let me now please invite Mr. Sri Ramalu Garu and Shamala Garu to come on board and present a memento token of gratitude to Ms. Jyoti. Yeah.
Good evening to everybody. Probably I have to introduce myself here because I'm proud to say that I am the father of Veena Gundavelli. I am the founder member of Solix Technologies. I am the first person to start Solix. The tree of Solix has grown so much that into image and the tall, etc., etc., etc. Now I am very proud. The Ankurarpana which I have done for the Solix has given very good fruits today. I am very, very glad. And thanks for inviting me on the stage and giving her this one. Thank you very much. And I wish it should grow in very great extent. I wish you all the best to the company and Veena and Sainath and the total team. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much. We have a few moments.
One second. Hello. So sorry to take barge into the podium. So ma'am, we got a similar initiative being taken up by Touch a Life as a tall jobs, which we are promoting for differently abled people. Something like another Naukri for Naukri or Monster for differently abled people. It is in a very advanced stage of putting into the market. And we are also equally working with one of the prominent state governments in South India. And maybe our team will get in touch with you about that. They be maybe with your permission, Veena, so we can collaborate on this part. I will have my team interact with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jyoti. It's time for us to think about, in addition to what we have been seeing since morning, all the different services being provided. But now it's time for us to think about actually sharing something that we all have. And every individual person is running, it's running in them. It's all about blood. Blood carries oxygen, it provides life to human beings. Our next organization over here is from TAL Blood Aid, TAL Group. And let me now invite Vishwajit Kashit. He is the Chief Evangelistic Officer for TAL Blood Donation.
Meet Vishwajit Kashit, a dedicated voluntary platelet donor with a powerful story. Vishwajit's life took a profound turn when he received a desperate call one night in August 2016. The urgency of the situation and the critical need for platelets to save a young boy's life deeply impacted him, setting him on a path of dedication and service to others. Determined to make a difference, Vishwajit embarked on a mission. Through research and innovation, he introduced the Blood Center Joy Ride, sparking a wave of inspiration and transformation. He is also the Chief Evangelist Officer for our TALTalks Blood Aid app. Today, as Vishwajit stands before us, representing the TAL Blood Aid app, we extend our warmest welcome to him at TALTalks 2024 and invite him to share his journey and insights to inspire the audience, to spread the gift of life-saving donation through the TAL Blood Donation app. Let's make a difference, one act of kindness at a time.
Mr. Vishwajit, please come on board.
Timer start mat karna. This majority of audience that since morning I'm interacting, all engineers. How many of you are engineers? Okay, they all are from my fraternity. Okay. Yes, before starting this talk, officially then you start timer, because only 15 minutes I have, I'll end up before that. majority like last post lunch I've been observing the audience and the behavior and social response emotional responses to the talks happening over here. I'm a computer engineer also and handling recruitment of various companies including Google and all that. So as soon as I come in the auditorium as on the stage, when I saw your body language, I realized that 99% janta sitting here is in sleep. So can I check your sleep level before starting my session? Because I am going to wrap up in 10 to max 12 minutes because I can understand the patience level. You guys are Gen Z is running out of the patience now. So can I check your sleep level before starting the session? Yes, no? Yes, no? Okay, to all my youngsters over there, can you hold your hand in front of your face like this? I want my guests also to play the game, just to add a refreshment into this. Some people hold it like that, वो career में time आएगा. Hold it like this. Okay, yes everyone. Make one imaginary circle like this. Yeah. Nice. Don't like this. ये यार ये क्या करवा रहा है? Be energetic. Look at me how enthusiastically I'm doing. Make second one. Make third one. Touch your nose. Okay. Those who touch the chin, उनको माँ सरस्वती की कसम है प्लीज मेरा टॉक सुन लेना, बहुत मेहनत करके यहाँ तक पहुंचाऊं, तो प्लीज गिव योर 10 minutes and spare 10 minutes. And those there were cheaters that touched the chin and then they realized nose बोला था, nose वाला. ऐसे लोगों का ना करियर में ना रिलेशनशिप में कुछ नहीं होता. Okay, so on a funny note, I'll start my introduction. Okay, my name is Vishwajit Kashid and basically I'm from Pune, computer engineer, and I have donated platelet donation. Majority of the people are knowing about the blood donation, but blood donation, in blood we have majorly 4 components: RBC, WBC, plasma and platelets. The real hero in your blood are platelets. We do all the circles of blood donation throughout India is not for that lal khoon or for that red blood, but the real hero in your blood are those platelets. Okay, and these platelets are used, or their job in our blood is to clot the blood and heal the wounds. All the injuries, all the wounds are healed by those platelets part. Blood donation, you just connect with the syringe and your blood get collected in the blood bags. Platelet donation is a slightly different process where you get connected with a machine. It's like a cell separator machine. If you have ever seen dialysis machine, it's same like that, where the donor gets connected, your 1 to 1.5 liter blood goes into that machine, washing machine. It gives a separation cycle. Only platelets are taken out and remaining RBC, WBC and plasma return to your body. Only platelets are taken out, and these platelets are used especially for cancer patients, dengue patients, burn patients, every surgery where you have a like cutting of the human body more than 3 centimeters. So everywhere these platelets are used. So I am the person who started donating a platelets at the age of 18, and till now I've donated platelets for 185 times. So thank you so much. In negative group, my blood group is AB negative. So negative group, A negative, B negative, O negative, in that spectrum, I am the person who has done maximum number of platelet donation in the world. And there is another donation we call granulocyte donation. Majority of the students over here may have not heard of granulocyte donation. It's simply putting, it's a donation where suppose any young child or young patient of cancer goes out of medical hand, to survive that patient, what we do is we choose a healthy donor. In that healthy donor, in control environment, we grow cancer, take that up and transfuse to existing patient, so that the freshly generated cancerous cells goes in the existing patient's body and kills them. So I'm the only person on this planet alive who has done that granulocyte process for 12 times. Okay, thank you so much. My story goes like this. I started donating platelets exactly on my 18th birthday in Bombay, Tata Cancer Center. And as blood donation, you can do a blood donation 3 to 4 times in a year, but platelet donation, you can do it approximately 24 times to 30 times per year. So that's why the frequency is more. Initially, during my engineering, I was doing a platelet donation only to have a sense of pride, to get these awards and rewards, the appreciation and social media. But I remember 16th of August 2016, my life changed, because that year in Pune, we had this dengue pandemic, and midnight I got a call from a blood bank that the platelets are required. Will you please come down for the platelet donation? Guys, when I went over there, and around 3 o'clock early morning, I went over there, and I started donating my platelets. And I saw the lady sitting in the corner with holding 100 rupees note in her hand, totally wet due to rain. She took a walk from the hospital to blood bank. And then while having a donation, I just inquired about her. She had a son who's a 17-year-old who was diagnosed with the dengue, and his platelet count has dropped down to 4,000, almost supercritical level. And in her town, this dengue wasn't diagnosed. So she brought it in a Pune city, and it was a little bit late. So by the time I completed my donation, I requested that lady, I'll drop her to hospital and I'll talk with the doctors. And guys, we went to hospital. As soon as we reach over there, doctor immediately started the transfusion process for the patient. And maybe after 10 or 15 minutes, unfortunately, we got to know that that kid passed away. That boy left the world. First time in my life, I saw, see, naturally, if the mother is passing in front of the eyes of the children, you can accept the fact that it's a natural order, or it can be a natural order. But seeing a 16 or 17-year-old guy or son dying in the laps of mother is the incident beyond imagination. First time in my life, the jolt of thunder passed through my spine, and I realized that the scenario was so horrible. That very moment I resoluted that whatever is going to happen in my life, I'm going to work for this platelet donation cause. Next morning, being an engineer, so most of the students over here, we have been taught to be research oriented and work on exact problem. So from the very next day, I started doing a research about who or other NGOs who are doing work regarding platelet donation. And to my surprise, from JK to Kanyakumari, nobody in the country was working on this cause of platelet donation. Immediately I realized this is what I have to take up as a purpose of my life. I took it. And the first thing is that before I talk about blood donation and platelet donation, I should know inside out of hematology, or you can say blood. So because this is what our engineering taught us since earlier, that whatever you do, you have to be the best into it. So first time I quit all my jobs, whatever jobs I was involved into as a technical guy, as a management level, I flew to America. 1.5 years, I studied hematology over there regarding blood. And I remember visiting Nashville, California, New York, best of best hematology centers over there. And I studied what is blood, what are platelets, how it operates, how it works. And I came back in India. When I came back from there and when I started observing the blood banks, you cannot compare American ecosystems with the Indian. We have a 50 years gap. They're far more progressive. So I was doing a research how to do it. So I spent 2 years before starting the campaigning regarding how the blood donation and this platelet donation ecosystems, camps, awareness programs runs. And then I realized I came to the point where I realized the exact cause. Although sitting here, I'll ask you one question that will give the answer to my problem. Tell me, we all know the importance of blood donation. Yes or no? Even platelet donation now, you realize the importance of it. Yes or no? How many of you sitting here knows that in case if your friend or family members needs a blood, and if you go to blood bank and if you take a blood from them, how many of you know how to identify whether the blood is expired or not? Tell me, can you please raise your hands? Yes, anybody? As you all are very well learned, very highly qualified individuals are sitting, scientists and some researchers are also sitting over here. Anybody? No. Guys, this is the root cause. India mein awareness nahi hai. In India, the problem is not that people don't know or not aware about whether the blood, how important blood donation is, platelet donation is. The biggest problem in India is that we are padhe likhe gamar. We are very well educated, uneducated minds. As some speaker has mentioned that we need an education. The problem is that not awareness, but not having knowledge of the basic things, how to identify whether blood is expired or not, plasma is expired or not, platelets are expired or not. So immediately I came up with new innovative concept. It's called a blood bank joyride. What I started doing was I started inviting a youth between, I fixed the age group where I want to work. 18 or say 15 to 25, that's all. That age group I focused on, and my prime goal was to bring in them into the blood banks or blood centers and joyfully educate them about whether How to identify whether blood is expired or not, plasma expired or not, platelets expired or not. That is the only thing I focused on. And later on, next point I focused on was entire explaining the ecosystem of once the blood donor comes into a blood bank, how the procedure is carried out, what are the mechanism, machineries involved into, logistic involved into. And that 20 joy ride with all the funny and happy environment I started doing. And to my surprise, whoever used to visit, out of that crowd, 75% people willingly used to come forward for the blood donation and platelet donation. After getting entire education, I'll show you some slides about my research. So if you know that every year 1.7 crore people diagnosed with the cancer, and every hour, or you can say the slide over there, or every day in India 3,500 people get diagnosed with the cancer, and no cancer patient can survive without the transfusion of the platelets. So you can say mathematically, if we put it down on the paper, every 15 seconds somebody in the world needs a platelet. Same mathematics if you can bring out in India, every 12 minutes in India somebody needs a platelets. Yes, the biggest problem in India is not the awareness, as I mentioned, insufficient pool of voluntary platelet donors and lack of motivation for repeated donors. So if you can see, we have to motivate youth for the blood donation or platelet donation by organizing a camp, which is one of the most wrong way for the blood donation. So those who are here sitting, how many of you have donated blood? Can you raise your hands? They all are heroes. I'll explain you, I'll show you what are how you have helped 3 people and saved their lives. First, in your blood, you have this RBC, red blood cells. Second, this is how your plasma looks. आपके blood में से plasma, which will be used for every mother who's delivering baby through cesarean operation, burn patients, and medicine manufacturing. Your plasma will be used. RBC will be used for thalassemia patients, accidental cases where a lot of blood loss is there. And third, the most important part you have are the platelets. Platelets are used, as I mentioned, for cancer patients, dengue patients, burn patients, every surgery and all the neurosurgeries. You can see over there platelets. You can see some screenshots of how I started educating students by giving RBC bag in their hands, plasma bag in their hands, platelets bag in their hand. And like a medical students, I started teaching every engineering and non-engineering and life science students about pehle donation karo ya na karo, that's up to you. It's completely up to you. But when we go to buy mobile phone, we ask thousands of questions to this person who's selling a mobile phone. But if you observe, when a patient is fighting for the life and death, we so blindly trust on the blood bank people that we forget to test and check the quality of the product. So I started educating the students. You can see the students are holding the components in the hand and getting educated. You can see entire mechanism and logistics. I'm explaining them. And how these are the special photos, or these are the rooms where platelet donation process is carried out. You can see this handsome donor is donating a platelet. So I always go over there and invite students. Whenever I'm donating a platelets, I call them up. I educate them while donating my platelets also. Yes, this is called a platelet donation process or apheresis process. You can see after donation, donor doesn't feel like weak or weakness basically kuch nahi aata. You know, you become a happy, healthy all the way. You can start your day right away. Impact. Now let me talk about impact. When I started doing this joyride process, guys, you won't believe it. As I mentioned earlier, 75% people, especially who came with a fear that yaar ye hum blood nahi denge, hum platelets nahi denge. Out of that, 75% people came forward for this process called platelet donation. Second benefit we got is that whenever they used to come, we used to talk about the medical research which has to be done in India, especially in hematology or in a blood. So we started getting a very scientific solutions for the problem. And most important thing is, in-house blood donation. Those who are sitting over here, I take this opportunity on this platform is make sure that whenever you donate a blood, I request don't organize a blood donation camp. It's absolutely a wrong way to collect a blood. The best way for your blood donation or platelet donation to go to the nearest blood bank, and whenever you are convenient for you, donate your blood. This is what I started emotionally uplifting the donors. But what is the technical solution for that? How we can implement AI and machine learning into it. Then come into the picture our TAL giving team. I have a friend of mine, Anil, Ravi, then Rama ma'am is there, then rest of all the team members are there. Then we had started thinking what technical solution we can provide. So I'm going to in 2 minutes explain about the technical solution we found out for identifying the donors. Yes, this is the new app we have launched, and still we are getting better with every day. TAL Blood Aid. All those youth who's there, we request ki whenever you get a time, please download the app. As you see where it all begins, you can read it out every 2 seconds. Someone is in the need of a blood. Over 38,000 blood donations are required per day. And most important, the safety of the blood. And majority times as a common citizen, we don't know whether the requests or the messages comes on WhatsApp are authentic or not, whether really blood is required or not. For that, what we have done, simply, I'll explain you how the app we have developed. We have developed this app on the basis of Uber. As you know, Uber concept, how simply Uber works is that, suppose if I want to take a taxi from Juhu to Andheri or from Hyderabad to one station to another part, what I have to do is install the app, put my request, they will show me nearby taxis or taxi drivers available. Exactly same way our TAL blood donation app operates. If suppose I'm in need of blood, what I have to do is generate a request on the app. Suppose B negative blood is required or AB negative blood is required. All the nearby AB negative donors, my app will show, and immediately you can track down available donors who can donate a blood or who can immediately contacted in case of emergency. Suppose if you want to donate a blood, then again you can put a request that you want to become a blood donor. Our app will show nearby hospitals, blood centers where you can, donate a blood. Next is how are we different? So most important is authenticity of app, and number one, your data, especially your phone numbers, your email IDs will be safe. Our data will not be shared with any other applications or platform for marketing purpose or anything. Secure and transparent platform effectively matches donors and donees by location, blood group, are sent notification, verified users only, and absolutely free to use. सबसे important है हमारे app का, it's absolutely free of cost. Then you can see how it works. Donees create request for blood, as I earlier explained. Jinko request hai, just generate it. You will get to see available donors. If you want to donate a blood, you can see available hospitals, nearby blood banks, and even people who are in need. Okay, and we measure to report spams and suspicious requests. We will not, or हमने ऐसा mechanism बनाया है. We have made a mechanism where all the spams and the suspicious requests cannot be entertained. And I'm very proud what two of my engineers, two of my friends are sitting in this audience who are developed. I want to give them a big round of applause. I want Anil and Ravi, where are both? Anil, can you please stand up? Please give them a big round of applause. They are the engineers who are working. Thank you, Anil, for coming with such a nice solution. Yes. In future, we are planning to have those who are in need of plasma donation, platelet donation, including two-way chat and audio calls we are going to introduce. Donee and donors location navigation we are going to add even smoothly. So I humbly request to everyone who's sitting here, please download TAL Blood Aid app, which is available on Android and iOS also. And please talk about in your communities, in your friends. So today we have hold it on, just today and next 3 days we hold it on. So you will get just a notification, sir. So please talk about it, share amongst your college groups, in your friend circles also. Before ending, I would like to thank Veena ma'am, Sai sir for, bringing such a wonderful talent, and always since years they are cooperating and supporting nicest and kindness work happening around the world. So Veena ma'am, thank you. Sai sir, thank you. Then Rama ma'am is there, then Kalyani ma'am is there, all the dignitaries who are there. I'm thankful. And top of that, Osmania University and all you lovely audience over here. Thank you so much. Yes, any question if you have, then yes, I hope I ended in on time. Exactly 13 minutes. So please give me one more round of applause. Huh, sir? For donation, yes. For blood donation and platelets donation, 18 minimum and maximum 58. Huh? Sorry? No. For receiver, there's no condition. Only thing is, till 58 only you can give platelets. And there are mainly three criteria for platelet donation. Blood, as you all know, 18 should be age, minimum 50 kg, and HB should be 12.5 and above. If you want to go for platelet donation, see, if we increase platelet donor by 2 lakhs in country, automatically 60% blood demand will reduce. Simple mathematics. Oh, real hero are all these, real hero in your blood are platelets. For these platelets, we have to organize all these blood donation camps. So 3 criteria are required for platelet donation. Number 1 is your weight should be 18 minimum. Second, your weight should be minimum 55 kg. If you are 54, you won't be able to do minimum 55 and above. And third most criteria important is veins of your hands. जहाँ से हम donation करते हैं, these veins should be prominent. These are the simple criteria. Yes. Huh. No. Those who are, please, I request those who are having hemoglobin less than 12.5, male and female, please don't go for blood donation, because if you donate a blood, if your HB is less than 12.5 and if you donate a blood, if that blood get transfused to patient, it is nothing but as good as transfusing a water bag. That blood is not going to help patient. So ideal, especially I have seen in Telangana or Hyderabad regions, they don't test HB, and without testing HB, they encourage you for a blood donation. And especially I've seen the blood donation camps happening in colleges. Guys, if you're organizing a blood donation camp, it's very, very important to check your HB, confirm it's more than 12.5, then and then only move forward for the donation. And I've seen another method, wrong practices. They come up with a blue liquid. CuSO4 solution, copper sulfate solution having specific gravity plus minus 0.53. What is the tendency of that liquid? They prick before donation, they drop your blood drop over there. And if your HB is 12.5, means ideal, the drop will go as straight as arrow and touch the surface. The technician will say you're fit for the donation. If your drop swirls around and then go and touch the surface, it means you're unfit, your HB is less. Guys, I'll tell you 99% these blood banks pour water into that copper sulfate solution before coming to the blood donation drives. So make sure that don't allow any blood bank which is coming with that copper sulfate solution to check your HB. HB has to be checked with the digital meters. And this is the Telangana's very, very burning issues. And I'm so disappointed that even well-educated people are not paying attention to that. So if you see the blood transfusion diseases, the donors are getting troubled by all this, we all have to focus on that. Yeah, so you cannot do it. Any other questions? If you have, you can. Sorry? Yeah, that unfortunately today I have not a component, but I'll share you one link. Over there I have shown you how to identify whether blood is expired or not. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's as a donor, it's your right to check your HB on digital meter. If any blood donation camp or blood bank not checking your HB on digital meter, right away leave the place. And understand your health is primarily important as a donor. So don't you ever compromise on the health of yours. Yes, they check. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hey, Anil and Ravi, can you be on stage for a moment? Because this is a blood donation app. We would like to recognize both of you. So these are the two guys who are behind this developing tall blood aid with the support from Vishwajit. Thanks so much, guys. Anil and Ravi. Would like to see it into the market very soon. Thanks so much, three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, Anil and Ravi, for bringing engineering and technology into the picture. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Vishwajit. That was a great insight into what and how one can go about in terms of donating the blood. I know I've also personally seen in many situations where some of my friends' kids and all, they get into this dengue fever. That's where the platelet counts goes down significantly, very, very low on a rapid pace. So what you are trying to do over here as a vision is a great thing. And thanks Anil, thanks Ravi for trying to bring out the technology to get this also accomplished. Thank you. Let me now bring on board like Dr. Anupama to come over here to present a token of gratitude to Vishwajit.
Hello. Hello. I'm Dr. Anupama. I'm an Ayurveda doctor by my profession, and I'm one of the speakers on TAL Radio. It's very fortunate to be here with all of you, and very inspirational to seeing all of you and your speeches. And definitely, I'll try to be part of all this. And thank you, Veena Garu, for inviting me here, and Rama Garu and all the TAL team. And thank you very much. And it's very insightful about the blood donation, and most of us definitely know a lot of things, don't know a lot of things about this. We'll see and learn more about these things, and you also propagate all these things to the public, and they'll know and how to do all these things. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
अगर आप if you are from university or colleges, if you want to organize the talk regarding blood donation and platelet donation, please reach out to us. We will share our Instagram ID or numbers. Please reach out, and talks are absolutely free. We don't charge money. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. Somebody wants to ask. Yeah. Yes, yes. For Osmania students, I'm going to organize a special session where I'm going to show you with samples how to identify whether RBCs are expired or not, plasma is expired or not, or platelets are expired or not. We will have a very, very practical session with you all, guys. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishwajit. Right, so thanks a lot, Vishwajit. Thank you very much for those insightful pieces of information. Moving ahead, we have our next speaker, Mr. Harsha Paloju. He leads the social innovation vertical of TSIC, the Telangana State Innovation Cell, established in 2017 under the State Innovation Policy, which embodies the state's commitment to innovation and progress. TSIC aims to foster an inclusive innovation ecosystem through strategic initiatives and collaborations, empowering innovators to address social challenges. From agriculture to healthcare, TSIC's programs, including the Intinta Innovation Exhibition and School Innovation Challenge, celebrate and support innovation across all sectors. Partnering with organizations like BVIC and WaterAid, TSIC promotes social impact through talent nurturing and resource facilitation. Initiatives like the Youth for Social Impact program solidify TSIC's position as a hub of innovation, showcasing Telangana's as a model of development driven by innovation. Let's welcome Mr. Harsha Paloju on the dais with a huge round of applause.
So, am I audible? Yeah. So actually, I'm not alone today. So I have my colleague who is Sahil. So he is the one who initiated the conversation with TAL team to have a session. So Sahil, Sahil, if you can just yeah. So Sahil leads the marketing and communications for Telangana State Innovation Cell. So I mean, let's go ahead with the presentation. So so just to start off, can someone from the back? Okay. Okay. It looks like pitch in the ring. So anyways, can someone from the back tell what's innovation? Can anybody, like, just quickly, if you can just stand up and tell what's innovation? Okay. I hope you're not sleeping. Yeah, anyone? Correct. Right. Yeah, that's almost close. So basically, innovation is any new idea or a solution that addresses the consumer directly. So when it's an invention, it is again a new idea which was not existing before, but it doesn't think much from the consumer or the customer point of view. But innovation, it tries to think from the consumer or customer point of view, and it largely is market centric. So the reason why innovation is being promoted or started in Telangana is, in any country, when the development saturates, so innovation is the thing that actually drives, triggers, or accelerates further development. So that's when Telangana State Innovation Cell came into being, and it was started in 2017. Just okay, I guess it's a different presentation. Just a moment. PDF. So I'm really sorry for that. We are in the right place, but probably with the wrong kind of preparation because we got confirmed yesterday. I mean, yeah. So here it is. So TSIC came into picture in 2017 when there was a need for innovation to trigger development or accelerate rather. So our vision here is to build and nurture the culture of innovation across different parts of Telangana. So we have 3 different mandates. The first being to scout, recognize, and disseminate the grassroots innovations. The second one being to focus on the social and inclusive innovation. And the third mandate being to promote innovation in government and administration. So here at TSIC, I lead the social and inclusive innovation, and I'm going to talk about our second mandate, which is to strengthen the social and innovation ecosystem in Telangana. So interestingly, as we all know, like I have seen a lot of civil society organizations, especially NGOs. The thing is, NGOs or CSOs exist at the intersection of Samaj, Bazaar, and what's the third one? Okay, maybe maybe people are not active. Yeah, anyways, so CSOs or NGOs exist at the intersection of Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, right? So interestingly, social innovation also happens at the same intersection. So this platform is very relevant. So the speaker right before us, Vishwajit, who started TAL Bled Aid app. So it's a clear-cut example of social innovation, right? It is obviously inspired from the Uber business model innovation, but it is addressing a really great social issue. So social innovation basically is addressing social issues as a priority, and the profit maximization takes a backseat. So in 2020, Telangana State Innovation Cell came up with the Telangana Social Innovation Policy and also Grassroots Innovation Framework. So as I said, we have a mandate and we have 4 different focus areas as per the Social Innovation Policy. Livelihoods, social protection, health, especially focus on the nutrition part, and then education. Apart from that, we are also working extensively in the assistive technology and inclusive education as well. In fact, as someone from Youth for Jobs has also come, Meera Shenoy ma'am is one of our board of directors, and we collaborate with them on a lot of initiatives. Then coming to our stakeholders, we have multiple stakeholders. We try to collaborate as and when possible. So we have incubators, we have colleges, academic institutions, district officials, government departments, then children with special needs, etc. And we value partnership a lot because end of the day, when we are in a social space, it's collaboration that actually works and creates further impact. So here are a few of our programs or initiatives that we have been doing previously and even now, and few are we have been continuing. So one of the interesting initiative or a program is Impact Labs, where we actually mapped the startups with the NGOs. So the NGOs came up with problem statements and they were mapped with startups. So 8 different NGOs mapped to 8 different startups, right? And what came as an outcome was, so United Way Hyderabad, I guess Rekha ma'am was here for the session. So they have actually invested in 2 different startups, one of them being Bore Charger. So that was an interesting initiative for us. Then we have been organizing social entrepreneurship summits called Impulse in partnership with Balavikasa. And then we have been fortunate to do a lot of hackathons. One being Innovate for Menstrual Waste that we did with WaterAid. And recently we have concluded Social Innovation Hackathon where we could get nearly 90 ideas just in a span of 9 days. So that clearly shows the kind of activeness that is being shown by the people in Telangana. Then we have been organizing assistive technology summits, where the idea is to sensitize people about assistive technology, about the need for those kind of technologies to empower people and make the ecosystem more inclusive. As again, ma'am from Youth for Jobs was saying how it is important to create inclusive spaces. So we organized that, and we have been able to showcase 80 startups, nearly 60 to 70, 80 startups every year. So that has been another interesting initiative for us. And we have also launched a Telangana Social Startup Network. So because of, due to few internal reasons, the network has not been very active, and now we are planning to revive it again. So these are few of our, programs in the social innovation vertical. And now I'm handing over the mic to Sahil, who will just share a few of our success stories, just to give a picture about what kind of social innovations are happening across Telangana. Over to you.
Thank you, Harsha. A very warm good evening to everyone. My name is Sahil Suman. I lead the branding and communications at TSIC. And before I delve into much deeper details of the success stories scouted by TSIC, I recall a very old story many years ago. One gentleman woke up in the morning, started reading the newspaper, and suddenly he was so shocked to see his own picture in the obituary column. And he started reading the comments, what people had written about him. None of them, you will be surprised to see, none of them had written any good things about that person. Everybody wrote, Acha hua mar gaya. Everybody wrote, the merchant of death is gone finally. Person who were distributing deaths to everybody is finally gone. Can I know from the audience who am I talking about? This is a real story, by the way. And that particular day, that gentleman decided, is this the way I am going to be remembered in the whole world? No, this is not the way I am going to be remembered. So he started working towards peace. And the gentleman that I'm talking about is known as Mr. Alfred Nobel, in whose memory we celebrate the Nobel Prizes today. Why I told this story? Because stories move people. Stories are something that we connect everybody, right from our childhood to young age to old age. Similarly, at TSIC, we have been in the scouting process since last 7 years now. 2017 that we started innovation ecosystem in Telangana, and now we are very proud to see today this particular circle here talks about social development, sustainable development goals. There are 17 of them, and the 4 success stories that I'm going to share with you are all inclusive and related to the 17 sustainable goal. All 4 of them relates to each one of them. The first story that I have on the screen is Srija, small young girl of class 9. She started seeing this problem of waste. She started seeing this problem of plastics choking the water bodies. She formed something, groundnut cells, you must be aware. Groundnut cells, she started developing it into a biopod, and that is a successful model that she has been able to develop from the Gadwal district. It's being fully prototyped at the Tea Works Center in Hyderabad, one of the India's largest prototyping center in the country right now. And she has been successfully able to scale it up across the country now. It's fully market ready. People are showing very good interest in her product. So we are very proud to help, scout, support people like this from as young age, class 9 to our oldest innovator is somewhere around 70 plus. Next innovator that I'm going to talk about, Mr. Gopal Singh from Rangareddy. He's a senior citizen in that category. He started, he saw this problem of water wastage in agricultural lands while irrigation. He developed something called mechanical turn on off valve system. And now with his innovation, state government have also shown interest in supporting him, into giving him proper support to develop lands and scout it further. Recently, we invited him to our flagship program, One District, One Exhibition, where he was able to successfully take his product to market in 3 districts of Telangana and received very, very good interest from stakeholders. Next story that I have, I'm sure some of you here sitting must have been seeing this guy. Class 9 student again. He was scouted by TSIC in the year 2019, 5 years ago. Himesh. Now you will be surprised to know this young kid has been awarded by Prime Minister Modi himself. His tweets have been retweeted by Prime Minister because he developed something for the Alzheimer's patient. He took it problem from his own grandmother that she was not able to navigate freely inside the house. Many a times in the midnight also she went outside the home. She was not able to locate. He saw this problem. He was a self-taught student. He took the help of internet, started developing some machines, and finally he was able to come up with something called Alpha Monitor, where it's a wearable device. He is just putting this on a grandmother's wrist, and with that device he's able to track the movement, he's able to track the blood pressure level, sugar level, and able to give proper treatment. And now we have been very, very proud to see his innovation going leaps and growing by leaps and bounds. Now he's going to US for his higher education. Last innovation and last innovator of the day that we have, SK Rajali Pasha. Again, coming from a very personal incident, he saw his own friend losing his life because he was an hearing disabled person. Truck coming from behind could not hear the horn and accident happened. His friend lost his life. Taking inspiration from that sad moment, he developed something called helmet for the deaf. And now this product is in a lot of talks right now, taken over by a lot of newspapers, a lot of news channels as well. And he's fully ready for prototyping. We are supporting him from very ground level. So some of the impact numbers, if I talk about through TSIC, what we have been able to achieve from last 7 years. Some of you here will be saying, क्या number है ये? Some 2,600 participants scouted, 60 plus innovations from PWD categories. 1 lakh plus government school students that we have been able to upskill them through design and innovation thinking. I'm also proud to share that Telangana also became the first state in the entire country to have an exclusive fund for innovators, for grassroots innovators, and it's called T-Series program. No state in the country had this kind of funding program available directly to an innovator, person who did not have any entity in his name, person who did not have any startup in the name. You will find a lot of funding program available for startup, but not for an individual innovator. So through this T-Series program, we have been able to successfully fund 30 lakh of monetary amount to grassroots innovators, and out of those, 6 are working the social innovation category. So I think they are some of the partners that we work very closely with. Some of the logos you must be very, very familiar with. And this is the entire ecosystem of Telangana State Innovation Cell. TSIC being the primary nodal body for scouting innovation from grassroots level and taking it further. Then T-Hub is there, who primarily helps in scaling up accelerator program. B-Hub is exclusively dedicated to the women entrepreneurs. T-Works is something where prototyping happens. We take any innovator with a prototype, help them patenting, and take it further from there. RICH is a Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which primarily deals with agricultural and research level innovation. Then Task is Upskilling Academy. And last but not the least, Emerging Technologies Wing, which is working on the latest technologies of the entire Telangana Innovation Circle. Then recently we also happened to form Y-Hub, that is exclusively working with the school students and helping them scale up through innovation programs. So I conclude my part here, but before leaving the stage, I would just like to again recall that it's been, some of you might be thinking 7 years, not big impact numbers, but there's a slightly different way of looking at it. It's just 7 years and we have these numbers. If you keep supporting us, you never know in the next 10 years or 15 years where we'll end up. So that's all from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to both of you. Let me now invite Ms. Ashritra. She is a nutritionist. She has been working with Touch a Life for quite a good number of years to come and present a token of gratitude to TSIC team.
And I'm sorry, if anybody wants to ask anything, we have, I think, a couple of minutes left for the Q&A. Anybody?
How do associations like ours interact with you? How do they connect with you and contribute?
You would like to take it?
Yeah. I mean, we can just connect even now, sir. And we can just discuss what kind of program we can actually come up with, right? So we have a program called Mission 10X. So we used to organize this incubators meetup. Again, we started recently. In between, we gave it to an organization called Rich. So they were doing. So we, the incubators themselves, like they used to come and talk every day, and they themselves came up with a program called Mission 10X. So it is a collaborative program with 6 different entities coming together to scale up the startups. So right now we have 2 different verticals, 2 different cohorts, one, only 6 startups, 3 in each vertical, 1 agri-tech and other being life sciences. So it's just like we have a conversation. If anything hits, I mean, if we are able to address a problem, then yeah, if nobody else is doing, then we will be the first to do it. We'll be more than happy to do it, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Ashrita?
So since morning, since morning, I'm very much delighted to be here, and so many takeaways from very good speakers and working for social cause. I am Ashrita. I'm a nutritionist. I also take part in TALTalks. So I am a guest speaker in TAL Radio. So here in everybody in every sector, they are working. Almost Nice Foundation have their own nutrition wing, and many other foundations are also working on nutrition. So this shows that nutrition is a preventive care. So here I see many students from Osmania University, and I know even youngsters are having nutritional issues. Specifically for girls, anemia is the biggest pinning issue in India. Next comes diabetes. I work with disease reversal. So for all social workers here and for all students here, you can use my services. I'm happy to help everybody. So awareness, to bring the awareness is very important at this point of time. We have seen India has become diabetic capital. Soon it is becoming cancer capital as well. So prevention is at most important, and nutrition care is a preventive care. So if you need any services, I'm very happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team TSIC. It's time now to shine the spotlight on our own a young and ambitious Usmania University alumni, Satya Arvind Pandavula, former president and mentor, UA, who will share insights into the impactful initiatives of UA, a student organization. AV, please.
2013 by students of Usmania University College of Engineering exemplifies youth. Through initiatives such as blood donation camps and cancer awareness drives, UA instills a fervor for service and impact. Today, we warmly welcome UA to our stage, applauding their transformative journey. Their dedication to nurturing compassionate leaders underscores the significance of organizations like theirs in our communities. As UA shares its inspiring narrative, let's pledge our support to their cause. Together, let's empower UA to continue catalyzing change and making a tangible difference in the world.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, it's such an honor to be here. I'm very grateful to be a part of such inspiring people making tremendous impact. And to start with, do you recognize this photo? This image, what does this remind you of? This is from one of the famous movie of megastar. Yeah, it is from the movie Stalin. Pay it forward, as you said, ma'am. Right. And this is a scene from the movie where he explains his friends, like with tiny acts of kindness and empathy, how we can transform the world. Do you think this is practically possible? Have you tried it? That's great. That's great. Before I tell you more about Yuva and share Yuva's perspective on this, let me tell you a personal story of mine. Let me take you back to May 2022. It started like any other month for me, but soon it turned into a crucible of emotions and challenges. On 8th of May, my mother was diagnosed with an aggressive variant of breast cancer. My happy world was shaken to the core. I was devastated, and ironically, it was on Mother's Day. Instead of a joyous celebration, I was weeping at a metro station. As her treatment began, the harsh realities of illness, I started to see the harsh realities of illness. Seeing her lose her spirits, lose her hair, I was completely devastated. Seeing her get weaker with each cycle was heart-wrenching. There were some times I had to run all night, searching for platelets, searching for donors in the blood banks. And as mentioned by Mr. Viswadit, I was able to relate with his thoughts. I didn't know how to check whether the blood was expired or not, whether the platelets were expired or not. Even after 18 months of treatment, my mother had to face 6 months of side effects. I had to take her to hospital every alternate day. It felt like a privilege to support her, even for essential things. The roles were reversed. I was the mom. I decided to turn my pain into purpose, my anguish into action. With the help of my loving friends and peers at college, we organized breast cancer awareness camps and screening camps in Osmania University. And we also collaborated with Osmania General Hospital to organize blood donation camps at our university. Through our efforts, we were able to identify few cases in the early stages, facilitate timely treatment, and save lives. Through all of this, I understood that life is very unpredictable, but also it is full of opportunities to create positive impact. So my dear friends, this is the essence of Yuva. Yuva ignites, just a minute. These are a few pictures from the breast cancer awareness camp that we organized at our university, and also the blood donation camp. This is Yuva. This is the essence of Yuva, igniting the spirit in youth to create change makers. Founded in 2013, it is not just an organization. It is the belief in transformational power of youth. How youth can revolutionize the society. So you see this picture? We feel that at Yuva, we believe students or the youth are vehicles for transformation, and educational institutions are the pathways. These are few activities that we undertook at Yuva. At Yuva, we provide students with a different lens to look at the world, different lens to interact with people in need. This helps them gain a sense of empathy and interact with the society in a different way. Generally, education, the aim of education is to make a person suitable, useful, and adaptable to the society. And we believe that similarly with the EFIL, we believe that education, the whole education, just the academic part, isn't going to do much. And the social experiences, the engagement in activities, societies, NGOs is a must to achieve that aim. These are pictures from a government school attached to Usmania University, where we organize various events for Children's Day. We organize art competitions. We give career guidance to senior students. And we also visit multiple orphanages. We are planning to collect books from students of our university and organize communal libraries at orphanages, and also teach in the weekends. We collaborate with multiple NGOs in Hyderabad. This is from a collaboration with White Volunteers Foundation, where we organized breakfast donation drive at a government school. These are pictures from other activities. We do mental health awareness camps. We organize social awareness runs in the university. We do blanket donation and book donation drives. And to all the students in this room, I'd like to say involvement in clubs, activities, NGOs is not just about making a difference or giving back to the society. It is also about your personal growth. Like through my involvement in UA, Usmania Foundation, and various other initiatives at college, I was able to hone my leadership skills, collaboration skills. I made lifelong friends and also forged professional connections that led me to jobs and internships. So in conclusion, I'd like to say, we need to ignite a spirit of transformation in the youth to shape the world for the future generations to come. Together, we can create together we can make the world a better place, one change maker at a time. Thank you. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Touch Life Foundation, Osmania University, and also Usmania Foundation for providing this opportunity for UA to share our story. I feel utmost privileged to be representing UA on this dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya. Anybody has any questions for Satya, please feel free.
And where how your team come up with the solution. Like, can you give any example where you found out the research, did the research or found out some problem?
Right. Mostly there are multiple stories in the society. We are not able to see them. UA provides us opportunity to see the gaps. We take the students to orphanages, government schools, and other government educational institutions, like to identify the pain points. Like from my story, I found out that the pain point I have is related to platelets and blood donation. My friend has a different problem. Like based on their personal experiences, we come up with ideas, we discuss as a team, and then we proceed with organizing them.
And being a little bit senior to your Gen Z, we all are like, this is a common question from all of us, is that it's very difficult for us to deal with the Gen Z, right? When it comes to working with them. So can you give 3 tips how we can handle this Gen Z? Yeah, we want your guidance from you.
I wouldn't say like any special guidance. We will actually relate with you very much. If we can hang out. Like we have Vijay sir. Sir is like a 30-year senior to us in college. We have Praveen sir. Sir is a 2007 batch pass out. But we interact in a very friendly environment. Just like the fun interactions make it easy for us to come up with ideas and to interact with you guys. Hang out with them more. Right.
But did they allow us to come into that group?
Sure. Why not?
And what are the 2 suggestions? 2 more suggestions.
2 more suggestions.
I want you to give 2 more
suggestions. I would say like involve us more in your activities. Like teach us. We would love to learn from you and like improve our work efficiently. We would love to listen from you, the stories from your time and all. Mostly like it boils down to hanging out and listening. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much out there. Apologies, our team is unable to. Okay, there you go. All right, we get it. Don't want to miss it. All right, so let me now invite Anukrishna Garu. She's the mind coach with TAL Radio to come on board and present this token of gratitude to Satya.
Hi everyone. A warm evening to all of you. Congratulations to Satya, Yuba, and all the youngsters who are sitting at the back row, and also to the youngsters sitting in the front. So, if a country has to progress, so you have to look at the younger generation, the youths. How well are they developed? Based on that, only a country can really progress. What makes this youth develop so quickly than us? Yeah, I'm also coming in the older generation only, right? Because they are very receptive, they are very understanding, they are non-judgmental, they are open to learn, and they want to be involved. But as adults, as we grow up, we create a lot of judgments, and we create a lot of self-doubts, and we create a lot of insecurity in us. So if we can let go of all those things, and I think we will be able to involve them a lot, we can support them a lot and help them grow. And I think that is a great quality of leader, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. So now I think it's most important to also talk about a few people in our society. We see them everywhere. We see them when we come out of home. We see them when we are going to our office. We see them when you're going to shopping. We see them when you're just trying to go to temple. We see them everywhere. But they have not chosen it as a profession. It's been imposed on them due to certain circumstances. Whether they will or they don't will to get into it, they are forced to get into it. Not by choice, but with their circumstances. We've seen not just the old people, we have seen not just the young people, we have seen not just the women, we have seen not just the children or infants many a times. We see them all around, we see them on the streets, we see them near the temples. It's a big problem. It's not a problem, it's a problem for all of us to solve. But there is one man who has taken this as a big effort to get this solution for this problem. Now let me invite Mr. Chandra Mishra, founder and CEO, Beggars Corporation, to come on the dais and talk for a while.
Have you ever wondered what happens when we invest in beggars? In a country with over 4.13 lakh beggars, the Beggars Corporation offers a groundbreaking solution. Traditional charity approaches have failed to address the root causes of begging, perpetuating dependency. Led by Chandra Mishra, the Beggars Corporation pioneers a transformative model. It empowers beggars to become confident entrepreneurs, breaking the cycle of poverty and social helplessness. By converting donations into social investments, this innovative approach aims to create lasting change. Chandra's advocacy of employonomics seeks to revolutionize unemployment and income inequality. From pioneering citizen journalism to spearheading state-level employment missions, his leadership has garnered recognition from policymakers nationwide. Together, let's envision a future where beggars are not charity recipients but creators of wealth and agents of change. Please welcome Chandra Mishra, the visionary philanthropist, to the stage to share his inspiring vision and the transformative impact of his work.
Dear change makers, visionaries, change seekers, Honorable VC sir, Veena Garu, Rama Garu, Kalyani ji, I am the odd man out here. After listening to all these inspiring stories here, education, job, blood donation, stories, what do we have to offer? The beggars. Like Martin Luther King said once, Martin Luther King Jr. said once, I have a dream. And that changed the scenario of US. That changed the human rights scenario all over the world. But we don't have dreams. We have lost all the dreams, that's why we are on the streets. But I have targets. I don't have the luxury of dreaming, I have targets. that in 3 years, after making one city sustainably and scalably begging free, the beggars whom you throw coins at, their company, Beggars Corporation, will register itself in the stock exchange for IPO. You love to hate us, but we love to give you something that when you become frustrated or down in your career, you will look at us, see the beggars, how they have become millionaires, how they have formed a profitable company which is investable, how they have formed UniKi. And when the educated youth like you complain about jobs, complain about work, you can take inspiration from us. See, the uneducated beggars who do not have even Aadhaar cards, how they could form a company so profitably, handle the investments, and become employers. Instead of seeking jobs, how they become employers. So, let us start how, without taking a single pie from the government, Beggars Corporation does not accept fund from the government. Beggars Corporation does not accept fund from VC firms. Beggars Corporation does not take donations, does not take CSR funds. But without taking all these things, how we can make India begging free? I have a question here. To my young friends, there are so many policies in India. And every morning you are complaining about jobs. Is there employment policy in India? India does not have any employment policy yet. Beggars Corporation is not all about beggars. Beggars Corporation is a laboratory of result-oriented employment policy of India. See, if the uneducated beggars can be entrepreneurs, how can the educated youth like you complain about jobs or unemployment? So let us join together to make India begging free and see how it works. Let me ask you, tell me one industry which is making highest revenue in India. Pardon? One industry, name the industry. I am not talking about the category. I am talking about one industry which is making highest revenue. From Mumbai, yeah, Reliance. What was its last turnover in 2020-23? 9,74,000 odd crores. But there is another industry which is of 18.5 lakh crore plus. Do you know what is that industry? That's the industry of poverty that we have created. That's the industry of poverty what we have created. The subsidies in 4 categories that the government of India gives is of 6.8 lakh crore only. In 4 categories, the subsidy by the government of India is only 6.8 lakh crore. Add other categories, add CSR funds, add the subsidies by the state governments, It is 18.5 lakh crore, and that's not my data, that's the data of Bain and Company. And how many beggars we have in India? The government record says, according to census 2011, 4,13,670 beggars are there. And top 5 states, United Andhra is number 3. I'm standing here. The place of Nizams, Kas, Banjara Hill, Banjara ka hota. The Banjara Hill, if the Banjaras would have refused then to give their hills to the king, to the Nizam, then the story of Hyderabad and Andhra would have been different. We are trying to do the same thing with the beggars. Beggars are refusing to take your donations. Beggars are creating companies, for profit companies. In this entire talk of the whole day was regarding giving back to the society, donation, all these things. But here I am one odd man out who is heading one for-profit company of the beggars. And we have 4,13,670 beggars. And see, what's our private donation market in India? The private donations in India stands at 1,05,000 crore. Private, I am not talking about government. And it's the India Philanthropy Report 2023 by Bain and Company with Dasra. What's our total individual donations? Forget about CSR. Forget about NGOs. We the people of India, as the Constitution says, our preamble, we the people of India donate 33,000 crore per annum. And it is likely to be 51,000 crore in financial year 2027. That's the estimate of Bain and Company. How much fund we need to make India begging free? Beggars are not so poor, beggars are choosers now. We don't take your coins. The minimum investment amount for beggars is 2 lakh rupees that we take for hand-holding. That is under our one beggar, one mentor scheme. So according to that standard, if we calculate it at 5 lakh beggars, then it becomes 10,000 crore. Means just with 9.5% of our 1 year's private donations, we can make India begging free once for all. That's why we say, don't donate, invest or purchase. See, between July, August 2022, when Beggars Corporation was not even incorporated, we gave a call in social media, in LinkedIn. We gave a call on LinkedIn. Instead of donations, just invest. And since we are not sure whether we will be able to repay the money or not, we asked for only 10,000 because we could not dare to handle more. 57 people in less than 30 days deposited 10,000 each. And the first person who deposited, I didn't know him. Engineer Rohit Sharma from Cobra. And the third person who deposited was from Hyderabad, Ravi Shankar Nadimpally. 57 people, they deposited 10,000 each, 5.7 lakh. In 6 months, we repaid it. In February, we repaid it with 16.5% ROI in 6 months. That's why we say, don't donate, invest, earn profit with punya or purpose. If we take it in the traditional form, then you earn visible punya. I don't know what kind of punya the Bhagavan will give you, the God will give you, that you know it better. Or you may get it in the next birth. But in this birth itself, you can earn the punya in the terms of money that you give. How? See, how much revenue we earned just with 17 beggar-turned entrepreneurs. I was afraid of the numbers that my social change makers were showing here. And I have a very small number to show. Only 17 beggars we turned into entrepreneurs. And those 17 beggar-turned entrepreneurs earned 3,48,79,025 rupees in this financial year. That means almost 20.5 lakh per beggar. If you calculate 5,000 per day, that was the revenue. That's not profit. That's the revenue. 5,000 per day. And you can see here, you are investing, earning punya or that purpose with profit, and simultaneously you are changing lives once for all. See the change. It is not something that the Bhagavan will give you in the next birth. This is what you see just in 1 year. And the change you can see and so see. There is one called Vishal who was begging at the ghat, a 12-year boy who was begging at the ghat, taking Bhagavan Shankar avatar. The German ambassador came, took selfie with him. It went viral, was published in so many publications outside India also. And the same boy is painting there with that typical Bhagavan Shankar avatar and writing, "This is me, ha ha ha, I want to go to school." This painting is in the PMO. And here you see in our school of life, there is that Vishal. Here you see another Rajni Didi begging at the ghat. And now you see her son is studying in one English medium school, not informal school. And when the largest school chain of Banaras, Sunbeam school chain, invited me to their talk, I had one condition. I don't want to tell stories. I want to carry the life story in life with me. I want to present the story on your dais. And they allowed me. There you see Rajni Didi and her son. They are on the dais of Sunbeam with me. The change you can see, you can show. You can join today. Beggars Corporation is not our company. Beggars Corporation is not a kind of hierarchy of the family. I believe I am simply a representative of the social conscience, the collective conscience of the society. You people exist, your conscience exists, that's why we exist. We are no different. So we give it a call. We want to make it a movement. India has not seen any positive movement in last 75 years of independence. All the movements, all the revolutions we have are either political or say just to blame others. This is not a kind of blame game. Only Binoba Bhave started that socio-economic movement, but that failed when the government supported it. Governments are for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. But society was there before 1,000 years and will remain after 1,000 years. You are creating the governments. So why you should depend on the government? Why we should blame others always for when we are donating 33,000 crore rupees individually and we are depending on the government. Government is not doing this, government is not doing that. What we are doing then? That's why we are saying, let us join hands. How we can join? We have one Citizens for Begging Free India. Those people who are our customers, who are our investors, taking them, we have formed that kind of network, that is Citizens for Begging Free India. Dr. Parth Chopra from Germany is heading it. And Mr. Premnath R from Chennai, who is Assistant HR of State Bank of India, he is the secretary of it. There are 2,100 plus members till date. And the individuals can join as one beggar, one mentor. Individuals can join as a member customer. The companies, the institutions can join as impact partner, even invest in SPV, all these things. I have less time, so I have to conclude it. We are now going to create one Begging Free India fund. In 2024, we will start it with 14.9 crore, and by 2029, it will be 1,125 crore. And this is a citizens movement, one beggar, one mentor. Here you see Dr. Parth Chopra and his family with the beggar turned entrepreneur Mirchmala Devi. And it is clearly mentioned, you can see it here. We don't take funds from VC, corporate, NGO or governments. One VC firm against 10% equity offered us 10 crore. We refused. It's a citizens movement where the will of citizens uplift the extreme poor under a profit with purpose model. It's not class conflict, it's class cooperation that we are creating. Impact of 2 lakh, when you invest 2 lakh under one beggar, one mentor scheme, if you invest it, if you continuously reinvest it for 15 years, then how much you get? Your 2 lakh becomes 64 lakh, and you change the lives of 31 beggar families. And this is the version of our former Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India, who is now Executive Director at IMF, Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam. Beggars Corporation is a unique initiative, first of its kind in the world. He says, I have not seen the world. He has seen the world. He says it, quote unquote, Beggars Corporation is a unique initiative, first of its kind in the world, to transform beggars into self-dependent individuals. And then he adds, I pray to all of you to support this laudable initiative. Let us together create history. Here I end. Let us together create history. Here you can find some, and thank you to Touch a Life Foundation. The story they made on us 1 year back. It was published in Inadu, another story. The first story was published on us there in Epoch Times, New York, India Today, IS Insights, and Hindustan Times that says a corporation that turns beggars into entrepreneurs. Thank you all. Let us join hands to create history together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chandra garu.
One declaration I have. We are already onboarded on the ONDC platform of Government of India. You know ONDC, like UPI, it was ONDC. Online, digital commerce, that is the platform for digital commerce. And we are onboarded there as a brand. On 6th or 9th of May, the MD of ONDC is coming to Varanasi to inaugurate our store. It is available online. So spread this message, book it there to make India begging.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandra Mishra. Now let me invite Dr. Ravindra, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, to come onto the dais and present the token of gratitude. Dr. Ravindra, please. Thank you very much, sir. A few words.
This is also what our Megatron Can I give it to you?
Already you have given to me.
Pardon?
Already you have given to me.
But this one.
Okay, yeah.
This is what our beggar turned entrepreneurs make. And this is for sir.
Thank you. I think so far we heard very inspiring actual experience, and in fact I have no words to express how to explain, and particularly I think the change maker, and really we're proud of you, sir, and your work, and differently it's acknowledged in the worldwide. I think such kind of a people we need India, and definitely for the reach the sustainable goals. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you very much. So I think everybody over here is like full of gratitude, right? At the moment. Now, just to kind of get our minds a little bit more tuned in to what we are all thinking about. We have always been hearing about, for behind every successful man there is a behind every successful man there is a successful woman. But there is a change that has happened. Okay, the change has happened in the life of one of our own team members. Her name is Ramadevi Garu. So behind Ramadevi Garu's success, there is a man sitting behind over there, Mr. Ravi. I would really want to give a big thanks for him for being that kind of a support for her. So I really appreciate that. And all of you, I want you to give you a big round of applause for him as well. Okay, so let's get on to our next segment. As we reach towards this end of an extraordinary journey since we have been having since morning, we have our own Veena Gundagalli Garu, founder and CEO of Usmania Corporation, co-founder Touch a Life Foundation. Veena is a trailblazer in the world of fintech. Not only she is the visionary founder and CEO of Usmania, but she's also the driving force behind the initiatives fueled by the compassion such as Touch a Life Foundation and its various verticals. Veena's innovative AI and fintech solutions are not just reshaping the communities, but they are also paving way for a sustainable change. Let me now welcome Veena on the stage. Can I have a big round of applause, please?
Challenges like poverty, hunger, gender inequality, climate crisis, and the urgent need for clean water and sustainable energy. The potential of 1.7 billion young minds around the globe remains our brightest beacon of hope. The United Nations has set forth 17 ambitious sustainable development goals to be achieved by 2030, a clarion call for collective action from individuals, businesses, and communities worldwide. At the heart of this transformative journey are our youth, poised to become architects of a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world. Introducing Tall Transformers, a pioneering global incubator initiative by Touch a Life Foundation dedicated to igniting the spirit of social innovation in young minds. Our mission is bold and clear: to empower at least 1 million young visionaries with the tools of entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and advocacy, molding them into champions of social change. Our program is a tapestry of opportunities, a trailblazing virtual global incubator for high school and college students. Partnerships with over 200 schools across the US, UK, and India. Comprehensive training programs that have already enlightened over 8,000 students. A flourishing incubator with over 600 innovative ideas in health tech, climate tech, and AI for social good, all blossoming on our dynamic online platform. Our Tall Transformers after-school clubs and high schools are not just extracurricular spaces, but powerhouses of philanthropic action, making several tangible impacts in local homeless and underserved communities with substantial donations and essential supplies such as books, backpacks, hygiene kits, food supplies, and others. In 2023 marked a significant milestone with our partnership at the India Startup Fest, leading one of India's largest youth startup pitch fests. Further expanding our horizon, we've established an on-ground incubator at Osmania University in Hyderabad, set to inspire over 200,000 students in India. Our alliance with schools, nonprofits, and corporations is steadily cultivating a global force of youth transformers. We are not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we are actively crafting it. Join us at Tall Transformers and be a part of this extraordinary journey to shape a future that is as bright and promising as the potential of our youth.
I'll take a few minutes, to talk about our TAL Transformers program. I know we are almost at the end of the day here, and everyone, had a good, long, inspirational day over here. And you've seen several entrepreneurs. Just now, you've seen, Chandan Mishra Garu and several entrepreneurs, Dr. Sampath and Dr. Kalpana, several who have started their social enterprises and very successfully running these enterprises. Now, not every person who has a passion to help can create an enterprise like that. There is a certain science to it. There is a certain business model that you need to work on it to be able to make successful. So one of our key goals in TAL Transformers is to nurture, first of all, that social innovation mindset, and then help youth create more social enterprises. So today, if you look at so many startup fests are there are hackathons, there are ideathons. We have our T-Hub CEO, MSR Garu over here. And of course, we have TCIC, several focusing on social, several focused on innovation. We have NASCOM, and both Sai and I come from Silicon Valley. Last 30 years, we have seen startups, and we've been in startup clubs, and we have raised monies for our companies, and we run companies. And so behind all of that, right, there are models of how to innovate, how to run a business successfully, right? So what we have put together in this TAL Transformers program is teaching kids, first of all, how to identify a problem in and around them. And today, UN has given 17 different areas where you can spot the problems very easily. They've easily categorized into 17 areas. And if you want to find a purpose, find a cause that is very close to you. It could be, SDG number 1, zero poverty. It could be SDG number 2, where it is education. SDG number 3, it's health. So you can find, in the 17 different areas, you can find your purpose. So one of the key things that we, work with kids is, what is the cause that you are more passionate with, right? So we expose them, these 17 different areas. We bring the NGOs together, and we bring the problems together to them, saying, hey, these are the 17 different areas, and find your purpose. That's number 1. Number 2, there are kids, who are good at math, good at science. They want to become engineers. They want to become doctors. They want to become lawyers. And there are ways for them to, put that knowledge or put that enthusiasm into creating products that can serve the society. For example, if you're a mechanical engineer, maybe, what if you build, artificial limbs? What, if you're a computer engineer, what if, you're able to, provide a solution for maybe a visually impaired person? How can you use artificial intelligence to solve, earlier we talked about, deaf and, hearing impaired, etc. How can you put your technology to create transformative solutions, right? So that's, so we teach them on how do they apply science, math, technology, etc. to create a innovative solution. Then the final step is, how do you take that idea and build a very sustainable solution? What is your business model? How do you make money? Is it a for-profit organization? Is it a non-profit organization? If you want to survive for a longer run, how does this company or this organization run on its own? So we teach them business models, right? On what does all this mean. But all of these three components, it looks like it looks like it's a lot. It looks like, hey, maybe is this a Harvard program? Is this a Stanford program? Is this an MBA program? How can youth absorb this? So what we've done over last few years is we have built, a cohort program. It's about 8 weeks, and we have an online application form. Where in the online application form, we have a 10-point, what we call as a business model canvas. We have a 10-point canvas where we teach the kids how to ideate and create a very successful idea. So, today, if you spot a problem and if you want to put a solution and a model together, once you follow that map and once you follow that 10 steps, at the end of it, you will know that, hey, I am building a very successful model around this. And you see this a lot of times, taught in business schools. You see this, for example, on Shark Tank. How many of you have seen Shark Tank? Very good. So startup pitch fest, when a startup entrepreneur goes and does a pitch fest, some of them, get successful funding. Some of them don't, because the business model is not baked properly. So we teach all of this, through a process, and then, we conduct a lot of these ideathons, and we encourage students to submit more and more ideas. So as a part of this journey, over the last few years, I think approximately about 5 years, 4 years, Parvati over there is correcting me, 4 years. As part of 4 years, we have onboarded more than 300 engineering colleges and high schools in and around India as well as in United States. And we have a program where, again, we introduce each one of these 17 different ones. So ideathons on health tech, for example, ideathons on climate tech, ideathons on gender gap issues, poverty, food, etc. And till date, we have received over 10,000 ideas from students. Thank you. And our goal is to get to, reach about 1 million students. And why are we doing whatever we are doing? Because we are doing this primarily to give a skill. Because it's not about them starting a company tomorrow, but if they're able to get that idea, if they're able to formulate an idea to a business plan in their mind, and if they're able to do this over and over again, just like a formula, at any point in their life, when they see a problem, they will be able to create a sustainable solution. They will be able to become empathetic leaders. They will be able to make, the society change in a better way. So this is what we do at TAL Transformers program. Every Sunday morning, here we have a 2 hours open program. We invite all the schools from all around the world to come join our Zoom call, and we conduct all of these, and it's almost like a virtual incubator. And we encourage students to do the pictures and do the ideathons, etc. We have over 150 mentors from around the world who are hand-holding these children. We are also tied up with a few MBA schools. We have University of Colorado, who has their MBA program schools, who looks at all of these ideas coming in from different people, as well as we have some really good mentors over here, like Mr. J.A. Chowdhury, who's been part of the program, as well as Mr. Ajit Rangnekar, who's been part of that now TCIC, as well as ISB teen, and several others, right? So we are encouraging everyone who's an entrepreneur or who has some of these like tech as well as business ideas, come and mentor the students, and we are encouraging all the students to come join the program, because this is a skill of purely a mindset, right? Developing that mindset. And again, the goal is nurturing a social innovation mindset, and that's the journey that we are in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Meena.
Veena ma'am, could you please stay on stage for a minute? Veena, could you please stay on stage for a minute? We'd now like to call upon the Vice Chancellor of Osmania University.
So while we are, almost coming to the conclusion of the event, I would like to take a moment and, thank Usmania Foundation, Usmania University, Dr. Ravinder Garu, who has been, very, very supportive of bringing this program. We have started a business acceleration, incubator at the Usmania Accelerator Center. So we're looking forward to, again, sharing more and more stories around that. I'd like to, again, welcome MSR Garu. He's the CEO of T-Hub. And we look forward to sharing an exciting session over here, with all of them.
Can we please invite you on the dais over here? MSR Garu, M. Srinivasrao Garu from T-Hub. Let me now invite Vijaya Garu from U Foundation and Ravindra Garu, Vice Chancellor of Osmania University, to come on board.
As we conclude the second chapter of TALTalks, we extend heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests and changemakers. Special thanks to Usmania University and Usmania Foundation for their invaluable collaboration. Your support had made this event a remarkable success. Thanks to GB Reddy Garu for arranging this auditorium in a very short notice. Thank you. A special thank you note for you as well. Thank you all for joining us on this journey of inspiration and transformation. Now we have a distinct honor, our esteemed guest here, who will preside over the closing ceremony. We would love to ask Veena Gundavelli Garu to preside over this first.
So before I, announce the conclusion of the session, I would like to request each one of you to say a few words and your words of inspiration for the young students out there and your direction and advice to them.
Thank you. Thank you, Veena Garu. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vijay. I'm an OU alum, so it's very nice to be back here. Passed out about 39 years ago, so always nice to be back here. And so I've met Veena Garu, I've met Sai Garu, I think about a year and a half ago. So this is really a fabulous initiative, and my bad that I could only listen to Satya and Mishra ji. Kudos to all of you. I'm just going to keep this very short. I think there are 2 points which you made. One was about purpose, I think the work all of them are doing is very purposeful. And I also think when I was listening to Mishra ji, I keep talking about all our entrepreneurs, to our entrepreneurs. Profit is not a bad word, but profit should always be combined with purpose. So that's one message I want to leave you with. The second message I want to leave all the young people with is, I think, this part, the fact that we all have a responsibility to leave the world in a better place than when we came in. One. And the last point is about one of my favorite quotes from Gandhi is be the change you want to see, right? So all the best, and so happy to see so many young people involved, and congratulations, and keep up the great work you're doing.
Yeah, good evening to the distinguished guests on the dais, change makers, learned faculty, and my dear children. I think the whole day was an experience by itself. I was there till lunch, heard every speaker till lunch. Had other avocations, so I had to rush out and then I came back. I think the children today are going to take home a lot, because it's, one of our friend over here asked about the Generation Z, right? As I will put it across, we are grounded here. Last 2 years or post-pandemic, if you ask myself and Dorna and a few of us who graduated from the same university, fortunately or unfortunately, we are here almost every day after 3 o'clock. Okay. So we've been interacting with them. I think the classic difference between the 80s, 70s and the 90s kids and these kids, they have such an energy to go out and do a lot more than what we did. Because when I look back on campus in those days, we were confined to Dayal Set canteens, Sattar canteens. Okay, we were doing, we're going out for debating or whatever it is. But today, the kids are having a lot of energy. And by themselves, they are running 2 NGOs in this university. Okay. And it's commendable, like how we had Pandavulu over here, but there are 100 Pandavulus here. Okay, Satya's last name is Pandavulu, so. Okay. So there are, generation, batch after batch we are seeing. And I think today, what has happened over here and what the children witnessed, I was keeping a tab of the floating, about 250 to 300 kids were here today. And I'm sure they've got inspired by a lot and they've taken home a lot. And they're looking up to, the transformers also. I'm giving you the internal feedback. The proposal is that we would want to do this on an annual basis at campus, because we are doing Usmania TEDx every year. But I think this is required for our children. What they need to be looking at is the social entrepreneurship. So I think I'm putting across this to the Touch Alive Foundation, that let's make it a ritual, annual ritual, where we will do this so that, batch after batch, when the kids come here, they're seeing actually what's happening around with respect to social entrepreneurship. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And thanks for being here.
Good evening to all of you, and respected MSR and Dr. Vijay, Veena Garu, my colleagues, Professor Lakshman Anna, Registrar, and Professor J.B. Reddy Garu, Principal, Engineering College, and my dear students and the tall transformers. In fact, I think when Rama Garu approached for conducting this tall talks in Osmania University, immediately we accepted because I think it would be helpful to our own students and the faculty, particularly to think differently. So, actually, I was under the different impression that I could not get the proper kind of a understanding on this tall talks, but we would have conducted this in the engineering college or in the management college. That would have a much reach, but still it's a very good program which organized in the Usmania University, particularly in the CD Distance Education Center. But once we look at these 17 goals, as soon as I took over the Vice Chancellor, we also prepared the goals for Osmania University. That goals known as the 21-point agenda. The 21-point agenda which we have prepared and roadmap for overall development of the Osmania University. And in fact, which we have, I think on that day in 2021, that goals which we have decided, the most of the people which laugh at. So whether these are the ambitious project which they adopted, and whereas after 3 years with the inclusive approach and all the faculty and students, non-teaching and particularly the alumni, which we taken into consideration, and now almost all 21 points which we accomplished in Osmania University. That's a great part of us. So similarly, this Touch Alive Foundation, which you have established and working for the entire world, particularly for the transforming the world and identify the various issues. So similarly, with the help of the alumni and particularly the Dr. Vijay and Dorna and other my colleagues, which we laid the foundation to change the Usmania culture. Basically, that the Usmania Foundation, which we established under Section 8 company, and in fact, I proudly say that in last 107 years, it is the 7th oldest university in the country. In 107 years, I think it was never happened in the history of Usmania University that the involvement of the entire alumni into overall development of the Usmania University. But whereas, which we had the opportunity to interact in the US, UK, and Japan and Australia. Wherever I went, I think I requested our alumni to pass on your knowledge to Osmania University, but not funds, because your ideas is very useful for the overall development of the universities. And similarly, I think I proudly put it on a place that, in fact, today, yesterday, which I think probably the first in kind in the world, maybe in the country, that which have established the International Academic Advisory Committee. So that Academic Advisory Committee, which we launched yesterday on June, those who passed out from Osmania University, working in different universities as professors, deans, and so on and so forth. We requested them to pay back to university as your intellectual inputs and come back to Osmania University and share your ideas and interact with our students and so on and so forth. So similarly, lot of initiatives also which I have taken, particularly under the caption of reform, perform, transform, which you have placed that the reform which you have identified and confined the entire university for the first year. We performed the reforms in the second year, and now we could see that the transformation happened in Osmania University with this 21-point agenda. I think that's glad, which may be, I think it is the success story of the Osmania University, and particularly in the last 3 years. And happened to be this this week, considered, and I think highly loaded and highly intellectual and like social transformers, and I think lot of activities is happening. Yesterday that, and today is the TALTalks. Really, it's going to be the annals of Usmania University, particularly the second program which is organized in Usmania University. Tomorrow, the Foundation Day, on the mark of Foundation Day, we started the 2K walk from Engineering College to the pylon. Then Open Day, which we would like to showcase our research and our innovative practices and so on and so forth, and our all those things. And the third day, that known as the foundation lecture, which we have invited the VK Saraswat from, and he is also alumnus of Osmania University. And in fact, in 107 years, I think somehow which has not conducted the foundation day, but last 3 years which have been conducting this foundation day and the mark of and achievements of the Osmania University. I think definitely it's a lesson for our own students and faculty, and achievements is also acknowledged. I think probably this Usmania Foundation is also going height, and Usmania flag is also going to height. So I think with this a few words, thank you for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, VC Garu, and your support has been phenomenal, and it's wonderful as alumni of Usmania University. It's wonderful for us, both Sai and myself, to bring this program, to Usmania University and share this with everyone. And we are looking forward, again, as Vijay Garu mentioned, we're looking forward to bringing TAL Transformers in September, and that will be the social innovation ideathon. We will be bringing out to all the engineering students to come up with very transformative solutions, that can, help the disadvantaged, and, see how, Usmania University can contribute towards change making. So I have seen, personally, I've seen the journey, what you have done with Usmania University and the kind of, change making that you have done over the last few years. And it's very inspirational. And what it teaches and what it gives as an inspiration to everyone is, you don't have to be an NGO to do social change. You don't have to be, a particular organization. In whatever job you are in, you can make change to the society. And you have, exemplified that in many different ways. And the kind of programs that you brought into Osmania University has been phenomenal. So thank you for that. Thanks for the support. Now, before we conclude, I'd like to, again, from Touch a Life Foundation, I would like to invite 3 people. I will save Rama for the last, because she is the orchestrator of this entire program, and she will do the final word of thanks, on Touch a Life behalf. But before that, 2 people I would like to invite to primarily give the message of 2 very important aspects of Touch a Life and how everyone can start interacting with us. First is Somayajulu, on TAL giving. He will come and speak a few words and how all of you can participate on TAL giving. Then I'd like to invite Parvati to come here and talk a little bit about how people can interact with TAL Transformers program and participate. And then finally, I'll hand this over to Rama to do the conclusion of the program. So with that, few minutes.
Thank you, Veena. Respected Vice Chancellor, Usmania Foundation President Vijay Kumar, and Telangana Incubation Board, Dr. Murthy and Veena Madam. Thank you, everyone. So I heard one thing said by Mr. Murthy. One thing is that profit with a purpose. It's not just a profit with some purpose. That is the idea behind having this Touch a Life. We need to give back something to the society. So that is the idea that where Sai and Veena started this entire initiative. I have been associated and I am lucky to be part of this journey for the past 5+ years. Though Transformers started 4 years back, Touch a Life has started much before that. And I have been associated with that and leading these operations from many things. One is Touch a Life, which is TAL giving, TAL hospitals, TAL jobs, TAL transformers, TAL blood aid, many things. For all things, Touch a Life is going to be, has been the basic platform. On top of that, everything is being built. So Touch a Life gives a kind of social responsibility to give it back to the society in whatever way that is possible for everyone. So not necessarily in a particular form, any form that we can give it back in the form of knowledge, as Vice Chancellor said, or in the form of any advice, or reaching the goals of the sustainable development goals set forth by United Nations. So anything and everything that will cause some good to the society. That is the idea behind this entire TAL giving. TAL giving has started its journey, as I said, 5-6 years back, and going leaps and bounds. Right now it is available on multiple platforms, both as a mobile as well as web forms, both in Android and iOS, as well as in the form of web application also. So anyone can download it by going to the Play Stores or App Stores and get a feel of this Touch a Life form. And there are many ways to get associated with it. It is available in both US and India specific right now at present. And we got much more initiatives that are lined up for this TAL giving in the coming days. And coming to this TAL transformers, as Veena said, this is an ongoing continuous activity all along the year. Any activity that is associated with bringing up the social entrepreneurship among the kids, since that is the activity of the TAL transformers, I said Parati is going to talk more about that part. I'm not going to dwell much into that part. TAL giving, as Veena said, is the foundation for everything, and we are really thankful to Sai and Veena for this initiative. And really, everyone in the society can support it in the right form. And right now, Osmania University is on the forefront to support all its initiatives as far as this part of the geography is concerned. And I wish Usmania University continues to do the same thing for all our initiatives and be on the forefront of this activity. And as Veena said, there is one more critical and important activity is also going on, from setting up incubation center at Engineering College Center to nurture the technology among the students in AI and ML form. It is a kind of a give and take. Usmania University is supporting all initiatives. At the same time, it is a responsibility of Touch a Life Foundation, Solix and Imaji also to respond and to reciprocate. As part of that reciprocity, we are coming up with that AI ML lab at Engineering College, and we will continue to do the same thing in whatever the form that is possible with us. And with these few words, I would like to thank everyone. This has been a phenomenal day. Lot of speakers. But I got one thing just I would like to say about what Sarah said about beggar entrepreneurship. I think that is going to be the key change maker. Though we spoke about multiple things, that is going to be the key differentiator in terms of changing the poorest of the poor of the society, and that will have huge impact on the masses of the country, which is need of the hour. Thank you so much, sir, for all these things. Really, that has touched, I believe, many of the lives. Kids will continue to grow. Kids will continue to come out with their innovative ideas. That is part of their journey. Otherwise, perform or perish kind of a thing. They need to come out with, and Touch a Life is going to be there to provide a suitable platform for them to perform and excel into this entire activity. And once again, thanks Veena and all the people on the dais too for giving me this opportunity. Have a nice evening, everyone. Thanks so much.
Good evening, everyone. That is. So I'm just a little bit nervous. I did not expect these things. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, VC Garu. Thank you, Veena. Everyone. So Transforms program is designed for the students from the age 11 to 22 years. If you have any about the program, already Veena explained most of the things. I'll just give you a short brief. I don't want to take much time of the program.
So this is a design for the 11 to 22 years students. If you have any innovative idea, you can submit on the platform available with us. You can click on TALTransformers.org. As informed, we do have the 250 plus mentors on our platform to help you out, to shape your idea to better, to take your idea to the next level. We do have the angel investors and venture capitalists to take this your idea into the product and prototypes and again the startups. So we are also very closely working with International Startup Foundation to nurture the students' ideas and to get that into the life. Then I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. So at all Transformers, we already announced a couple of hackathons, monthly hackathons on health tech, agri tech, and climate tech. So we are also going to have the annual hackathon in the month of September. Please do visit our website, and we do provide the classes to take your ideas to the next level, shape your ideas the better. So every Sunday we are conducting the classes 8 to 10 a.m. US time, and next month onwards we want to conduct the 8 to 10 a.m. in the India time as well. Please feel free to join. Everything is free of cost. You need not pay any penny. So please join the course and take benefit, and you'll get the more networking and you'll get the more mentors. So whatever their ideas, so you can we will help you to shape out to the your own entity or own startup. Any help, anytime, we are here to help you out. Please use this opportunity. Normally, you don't get the opportunity. Everything is free of cost and providing the mentors time and everything. So hope everybody will get benefited out of this program. So just please visit us taltransformers.org to see the programs time to time. We have the email ID also, info@taltransformers.org. If you have any doubts, anything, if you want to know more, please send us a mail. We will revert immediately. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Somayajil Garu and Parvati Garu. Let me now invite our volunteer representatives, Krishna and Samuel, to come on to the dais and pick up the certificates from
స్టూడెంట్స్
Ravindra
అందరూ
Garu.
కూడా మన వాలంటీర్స్ అందరూ కూడా వీసీ సార్తో ఫోటో తీసుకోవాలి లాస్ట్లో అని అడిగారు. డెఫినెట్గా తీసుకుందాం. బట్ బిఫోర్ దట్ కృష్ణ అండ్ శామ్యూల్ డిఫరెంట్, ఎందుకంటే కృష్ణ ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ అండ్ శామ్యూల్ జర్నలిజం నుంచి. మీరు వచ్చి మీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరి తరఫున తీసుకోండి అండ్ తర్వాత డెఫినెట్గా మనం ఫోటో తీసుకుందాం. ప్లీజ్ సర్టిఫికేట్. అండ్ ఇందాక విశ్వజిత్ ఒక ప్రశ్న అడిగారు కదా, ఎట్లా ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేయాలి జెన్జీని అని. లాస్ట్ 10 days నుంచి చూస్తున్నాను నేను ఎంత ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్గా, అంటే మేము ఏదైనా మర్చిపోయినా కూడా నిన్న నైట్ మాతో పాటు నైట్ 11 o'clock వరకు ఉన్నారు. సో జెన్జీని ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేయాలంటే వాళ్ళు పర్పస్తో కనెక్ట్ అయితే చాలని అయితే నాకు అర్థమైంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వాలంటీర్. ఎంత మంచి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చారంటే సోషల్ మీడియా అవ్వచ్చు, ఏదైనా అవ్వచ్చు. అండ్ జెన్జీ కనెక్ట్ అయితే ఎలా ఉంటుంది అని చెప్పడానికి ఇట్స్ ఏ స్మాల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అండి. లాస్ట్ 7 daysలో మా ఇన్స్టా పేజ్ 47,000 రీచ్ అయింది జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్. వాళ్ళే హ్యాండిల్ చేశారు, వాళ్ళే పోస్ట్ చేశారు, వాళ్ళే పోస్ట్ క్రియేట్ చేశారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఎవరున్నారో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా థ్యాంక్ యూ. సార్ వీసీ సార్ పిల్లలకి వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్స్ సార్. Samir, తర్వాత మీ అందరు మీతో ఫోటో తీసుకోవాలంటే వాలంటీర్స్ అడిగారు సార్. మీరు ఇక్కడ ఉండగా వాళ్ళందరూ
We would also like to extend a big thank you for Praveen Dodna Garu and Vijay Garu from Usmania Foundation for all the support that you have been providing. May I maybe now come on, request the students to come on to the dais and give the mementos.
A small token of appreciation, Usmania University Vice Chancellor garu. And for Usmania Foundation, thank you Vijay garu. నిన్న నైట్ మాతో పాటు ఉండి ఒక ఛాలెంజ్ ఎదురైతే హీఈస్ ద వన్ ఇక్కడ ఉండి చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేసి థ్యాంక్ యూ విజయ్ గారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు.
So Srinivas Garu is the CEO of T Hub, and he is any seed of ideas he makes it grow. So any of your ideas, go there for VC money.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Last but not the least, and the most important, I would like to thank each one of our speakers, esteemed speakers, and social entrepreneurs. Each one of you have come from different parts of India. Chandan Mishra ji came all the way from Varanasi. We have, thank you. We have Usha ji who came all the way from Rajasthan, Udaipur. And we have, Dr. Kalpana and Dr. Sampath came all the way from Bangalore, right? And we have Anu Krishna who came all the way from Goa, and many more. And I think all our 16 speakers, came from various parts of India. And we honestly thank you so much for, coming here and sharing your story and inspiring all of us. We totally appreciate your time and energy that you have spent with us. And thank you for, being the role models for many of us over here. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్. యూనివర్సిటీతో కొలాబరేటెడ్ టాల్టాక్స్ చేయాలి అని మేము అనుకోవటానికి కారణం ఒక్కటే ఏంటంటే మేము మీకు అందించాలి కదా, నెక్స్ట్ మీరు ఏం చేయాలి అన్నది మేము చెప్పాలి కదా. సో దానికోసం చెప్పడం కాదు, నిజంగా చేస్తున్న వాళ్ళని మీ ముందు తీసుకొచ్చి నుంచో పెడితే మీకు ఆలోచనలు వస్తాయి, ఇంతకంటే చాలా ఇంపాక్ట్ మీరు క్రియేట్ చేయగలుగుతారు. వీఆర్ షూర్ అబౌట్ ఇట్. సో అందుకనే యూనివర్సిటీస్తో కొలాబరేట్ మేము చేస్తున్నాం. ఫస్ట్ చాప్టర్ అంటే ఇనాగరల్ చాప్టర్ యూసీ డెన్వర్తో కొలాబరేట్ డెన్వర్లో చేసాం. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ సెకండ్ చాప్టర్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీతో కొలాబరేట్ చేయడం చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉందండి. అండ్ మీ స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ కూడా ప్రూవ్ చేశారు. అండ్ ఇక్కడ మేము చేయటం అనే ఆలోచన ఎంత రైట్ అని. అండ్ వాళ్ళు ఎందుకంటే ఫస్ట్ నుంచి చాలా ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయ్యారు. మేము అనుకున్నది కోరుకున్నది కూడా అదే, స్టూడెంట్స్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ అవ్వాలి, వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకోవాలి, అండ్ వాళ్ళు ఇన్స్పైర్ అవ్వాలి, ఇంపాక్ట్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వన్. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ స్పీకర్స్, బికాస్ ఆఫ్ యూ ఈరోజు ఈ స్టేజ్ ఇంత బ్యూటిఫుల్గా ఉంది. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ యూ, మీ ఇంపాక్టబుల్ స్టోరీస్, మీరు తెలియకుండా చాలా ఇంపాక్ట్ని ఇక్కడ క్రియేట్ చేశారు. అండ్ చాలా మందిలో చాలా ఆలోచనల్ని అండ్ చాలా ఆశల్ని, ఎందుకంటే కళ మనది అయినప్పుడు చిన్నగా ఉంటుంది, అందరిది అయినప్పుడు అందరి కోసం అయినప్పుడు అది చాలా ఇంపాక్ట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. సో ఈరోజు మీరు అలాంటి సీడ్ని ఇక్కడ వదిలి వెళ్తున్నారు. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ చంద్రమిశ్రా గారు థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ విశ్వజిత్, హెల్పేజ్ ఇండియా, కల్పన గారు, అండ్ అందరికీ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అండ్ ఫర్ సపోర్టింగ్. అండ్ ముఖ్యంగా ఈ టాల్టాక్స్ చేయాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు లీడర్ విజన్ కనుక చాలా స్ట్రాంగ్గా ఉంటే అది ఎలా అయినా నిజం అవుతుంది. అండ్ చెప్పాలంటే సాయి గారు లాస్ట్ నైట్ నుంచి కూడా ఒక్క సెకండ్ కూడా లైవ్ని మిస్ అవ్వకుండా చూస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సాయి గారు, మీరు లైవ్ చూస్తున్నారు మాకు తెలుసు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ వీణ గారు అక్కడి నుంచి ఈ టాల్టాక్స్ మనతో ఉండడం కోసం అక్కడి నుంచి నిన్న వచ్చారు, ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో సపోర్ట్ అనేది ఇలా ఉంటే కనుక డెఫినెట్గా మనం చేసే పని సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది. వీణ ఇక్కడ లేకపోతే ఈ స్టేజ్కి ఇంత అందం వచ్చేది కాదు. సో ఓన్లీ టాల్టాక్స్ కోసం ఆవిడ అక్కడి నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు మనందరితో ఉండడానికి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వీణ, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ యర్ సపోర్ట్. అక్షయ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ మార్నింగ్ నుంచి అందరిని ఎంగేజ్ చేసినందుకు అండ్ అందరిని ఇన్వైట్ చేసినందుకు జయ. అండ్ ముఖ్యంగా ఇందాటి నుంచి వీణ అందరూ కూడా రమ్మ అంటున్నారు, బట్ రమ్మ అంటే నాట్ రమ్మ, నా టీం అంతా కూడా. అండ్ ముఖ్యంగా కళ్యాణి, మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు మీతో. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్, హీఈస్ ద వన్. శ్రీనివాస్ ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ ఇవన్నీ అవటానికి హీఈస్ ద వన్ కంప్లీట్గా చేస్తుంది. అండ్ మై అదర్ కొలీగ్ సూర్య. అండ్ బిహైండ్ ద సీన్స్లో సూర్య ప్లీజ్. అందరూ ఈక్వల్గా ప్రాణం పెట్టినప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఆ పని సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది. మా టీం అండ్ రాజేష్, శ్రావణి అండ్ ముఖ్యంగా మా శ్రీకాంత్, సయ్యద్ అక్కడ కూర్చుని చాలా సిన్సియర్గా చేస్తున్నారు. అండ్ రవి, అనిల్, అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వన్. నేను ఎవరైనా పేరు మర్చిపోయినా, బట్ మేము అంటే అక్షయ్, సయ్యద్ ప్లీజ్, శ్రీకాంత్ ప్లీజ్, రవి. అండ్ అంటే పని ఒక్కళ్ళం కనిపిస్తాం కానీ వెనక చాలా బలం ఉంటుంది, అప్పుడే అది సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది. సో టీం వర్క్ అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. రవి, అనిల్ ఎక్కడున్నారు? రాజేష్, సురేష్, మీరు ఈరోజు చూసిన ఏవీస్ అన్ని క్రియేట్ చేసింది రాజేష్. ఎవరు? సో వీళ్ళందరినీ ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు చూపిస్తున్నామంటే టీం వర్క్ అంటే ఎలా ఉంటుంది అని. కనిపించకుండా సపోర్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఒక వ్యక్తి బయట కనిపిస్తారు కానీ ఆ వెనక చాలా సపోర్ట్ ఉండదు. చంద్రమిశ్ర గారు కానీ ఎవరైనా చెప్తారు, బయటకు ఒకళ్ళే కనిపిస్తాం కానీ వెనక చాలా సపోర్ట్ ఉండాలి. అండ్ అది ఉన్నప్పుడు మాత్రమే సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది. సో టీమ్స్గా ఉండండి, అందరూ కలిసి ఇంపాక్ట్ క్రియేట్ చేయండి. ఇదే మెసేజ్ చూపించడానికే నా టీం అందరినీ పరిచయం చేశాను.
Everyone, give a big applause to Rama and team for orchestrating today's event. A wonderful, inspirational day for all of us. Thank you, team. Thank you, Rama. Thanks, everyone.
నెక్స్ట్ చాప్టర్ మేము ఒక చిన్న ఏవి ఉంది సూర్య, 1 minute. నెక్స్ట్ చాప్టర్ కూడా అనౌన్స్ చేస్తున్నాం. జస్ట్ ఏ స్మాల్ 1 minute.
Before we bid farewell to this day, we have wonderful news to share with you all. We're delighted to announce that the third chapter of TALTalks will take place at the prestigious University of California, San Diego. With all the change makers in San Diego, this is your opportunity to share your impactful stories. Get ready to make your voices heard by the world. Join us for an impactful day filled with inspiration, connection, and change. See you at University of California, San Diego.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వన్. అండ్ వాలంటీర్స్ ఫోటో తీయించుకుందామా? గీతాంజలి మేడం థ్యాంక్ యూ, అండ్ సోమయాజు సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ. చాలా స్ట్రాంగ్ సపోర్ట్గా మాకు ఎప్పుడు ఈ హెల్ప్ కావాలనే చేసినందుకు థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో వాలంటీర్స్ రండి ఫోటో తీయించుకుందాం. స్పీకర్స్ అందరూ కూడా ప్లీజ్. సరే